Have you ever seen a normally calm person completely lose their shit? What happened? Boy, do I have a story. I've been in the USCG for a few years now, and along the way I met a really calm guy. We'll call him Joe. Joe had a wife and 2 daughters. He's soft-spoken yet still authoritative when need be. Always is nice to others, and works very hard. Then there's another worker. We'll call her Jill. Jill is a power trip, annoying, loud, disrespectful to anyone lower ranking than her, always talking about her, definitely fake, see stories, and what we call a blue falcon. I could go on for days about her. Anyways, one day on duty, Joe and his crew were out on a rescue case for over 6 hours throughout the whole night. Him and the crew got back to the station at 2 or 3 am. They were so tired they collapsed on the couches in the lounge, which is connected to the conference training room, which is divided by a folding partition you can pull out of the wall. Well, morning came and there was a note on door to the big room crew is sleeping from late night case. Do not disturb. Of course, Jill completely ignored the note, busted into the room, turned on all the lights, talking and laughing way too damn loud at 7:30 in the morning. She started to tell a ridiculous sea story which always starts with "so, when I was stationed," and immediately Joe shoots up like a rocket from the couch and walks towards the partition in the wall mumbling "sheet" under his breath, like God am faking sheet faking note on the door. He was vigorously fighting the partition, yanking it from the wall, and pulling it across the 20-foot long rail. Jill is watching him, and as he's almost done she goes, "I can leave if you want." Completely unwarranted. Joe says that's what the faking door is for. He closes the partition and lays back down. No one said a word, but I think everyone gained a little more respect for Joe that day. My mom. We had what we now refer to as the Jerry Springer Christmas when I was 7 or so. One aunt hated her sister-in-law and started screaming at her, then shoving started. Husbands got involved, then it just continued to devolve from there. My mom went straight into mediator mode and tried to calm everyone down, but it wasn't working. She decided to come check on us kids and found my cousin and me holding each other and sobbing because we were scared. The next thing I hear is her scary mom voice screaming over everyone, "Listen here you motherfuckers. My kid is in there crying on Christmas because her family can't keep their sheets together for the one day a year we all see each other. You're gonna march your ass into that room single file and apologize to each kid individually. Then you're going to shut the hell up until I get them out of here. We are going to go find look at lights and this family better be the picture of goddamn Christmas joy by the time we get back." My mom never really cussed in front of me and only ever used GD when things were really bad. That side of the family didn't celebrate Christmas for a few years after that point. Edit. Thank you for the awards and kind words. Ma is tickled pink at all of the comments about how wonderful she is. I tell her every day how lucky I'm to have her. Oh, I have a good one for this. So during my previous pre-pandemic job, I worked with a really talented, super nice manager named James who was a total professional and very good with customers. He's one of those guys you look at and from sheer physical size you'd think he could easily be a bouncer, but he's just an absolute teddy bear of a human being. Didn't matter what changes came down from the top of the company or how business was going, dude just soldiered on as a beacon of positivity. Never got visibly mad or upset. He was pure Teflon to bad news. But one day I get a call from a janitorial service we contracted with to do a lot of the deeper cleaning at our facility. During this call they ask me to confirm that we have 2 day shifts and 1 overpass shift cleaning our building. I don't know why this came up exactly, but it was puzzling since we only ever had 1 day cleaning shift and 1 overpass cleaning shift, and this had been the case ever since I began working at that particular location, probably a year and a half, maybe 2 years by this point. They kept insisting that I must be mistaken and that surely there was a second shift during the day that I was just missing. However, I was the guy who had to regularly review their work and submit this feedback to the contracted company, so I was 100% certain that we only ever had the 1 day shift. Eventually, I put them on hold and informed James of this, and like a switch the dude completely changed his attitude. Gone was the James who always had a smile on his face and never let anything get to him. In his place arrived a stone-faced mountain of a man who asked me to let him talk to these people. I give him the phone. He goes into his office, and I watch through the window as he becomes increasingly animated. Maybe even to the point of outright yelling, as the truth comes out, that we had been being charged for this second daytime janitorial shift that had never actually existed. Point was like watching a teddy bear turn into a grizzly in the span of 3 minutes. Dude was able to move past it and return to his normal self after the call, but while he was on it, I could tell he was just incensed by the fact we were being billed for services we weren't actually receiving. My dad is the most mild-mannered person I have ever met. He is the most composed, level-headed man I know. I once saw him trip in our garage and land in a bucket of nails and screws, to realize he had one lodged into his kneecap. He looked over at me and said, "Don't tell you mom, she'll overreact," while he grabbed a pair of pliers and yanked out the screw. But when something happened to my special needs brother, he would get this sparkle in his eye that could scare a Navy SEAL. When I was 8 years old, my parents took my brother and I to eat at a restaurant, which was kind of a big deal, because my brother was recently diagnosed with a degenerative physical health issue which was racking up huge medical debts, all while my dad lost his job. After getting the Benz on a work dive. We went to our favorite Mexican restaurant in town and parked in the handicapped spot nearest the front door. I still remember having an unusually light-hearted time in which I could see my parents' stress levels subside and listen to funny stories about the past. We simply enjoyed a memorable dinner with lots of laughter. Looking back, I realize this was a big expense that my parents probably couldn't afford and sacrificed so we could have a normal night as a family. When we left the restaurant, we found a car parked next to us, not in a parking spot, but in the yellow stripes immediately next to our van. Normally this might not be an issue, but my brother is in a wheelchair, and we had a folding ramp, not the hydraulic lifts that you see today, but a heavy metal powder coated ramp. This was a Friday night, so traffic was crazy busy and my parents didn't feel comfortable just backing up into the street to load my brother. So my dad went into the restaurant to see if the manager could find the owner of the car and ask him to move. When my dad emerged from the restaurant, I saw a look that I have never seen before. It was one of focus, determination, and rage. He looked at my mom and told her to get in the car. She just hopped in and said, "I'm okay," in a way that indicated she knew something might go down. He turned to me and said, "Watch this sheet." He unfolded the ramp and slammed it on the roof of the car next to us. Then turned to explain that the manager told him, "I'm not responsible for what happens in the parking lot. Why don't you just figure something out?" So he did. To be clear, there were maybe 4 to 5 group seating in the restaurant. He could have easily asked someone to move. We waited for a minute and the manager came out yelling, "What are you doing? You can't do that." This was when my dad lost it. At this point he picked up my brother's wheelchair with him in it, which weighed about 150 to 200 pounds, and sat him on the hood of the car while yelling at the manager. He then jumped on the hood of the car and then picked my brother up to put him on the roof of the car, still giving the manager the business. He jumped up to the roof and calmly rolled my brother across the ramp and into our van, told me to get in, and calmly told the manager I figured something out. Since that day I have never seen anything remotely close to the same level of anger from him. We laugh about the story from time to time, and my dad is always quick to say that he overreacted, but I think he reacted just fine. Update/edit. Wow, thanks for recognizing my dad for the bad as that he is. We do believe that the car in question was the manager's, because any customer could have seen what was happening from inside the restaurant, so we don't feel too bad. My dad never had to do this again because he had some incredibly bright orange stickers made that say "You park like an asshole" that he kept on him at all times, just in case someone needs to be reminded of what they are by placing it on their driver's side window. My aunt. 4 years she was always super calm, always joking and in a good mood. In my 15 years I had never seen her angry at anything, and I had definitely never heard her cuss. Until Christmas 1999. Some backstory. My mom had 2 younger brothers. One, asshole uncle, is a complete dick, and the younger one, good uncle, my aunt in the story's husband, is a pretty average guy and gets along with everyone. 4 years my grandma enabled my asshole uncle, and despite my grandpa's best efforts he just became more of a dick. Summer of 1999, asshole uncle and my now ex-aunt are separated with a divorce pending. Her still being nice to her nieces and nephews called my grandma and asked if she could drop off our Christmas gifts, and my grandma said that was fine. She shows up and my uncle is pissed. My grandma told all of us kids, including his whole uncle's daughter, to stay in the family room. My mom comes in and says that his whole uncle tried to punch his wife in the face and my good uncle pulled him back and they fell through the neighbor's split rail fence. My always super calm aunt stands up and says, "I faking had it with his wife beating bullshit. I'm calling the faking cops. I faking had it with this psycho as whole." I'm stunned. Can't believe it. My grandma is in a panic because again, she enabled it and him going to jail for DV would likely cost him his job. Fire chief, as whole uncle takes off, and shortly after we all leave. Christmas ended a bit early that year. To this day I've yet to hear my aunt cuss again and only ever seen her get upset about something, and it was again about my asshole uncle. My own story. I was in a high school history class in 10th grade. I was the quiet student who did their work quickly and efficiently, just so I could keep reading my book in the back. Huge fantasy nerd. However, the 4 class clowns were also in that class. Our sweet, older lady teacher, Mrs. Z, was a German-born woman who lived through the Holocaust in Germany, and being half Jewish she was a bit of an anomaly when it came to her experience dealing with the Gestapo and S.S. She was in the middle of talking about her life experience to help relate some of the horrors of the concentration camp. She was really, truly pouring her life history out for us, so we could understand the horrors of what she saw/heard about, and the ridicule/targeted harassment her family was victim to. Point: these class clowns kept making jokes, talking over her, and being complete assholes, even making an unfrank joke in very bad taste. Our teacher ran out of the room, crying. I stormed up to the front of the classroom and went on a goddamn, yelling, full pissed off tirade at these assholes for making a teacher cry, a woman that put her heart and soul into her work and tried to help us so much. 5 minutes later I noticed the principal was standing at the back. I don't remember how long he was there because I was too caught up in calling these assholes out. He took them and me to his office. I was told to just keep my cool next time and let the admin handle it, but those 4 boys were removed from her class and given a week of detention. Mrs. Z became one of my favorite teachers from that point onwards, and I made sure that, even if a lesson was a little boring to me, I didn't read my novels in her class. She inspired me to become a teacher myself. I remember having these 2 friends in 5th grade who at the time I didn't think they'd thought of me as their friend. I'd been bullied up to 4th grade and moved the summer before 5th grade, and everyone called me annoying and at a distance those 4 years. There was this one day where this one kid was being an asshole for no reason, literally just making fun of people, pushing others, so on and so on. Well, for some reason, he decided that I was worthy of getting punched, so he came from behind me and somehow hit me in the eye. This was at recess, mind you. Well, when I got back to class, these 2 tall kids, one girl and one guy, saw I had a bruised eye and had been crying. The moment they got the chance, they came over and asked me in a pissed tone, "Who hurt you?" And I remember thinking something like, "Oh shit, I can't let them know who hurt me, they'll kill him." So they kept asking the entire rest of the week until I finally told them, and when I did, I felt extremely guilty. These 2 kids had asked me for help a few times in class. We talked from time to time, and I sometimes let them have part of my lunch that I didn't want but they liked. They were the kind of kids to never have been seen getting even slightly annoyed at anyone ever. So when they kept asking me who hurt me, I felt scared for the guy that hit me, and I was right to be afraid. At recess, the day after I told them who hit me, I saw them drag the guy behind some trees, which were behind the playground. No one was supposed to go there, and from there on out, I couldn't see what they did. But before recess ended, the kid, with the 2 kids who kept asking me about him following behind, apologized, and I could tell he had been crying on the way to me. I told him it was fine, and the 2 kids let him go. After he left, I asked them why they hurt him. They said because he hurt our friend, and we'll do it again if he tries hitting you again. I did feel like crying after they said that, but held my tears in. For the rest up 5th grade and all of middle school, they hovered around me, and anybody who seemed like they might wanna start shit with me got chased away by my 2 friends. If I could find them again and express my gratitude to them, I would do it a million times over. They were the very first people to get angry on my behalf ever and stick around with me. This is usually me. I hate yelling. It makes me a person I don't want to be. My stepfather has a huge respect complex due to him being raised essentially by himself in the military. For some reason he has hyper focused on dirty dishes getting done on time every single day for months. And if something doesn't get done he takes it as a sign of extreme disrespect and he blows up over it. He's done some insane shit similar to this in the past, including snapping my sister's phone in half, full of priceless unrecoverable photos, breaking doors, ripping cables out of vehicles, yelling, and being generally awful. Threatening to leave, etc. But something happened the last time he blew up. He had no faking reason to. We usually have a schedule to do dishes at 9 PM, but he was angry at us and made us do dishes at 4 to 5 PM, leaving some leftover dishes from regular life afterwards which did not get done at 9 because we had already done dishes and there was not really enough to warrant doing dishes again. Boy was I faking wrong. I get woken up by a violent wake the fuck up, followed by my mom running downstairs to see what was happening. Turns out he did want us to do the small amount of dishes, and he was livid, throwing things, yelling at the top of his lungs, telling my mom to go fuck herself and that we, the dish slaves aka the children, don't do shit and we are so lazy we can't even do dishes. He ran outside and took the power cable from my sister's car. She had a weekend of rugby tournaments she needed to be at a couple hours later, and proceeded to tell my mom to get the fuck out of his house, and he left for his job. Obviously I'm livid. I don't yell, but I was seriously contemplating either calling the police, which would cause him to lose his job, or just punching him. I don't think I've ever been more angry. Come to my surprise, he apparently had a change of heart on the way to the car, that he decided to come back into his crying daughters, his wife who is sobbing on the floor, and me who is so livid that I was shaking. The first words he said to my mom to apologize and to beg her to not actually leave were "fuck you." I absolutely lost it at him. I don't entirely remember what I said, but I meant every word. I've never screamed so loud. Just seeing him crouched over my mom trying to hug her after he emotionally abused her like that, while my sisters tried to stay away from him and console my mother, something just snapped. I faking hate yelling. A few days later, and we are all made up and hunky-dory, as if I'm just supposed to forget this happened. He replaced the cable, so that's apparently enough for him to be forgiven. I still haven't forgotten the multiple times he's lost his shit and hurt one of us emotionally. It's hard to respect a man like that. Had a friend I've known since we were kids. This event happened when him, myself, and 2 other friends were roommates and 21 to 22 years old. We will call him Kevin. He was always happy-go-lucky, always smiling. The guy you call at 3 AM with a flat tire and he just asks where you're at. Never one to start anything, always managing to defuse any situation with a smile, an offer of friendship, and a beer. While we on the other hand seemed to be in a bar fight every weekend. While Kevin would always be there to break it up. Regularly getting hit, but never swinging back. He isn't a big dude, 5 feet 9 inches ish, maybe a bit overweight, but worked in labor intensive jobs at his family business since he was young, so he was deceptively strong. Normally when breaking up fights he would just pick people up and set them down behind him. Something about being picked up by the biceps and just moved without violence or malice seemed to always take the fight out of people. It was like his superpower. Anyway, we had a party at our house. This was an every weekend thing at the time. We were all outside sitting around a bonfire. A friend of a friend we will call Steve was being a dick. Getting in people's face, saying he was gonna kick so and SOS ass, and we generally ignored him. He was drunk, and it was kinda his normal behavior. Nobody took him seriously. He got in Kevin's face screaming at him because he was sitting next to his ex-girlfriend. Kevin let it slide. Again, he never gets angry or confrontational. At this point Steve has his forehead against Kevin's, just screaming. I guess something just snapped in Kevin. Without any warning or words, Kevin picked Steve up by the throat and slammed him into the ground. At which point Kevin started to just beat the snot out of him, never letting go of his death grip on Steve's throat. All of us were frozen for a second. This was the first time we had ever seen Kevin be violent. We quickly snapped out of it and ran to get them apart, but we found out that wasn't going to be easy. It took 2 guys pulling Steve's legs, another 2 pulling Kevin's, and a final guy pulling Kevin's hand from Steve's throat. This entire event probably only lasted 20 seconds, but Kevin never stopped swinging. Once they were apart, Kevin snapped out of it and began apologizing to everyone including Steve. Kevin even went and got a wet rag and ice pack for Steve. Kevin kept apologizing to everyone the rest of the night for ruining the party. We told him he didn't. Besides, we got in fights all the time, just don't worry about it. After that night I've only seen Kevin snap once more. A guy sucker punked our friend in a bar while we were just talking on the patio. Guy ended up with a handprint on his throat and 2 black eyes. It again took several people to pull him off. Our always smiling Kevin has a genuinely frightening side when he stops smiling. I had the privilege of watching my kid stand up to an older kid. It was Halloween. My son was 10 at the time. My husband and I were 2 of 4 adults in our particular group. We were walking with 5 children in our trick-or-treating group, going door to door. This 13-year-old boy was assigned to our group. His parents were in another group ahead of us. He knew a couple of the other kids in our group, but this was the first time we'd met this boy. Immediately, the 13-year-old boy starts making inappropriate comments about me. He told me how lucky he thought my husband was, how if he were older he'd steal me from him, etc. My husband and another adult male heard these comments and reprimanded the boy, but as soon as the men weren't looking, he'd throw another dirty comment in there. By hour 2, the 13-year-old had been reprimanded by every adult in our 2 groups, but he just wouldn't stop talking about what he would do to me if he were older. I was over it and just wanted to enjoy Halloween with my family. We decide to make a quick detour to drop this horny preteen off with whoever brought him. He's in the back seat with my son. As we pull out onto the street, the 13-year-old made one last sad attempt at flirting with me. Only this time, he said it in front of my child. My son is a loner. Only child. Prefers adults to his peers. Super shy. He had no interest in socializing with the kids in the groups, who he did not know, so he wasn't really paying the 13-year-old any attention while we were walking around. However, after the 13-year-old made his last sexual comment, my son threw his 2 cents in. In the most calm, cold voice I'd ever heard my kid use, he looked the older kid dead in the eye and said, "Say one more thing to my mom, or any of us, and I'll punch you in the throat and throw you out of this car." I was stunned. This was the only time I've ever legitimately seen my son upset by something said by another child. Just like that, the preteen shuts up. Not another word from him the entire 15-minute drive to drop him off. My husband and I chose not to reprimand our son for what he said. After all the adults attempted to stop the behavior, it was the threat from my son that put the kid in check. My son is very passive. He's 13 now, and he's never so much as had a verbal disagreement with anybody besides us. He's the kid who the teachers sit the new student with. He's the kid who hates meanness of any kind. I had actually worried about him being too passive and not standing up for himself if the time came. To say the least, I was stunned that he did something about the offending child. I guess he really can take care of business if he needs to. Not gonna lie, we were proud of him. Oh, it was me. I've got that thing going on where I have social anxiety, so I can't talk to people normally, but if I'm tired and angry enough I will kill you. Short backstory, Mom and I were part of a sort of craft fair. It's very tiring. You have to wake up at 5 AM to get in line, to get a good spot, and the thing goes until 4 PM, and then you have to pack up. Very tiring day and a lot of physical stuff, from moving bins and putting up a pop-up tent. The closest place that has an ATM for our bank is this weird area inside of a grocery store point. So it was either that evening or the next day, and I'm exhausted and waiting in line to deposit money into the ATM. This lady walks over and is standing basically in one of the checkout lines, and she's chatting with someone. I'm standing and waiting because it's weirdly busy today at the ATM in the store. Finally I'm next in line. Step forward to the machine point, so this lady huffs and puffs. Well fine, just go ahead of me. Like, all but that. I can't remember exactly what she said, but she was passive aggressively accusing me of cutting her in line point. So like I said, social anxiety. Normally I'd just get all flustered and wouldn't know what to do. But I'm so tired that anxiety brain just shut itself off. And I was like, well, if you were in line for the ATM maybe you should been standing in the actual line and not standing in the checkout lane chatting for 10 minutes. I mean I didn't shout it, but I made sure she could hear me point. She huffed and puffed, but didn't say anything else point. But yeah, you gotta actually stand in line if you want to be considered in line. It's not like there was a number taking system. She was just straight up not in line, but gonna act like she was wronged. Posted this elsewhere recently but it also fits here. My husband is a Desert Storm vet, saw actual casualties there. Somewhat smaller guy that looks like the most mild-mannered goofball ever. Awesome dad. Terrific spouse. And fully capable of making my 350 pound 6 feet 7 inches ex-husband back away in terror with a look. I went through a high conflict divorce and my ex was bound and determined to be the world's biggest douche canoe. Once tried to come inside our formerly shared house forcibly when picking up our daughters. My now husband, boyfriend at the time, said mildly, "Hey, I would prefer that you please stay on the porch. The girls will be out in just a second." Well, my ex was not having any of it and said, "Fuck you, this is my faking house." It wasn't. The house was mine in the divorce, as he tried to push his way in. Imagine his surprise when this much shorter, slightly built man stepped up on him, prepared to basically take him to the ground. I don't know what look my ex saw on my husband's face, but he backed up so fast that he tripped down the 3 stairs of the front porch as he backed away. I know my husband's abilities, so I got between them ASAP. My ex has never tried to mess with me again. If my husband is anywhere in the vicinity, he's still wary of what might happen. Lol. I had this deputy principal who was the calmest and nicest teacher ever. One day we were having a fun day with 800 students. Attractions with free prizes, haunted house, obstacle course, basketball shooting ECT, and lolly guessing. Think a fair. Now every booth was run by year 6 students, and every booth had a glass jar of lollies and each student would guess how many. Anyway, at the end of the day each lolly jar was given away to the nearest guess. So we give out about 20 different jars. Well, my principal was organizing this, and as you can imagine, free lollies, lots of craziness, and keeping 800 students calm and seated was hard enough. One student winning a jar of lollies, and on their way down to their seat drops the glass jar. Chaos ensues. Trying to calmly manage these 800 students was challenging even with either teachers trying to help. All of a sudden he just snapped, screamingly yelling at students to quiet down on the microphone. Everyone froze, teacher and students alike. We had never seen this side of him, and I never have again. TLDR. Nice guy. Lollies in glass jar bad. Lots of kids. Chaos. And jar smashes. Nice guy screams and yells. I read through a lot of these, and they mostly have to do with work. Mine doesn't, but I'm sharing it anyway. Our son Jay, 22 meters, is the most laid back guy I know. Born that way, nothing usually fazed him. Life's little disappointments would make him sad for a minute, but then he'd be back to being happy. Our daughter M, 20F, is Jay's polar opposite, type A, and gets furious when things don't go her way. She's much more chill as an adult, now that she's learned not to be wound so tight, but as a child she was intense. Despite their differences, J and M were/are tight, so close and always laughing together, to the point strangers would ask me if they were twins. The donut incident happened when J was 16 and M was 14. My husband had picked up a dozen donuts on a Saturday. Family of 4, everyone gets 3 donuts. Sunday morning rolls around, Jay is out for a run, and there are 2 donuts left, a cinnamon sugar cake donut, and a maple glazed. I hate maple glazed, love cinnamon sugar, so I reach for the tasty thing and M jumps in front of me and says, "Mom, cinnamon sugar is Jay's favorite, you have to save it for him." I was skeptical, because I had never seen Jay get overly thrilled about cinnamon sugar donuts, but Em assured me it was so, and she didn't want Jay to be sad after his run to find his favorite wasn't there. So, my husband walks in at this time, and I told him to eat the maple glazed, because I definitely didn't want it. Hubs happily obliged. Cut to a short time later. Jay has finished his run and showered and comes to the kitchen for his donut. The whole family is in the kitchen now, and Em proudly opened the box to reveal the cinnamon sugar cake donut, adding, "Mom was going to eat it, but I stopped her because it's your favorite." Em was standing there, smiling, waiting for Jay to thank her for being awesome. What happened next has become a part of family legend. Jay, normally so laid back, yelled, "It is not my favorite donut. I hate those freaking old people donuts. I always get stuck with them, and I hate them." Turns out, Em had been curating the family donuts for years, always making sure that one of Jay's 3 would be a cinnamon sugar, and all this time, he's been too chill to say anything. My husband and I looked at each other in shock at his outburst, and y'all, we couldn't help it, we laughed. It was a reaction to the shock, but Jay, sweetheart Jay, stormed out of the kitchen and slammed his door. Em was stunned and at first wanted to make it Jay's fault somehow, that he should have said something sooner, and we gently reminded her that Jay goes along with her because he likes to see her happy. Then Em looked like she was about to cry, so she went and knocked on Jay's door and in a small voice asked him to walk with her to the donut shop. Jay went with her. She brought him a maple glazed with her own money as an apology, and the storm passed. It's been 6 years, but to this day, in our family, cinnamon sugar cake donuts are referred to as old people donuts. Haven't seen it, as I was the person. Back then I was the type of person to swallow down my anger and sadness instead of speaking up. I tried solving all my problems in my own head because I didn't want to bother anyone with my problems. Needless to say, my mental health wasn't good, but I always tried to be nice to people, also to get them to like me. A coworker, who was about 10 years older than me, worked shifts with me, and always took it personally when I was in a bad mood. When I was in a bad mood, I was quiet and kept to myself. I always did my work, but she didn't like it when I was so quiet, I guess. And she always started to help me do my work when she was finished with hers, without me asking. Sounds petty of me, but we got samples out of production every hour that we had to analyze. I tried to fill as much time as possible in the night shifts, because if you have nothing to do, time seems to move slower. One night shift she was so passive aggressive the whole shift, and I had a massive headache until she started yelling at me about how selfish I was and that I should speak up if I have a problem with her. That made me so incredibly angry because I was dealing with so much already that I lashed out at her. I yelled back that not everything in my life is about her and that she's not my top priority in life, that I have other problems, and I already told her so, but she also couldn't understand that I didn't want to talk to her about it. All I wanted was to be left alone. Normally, when someone catches me so off guard like she did, I instantly start crying. I didn't start crying this time because I was so faking angry. Instead I made her cry. Don't know why exactly. I wasn't calling her names or anything, and she ran away and locked herself in the bathroom. I guess she was caught off guard too and expected me to take in her yelling and finally apologize to her. Here, me, I'm that very calm and relaxed person. My mom always screamed at me during my childhood for days on end, sometimes from morning to evening and several days after the other. So, when I was old enough, I swore to myself I'd never scream or yell in any way, shape, or form if it wasn't absolutely necessary. Well, as it happens, I'm a very experienced rider, 20 years, with trainer experience. I had my horse standing in a private stable, and as the rules were, only the people with horses, trainers and staff were allowed on the ground, plus family/friends we brought along. You get the picture. I had her there for a very simple reason. My horse was dangerous. Literally. I was training on the jumping outside pen with my then very young and admittedly dangerous horse. My mare was a beach like, a real beast, that wanted nothing more than getting the rider down and hurt him. She aimed for the heads and body whenever she got someone down. So, I usually trained where I was alone and wouldn't endanger anyone but myself. So, here I was, sitting on a ticking time bomb, watching every damn ear twitch, waiting for her to explode, when I heard a screeching from next to me. There was a mom, probably late 30s, with her kid standing on the fence and screaming at me to finally get off the horse and let her daughter pet my horse. Of course, taking advantage of me not watching her for a minute, definitely used that and had a bucking fit. I stayed on top and got her under control again while the girl and the mom screamed and wailed that I was hurting their horse, yada yada. Once I got her back under control and calm, the girl and the mom, both red-faced, ran onto the yard and directly towards my beast of a horse. I yelled at them to stop and not get closer. I only trusted a few people around Bastilla, my horse, knowing how difficult she was, that she's not safe to be around. They didn't listen. The girl ran directly behind my horse and began beating her little fists into her hind legs. You can imagine my dragon did not like that. The mom grabbed my arm and pulled me from the saddle halfway. That was also the moment my horse had enough and bucked, successfully shrugging me off. I landed awkwardly on me shoulder and, you guessed it, I got injured pretty badly. I broke my shoulder and collarbone. I yelled for help as the mom and daughter were still trying to get around my horse and told them to stay away. Well, the mom got a nice headbutt and started to bleed from her nose, and the little girl was about to get trampled before I pulled her away. Yes, I grabbed her hair and pulled, but it was the only thing I could reach before Bastilla aimed for her head with her hind leg. I screamed my head off. I yelled at them and called the mom and the daughter every possible name under the moon. The owner of the stable heard the yelling and came running, knowing about my horse and how dangerous she could be. The owner called the police and an ambulance while the mom tried to sell him a story that Bastilla was her horse and I was riding her within permission. Long story short, mom got arrested and got a good amount of payment towards me and the stable owner, and she even dared to lie during court hearing, saying that she got permission to be on the ground and so on. Fun fact, today, 7 years later, Bastilla was the best horse I had. She had the drive and will in competitions, and, funnily, she loved children. Sadly, she passed away from cancer a few years ago. I'm that calm person. I normally fake being happy and have done so for a decade. Was a decade when this took place because people always got upset with me if I was anything other than happy. I pretended to be happy and put others before myself for most of my life cause I thought that's what I was supposed to do. Well, one day, when I was 16, something finally just snapped. I forgot exactly what caused it, but it was something happening between me and my parents because I wasn't being perfect enough for their standards or something school related. All of a sudden, all of the emotion I had been repressing for years just came out. It was honestly like a dam bursting open. I absolutely lost my shit because I was so done at that point. I remember thinking before that about how they were allowed to scream at me and be pissed and sad about stuff, but I wasn't. I guess I finally realized how unfair it was for everyone to ask me to not show emotion, even though they were allowed to point. So I just got so angry that I started crying, cause every emotion I'd bottle up just happened all at once, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs. I still remember them being kinda taken aback by the sudden change in my demeanor, from me being on the verge of tears to suddenly pissed off. I just walked into my room, closed the door, and started crying. I actually felt awful for what I did. I literally felt like a despicable human being for feeling how I felt and expressing it to my parents. So yeah, I cried for a long time after that and went to bed with a stress migraine that night. I'm normally a cool-headed guy. One day, as a senior in HS, a bunch of friends and I were playing a game of tackle football. There was this one kid who was known to start shit, but nobody would call him on it because his mom was the choir director in school and was one of those local elite types. I was on defense and broke up a pass that the receiver objected to. He got up and punched me in the stomach as hard as he could. Words were exchanged and we were separated. The next play, I'm still on defense. He blindsides me and completely lays me out. As he's backpedaling away, he starts talking shit about my mom. I got up and chased him down. When he stopped and I caught up to him, I planted my feet and absolutely threw a He-Man style haymaker on him. He dropped like a rock so quick, his face stained my shirt with blood. He ended up needing 15 stitches in his face and tried to press charges, but everyone at the game ended up corroborating that he instigated it, and the cops said, wait, you started a fight and lost, and you wanna blame that guy? Me. Everyone in school knew what happened because they all disliked the kid, and it was a huge distraction in choir the week after. I ended up dropping out of it and didn't have to sing any of those lame Christmas carols again. When I was in high school, I had a RLY intimidating looking, but very kind gym coach. Loved the guy. He didn't favorite anyone, didn't judge anyone. He was the perfect gym bro. Absolutely just swole. One day we were outside on the football field playing ultimate frisbee, and we saw this guy come up to our coach, who was standing in the middle of the field. I'd never seen him before, but he was dressed in a suit one of those ID cards on his chest, like he worked somewhere that scanned ID cards. All I remember about him. He and our coach started talking, but I couldn't hear very well. We just kept playing. All of a sudden my coach yelled, "Get the fuck off this field." I was literally scared shitless for the guy in the suit. I legitimately thought he was about to get suplexed into the second layer of the crust. My coach's veins were showing a lot more than usual, and I could feel his anger from 20 yards away. Mr. Suit left the field after a short while, and our coach never disclosed anything to us. Later I learned the suit guy never worked at the high school and wanted to do some activities some PPL there. Our main guess was that our coach was suspicious of them and just sent them off their tails between their legs. There had been recent school shootings at the time, and the area we lived in had a mall nearby, which had a case of sex trafficking. So we all kind of assumed he was trying to protect the students. I have a story about myself actually. I'm a very calm, concentrated, patient person. I'm an artist and a liberal if that matters. Growing up, I've always been quiet and shy, and I always stayed to myself in school. I never used to be outspoken or assertive either anyway. About a year ago this customer at work was being a creepy old guy, old enough to be my dad to be exact, and I'm standing at the end of aisle 14 helping a coworker, and this guy walks past me and says while staring at me and not facing the direction he's walking, and continues walking towards aisle 17 which was 3 aisles down. He gets to the end of that aisle, turns around and comes back, and he's still staring at me like I'm a piece of fresh meat. So I snapped because I was uncomfortable. I yelled, "What the fuck do you keep staring at?" So he stops, and my coworker looks up at me and then continues working and minding his business. And then the guy starts walking towards me and he's like, "What's wrong? Come here and talk to me." And I took a step towards him, and he stops and I said, "What you said was inappropriate, and you're staring at me. What if I was your daughter?" And then another coworker hears me yelling at this guy, and comes over, and asks what's going on and I said, "This guy made an inappropriate remark and keeps walking back and forth just to stare at me, and it's making me uncomfortable." And then the guy says, "I gave her a compliment and she's being a bitch about it." And I jumped towards him and said saying isn't a compliment, that's a catcall, and it's called sexual harassment. And my 2 coworkers had to hold me back from going after this guy cause I nearly blacked out. And then the guy decides to walk away, and while he's walking away he replies to what I said with FKU. And I gagged loudly and said I'd rather not UFKN predator. And the coworker that asked what's going on said, "Go cool off." And then I walked to the break room and swallowed an entire bottle of water and grabbed another bottle and went outside to breathe and relax. I don't ever usually get mad like that, and frankly I would really hurt that guy if I blacked out completely, and my coworkers didn't stop me. I have an enormous pet peeve with creepy guys harassing women, especially while we are working cause they think that just because we're at work, we won't say anything. So that is one thing I will not put up with no matter what. Even if it happened to any of my other female coworkers, I will say something I jaff, if I'm at work or not. The only thing you can get fired for at my job is tardiness, stealing, and harassment of other coworkers. The place I work has a lot of asshole customers, and most coworkers and managers will stick up for you against a nasty unpleasant customer. Most of those customers are made to leave. But yeah, that's my story. Law teacher in high school. She was super cool, always calm, used to be a successful lawyer before she made the career switch, and you could really tell from her behavior. She had this air around her that made it clear that you shouldn't mess with her. But she never abused that, never showed off, never raised her voice, never lost head patience with the students, or made snappy remarks. Everyone respected her, except for this one girl. This girl was a typical class bully. And frankly, everyone had enough of her, but no one could do much about her because of this poisonous way she always phrased her insults, like she was merely stating her opinion and didn't mean anything bad by it. She had started to feel like she could get away with anything. Well, one day this girl was trash talking the teacher in the middle of her class, whispering it to her friend, but loud enough still so everyone could hear it. I don't remember exactly what she said, but it was something about the teacher's ass. The teacher just very calmly walked through the classroom, as if she hadn't heard it, and the girl and her friend were laughing about it, thinking that they got away with it. Well, the teacher just quietly stopped behind the girl, put her hands on her shoulders and whispered, in the manner that the girl had been doing, in her ear, "Get out." The girl actually froze. You could tell from her face that she realized she finally pushed it too far. She actually went a bit pale. And when she didn't immediately react, the teacher just calmly added, "Now we don't quite know what happened afterwards, but the girl was suspended after that." In college, I had a professor for my criminal law second class that was an older gentleman, mid-60s in age, who was super calm and collected. He essentially moonlighted as a professor for evening classes. As his day job he was a circuit court judge. For one class, we even had to go sit in the jury box for half a day and observe while he adjudicated cases. Even on the bench, he was calm, collected, never raised his voice, and was fair. Then, one day, we were all in class waiting for him to arrive. This man is a judge, very punctual and never late. After 20 minutes or so he arrives, very clearly not in a good mood. Weird thing was, he came in the second rear entrance to the lecture hall. This is important, which he never did. Not his usual self at all. No introduction, just tells us to get our textbooks out, open to page whatever, and prepare to take notes. He begins lecturing and that's when shit went down. He snapped. A younger, maybe late 20s woman came storming in demanding this is not close to over, this kid is his, and, judge, will be a part of its life. Judge calmly looks at her, looks at us, back at her, and asks her to leave saying this is not the time or place. Needless to say, we are all stunned. Holy shit, our judge professor had an affair and knocked up a 20-something. No faking way. After enough of her pestering and refusing to leave, he slams his book down, screams at her to get the fuck out, grabs her wrist, and storms out with her. We are all speechless. What the fuck just happened? 10 minutes go by. We are all not sure if we should leave, or what point then it happened. From the back of the lecture hall, second entrance, we hear face forward, and get your notepad ready. No one dared to look back, but it was our professor. He proceeded to question us on what color her hair was, what she was wearing, how tall she was, any notable identifiers, tattoos, etc. He approached the front of the class and calmly explained to the class that this was a demonstration to show how unreliable eyewitness testimony is. He asked each of us to read off our answers to his questions. You had people with answers ranging from she was wearing jeans to a zebra striped t-shirt. It was faking incredible how all over the place answers were. Not a single person had a completely accurate description. The girl came back to the classroom and introduced herself. She was a former student that was clerking for him at the circuit court. This was a demonstration he did every semester for his crim law class. He was the best professor I ever had. My mom is a disgustingly cheerful type. Literally always smiling or laughing, and any negativity that comes her way, she'll counter it with positivity. I'm a pretty positive person, but her level of positivity has always gotten on my nerves. Okay, so that's the type of person she is, and here's a story about her. My parents were always helpful to friends or family in need. My brother married a woman that had something like 9 kids, many of them adults or teenagers, so he didn't have to take care of a bunch of kids or anything. One of her kids gets out of jail and he's 17 to 18 I think, and needs a place to stay. My parents agree to let him live with us. He's a former gang member though, and his gang finds out he's been released and has been avoiding them. They took this avoidance to mean that he either ratted someone out or he's leaving the gang. They find out he's living in our house. They decide to show up and beat him up. Thing is, my dad was an old school thug. He had hundreds of scars on his arms from fist fighting in the 50s, 60s, 70s, even a few into the 80s and 90s. My mom is the always sunny type of lady, but she's been with my dad long enough to know what to do when shit goes down around Pops. Well, these guys knock on the door, and when my dad answers the door, they just bust right in and right past my dad. I'm in the back of the house, where my bedroom is, and Danny is in the middle of the house inside his bedroom. They bust into his room and two of them start clobbering him. One of them is stuck in the kitchen with my mom screaming her head off to get the fuck out of her house. I hear all the commotion, so I go see what's going on, and by the time I get there, this is what I see. My dad has gone to the middle bedroom, opened the door, and saw what was happening, and rather than going inside to help Danny, he yells, "Hey, call the cops. I'm locking this faking door on these assholes." Then he waits a few seconds before opening the door again, and I come in behind him to see one guy already jumped out the window. The other guy was struggling to as well, and my dad strolls over and ninja kicks this dude in the ass and he goes launching out the window. That window was like 8 to 9 feet from the ground, which was a cement pad. Lol. I keep going down the hall to check on my mom, and there's this guy that is like 6 feet 7 or so in the kitchen squared up to my mother, who is 4 minutes and 11 seconds. She isn't afraid or cowering. Nope. She's jumping into the air and knocking the fucking shit out of this guy. Every single time she jumps, she's nailing this guy in the jaw, and she's literally jumping like she's on a pogo stick. As soon as she lands, she's jumping and punching this dude. He's just stumbling backwards constantly with his eyes closed and trying to get away. She fucking pummeled that dude. Funniest shit I've ever seen my mom do. Looked like a cartoon. Point dude finally gets away and bolts out the door, and my mom is like, "Told you to get out of my house, punk. Come back and see what happens." Lol. My former high school math teacher. Dude did not like me because he had to deal with my asshole brother in another class. He assumed I will be the same. Guy never gave me a chance. One day Faker tells me as I'm staring at a Marine Corps poster in the class, "Can I please have your eyes on me and not something you'll never achieve?" His name was Mr. Newell. 4 years had passed, and I returned to my high school after completing boot camp. I had to do recruiting duty for 30 days. Long story short, I found out Mr. Newell was still teaching at the school, and in fact he was in the same class. The look on his face when I disrupted his class by casually walking in and right past his desk where he was sitting. He did not recognize me. Right over to that Marine poster, literally yanked it off the wall, pulled a black Sharpie out, autographed it for him, and walked it over to him and said, "Remember me, the one that wouldn't achieve this," slamming my autographed poster on his desk as he just looked at me with the reddest face I've ever seen. I began to walk away as he completely had a meltdown, followed by his lame yelling. Some students were in shock, and one yelled, "Fuck yeah." There was another Marine poster by the door. I yanked that one and told him he didn't deserve to have it. Before I made it to the quad, I was approached by 4 school security guards. I'm not a big guy at all. Yes, I acted petty, but no teacher should ever talk to a student the way he would to me. As a normally calm person, I can count on one hand the amount of times I've completely lost my shit. I'm also a short woman who has terrible coordination and has never been shown how to throw a punch correctly or defend herself. That said, 8th grade, science class, a boy who'd been bullying me since 3rd grade made a comment calling me Outbreak after the 1995 movie because acne scars on my face apparently looked like a contagious rash. Don't remember what I yelled, but next thing I knew he was on the ground with a bloody nose. Never bothered me again. In a bar in my early 20s. A dude I just met was making some very negative assumptions about me, my boyfriend at the time, and our life, and was getting more and more outrageous and offensive, and getting closer and more in my face. My friend grabbed my arm mid-swing with an empty bottle in hand and removed me from the situation. 3 and 4. Also my early 20s boyfriend listed in point 2. The first instance, we had just moved into a new apartment. I spent the whole long weekend cleaning, unpacking and making it nice. This motherfucker spit on my floor during a card game with a group of mutual friends. Refused to clean it up and got real nasty with me about it, insinuating that because I'm the woman, I'm the one responsible for cleaning his spit off of my floor. I disagreed with that sentiment. Long story short, I punched him in the face while he was sitting on a chair with wheels and sent him flying across the room. The second instance, he stole from one of our mutual friends, and I had to leave work in the middle of the day to go defuse that situation. Ended up with this 6'3" former military dude cowering in the corner while I'm screaming at him that we don't steal from friends. My volume/stands/whatever scared him enough to go to his mom's for a weekend. We broke up shortly after that. At the risk of tooting my own horn, I think I've been that guy. I'm not completely calm. I can get sharp with people, but I'm usually the mediator and organizer in my friend groups. If people fight, I'm usually the one to help them make up, that sort of thing. I threw a small party, 10-ish people, at my house years ago and invited some friends from different circles. Everyone knew me well, but some were meeting the others for the first time. The next day, one friend came to tell me that another had been sexually aggressive, let's say. He took no for an answer in the end, but even with alcohol as an excuse, he got too pushy and handsy and made her afraid. She actually gave him her phone number to get him to stop bothering her. I lost it. I didn't blow up. If anything, I remember feeling cold all over. I unfroze myself enough to talk her through it, apologize for not seeing what was happening and find out what she needed/wanted to do next. After getting her input, I called my other friend and told him I was coming over to talk. He was fumbling around getting ready for work, but his whole demeanor changed when he saw me. I don't know what I looked like. I still felt that same cold anger. I told him directly that he'd made a woman unhappy and afraid last night, that he was going to delete her phone number right this second in front of me, and that he needed to do some real soul searching about how he treats women. We had this short intense conversation for just a few minutes, and then I left. I'm happy to say the aftermath was about as positive as one could reasonably hope from this situation. My female friend never saw this guy again, and I never tried to bring them back into contact. My male friend, who is still a friend, took the experience to heart. We never talked about it in depth, but years afterward, also while drinking, he thanked me for helping him get his sheet together with women, and his expression told me clearly what he meant. I've never been angry that way since, and while it was a strangely powerful experience, I'd rather not have cause to feel that sort of anger again. The calm person who lost it is me. I was a waitressing through college and a male coworker constantly followed me around and sexually harassed me. I blew him off, ignored him, etc. for the longest time. I have a pretty long fuse, and it takes a long time to make me truly upset. Well, after a while the guy I was dating at the time broke up with me. I was in a horrible mood, but had to work. So I'm at work and clearly not in a super great mood, but I'm pretty chill, so it's whatever. Then my butthole coworker is once again following me around the restaurant and making sexual comments towards and about me. I tell him something to the effect of "Today's not a good day to do this, man," but he keeps it up. He follows me to the dish area, still running his mouth. I grab a stack of clean dishes from dish to put away, and he says something that breaks me. I can't remember what he said, but I swear I feel like I can literally hear something snap inside me. I just go into full-on blackout rage. I throw the dishes in my hand the ground. Most of them break, and I'm screaming now. I'm not even sure what I said to him, but I'm screaming curses at the top of my lungs at him, screaming loud enough that my head hurts after all of this. Everybody just stops and watches me melt down. Other coworkers, my boss, and butthole coworker. I'm not even forming a rational thought. Just losing my shit. I know guests in the restaurant can hear me. Once I'm done screaming, my boss pulls me aside and seems more amazed than mad. Not mad at all really, and just asks, "Are you okay?" I'm a bit infamous for the throwing the phone incident. Mild-mannered engineer who got shanghaied into working as an accountant in a $3 billion global corporation. Physical inventory time, and I wrote a massive manuscript access front-end to our SQL back-end application to do our inventory of our biggest plant, 50k SKUs, multiple locations, 500 people counting, 30 people doing data entry at night, and I'm running the data side. Had not really slept for about 3 days. And it's time to print the variance report. 50 supervisors and managers and auditors are waiting for this report so they can go out and double check sheet point it's not working. I'm hacking away like those bad SF movies. And people are clustered around the table where I'm working, asking me when I'll be done, interrupting me, faking up my chain of thought point, and my boss calls for the 5th time in 30 minutes, yells at me, demands to know when I will be done. I snapped. I'll be done as soon as I figure this out, if you will stop faking interrupting me, and I threw the phone across the room. Everyone slowly shuffled away. I took a deep breath, stretched, drank coffee. Leaned in and found the problem, fixed it, printed the reports, told my second in command that they were ready and to deliver them, waited a few minutes then went for a walk. I'm the one concerned here. Just for you to understand, I'm the quiet person who can sit alone and watch his environment without talking, who takes everything with a calm approach. When I was 15, I was at summer camp. In the bedroom in front of mine, there were 3 11-year-old kids who pissed me off during multiple days, but like usual, I didn't say nor do anything. I let them be immature on their own. One day, I asked a girl out and got rejected. Not gonna talk about it, LMAO. So I wasn't in a good mood. I went outside of the bedroom building just to watch the environment and other think, like usual. That's when I saw one of the 3 kids running from my bedroom to his multiple times, just to make me angry. Well, he did it. I was angry. My face completely changed. I had the face of a supervillain ready to blow up an entire city. I went to his room. He saw me angry and knew he was screwed, so he got on this bed. I took his foot, grabbed it, and threw his entire body violently on the ground. I began to choke him, but some girl took my arm and took me outside so I could calm down and think. After 3 minutes, I went back in to apologize. I don't know why, but let's say that's because I preferred being nice. He kept laughing at my face and I started being angry again. He saw it, went again on his bed, sheeting his pants, and I began to prepare my fist to destroy his face. While doing that, I had like a voice in my head telling me not to do it, and to think of all the consequences of this. I deviated my fist on the upper part of the bed. It was a bunk bed, with all of my then strength. After that, for the rest of the week, he and his friend were literally terrified of me. They wouldn't even approach me, and my hand hurts for an entire week. I run a lot of D&D games, and I used to run them with some friends and some not quite friends. One of the players was genuinely mentally challenged and fully convinced she was simply beyond people. I once watched her try to summon a fireball like a Dark Souls character because she was convinced you could if you tried hard enough, and a consistent problem over the course of my games for a year. But as she was the girlfriend of a player, I gave her an extra long leash on her bullshit. Well, halfway through a game where she had been obstructing and annoying everyone, we stopped for lunch, and one of my buddies offered to buy pizza, since we were mostly all poor and jobless. He asked the boyfriend to handle it, as it was their house, and we expected to get the usual pizza. But you see, she faking hated me, and I hated mushrooms. So she offered to handle it, and when the pizza showed up, it had liquid slurry kale thatched on top of mushrooms that were coating the piece from crust to crust. No cheese in sight. I asked what the fuck is this, and she responded food. Unsurprisingly, this infuriated my friend who was not supportive of this attack at me and this terrible pizza. So the moment we finished the game an hour later, me and the other 2 players who weren't part of that nightmare couple immediately left. As we walked down the street in silence, I turned to look at one of them and saw the deepest pit of rage in their eyes I've ever seen. It genuinely terrified me for a moment. They both agreed within 5 seconds that they'd never play with them again, and that was the last time I saw that miserable creature. I've got 100 more stories of her being faking psycho and trying to fuck everyone she meets, or screaming and flailing in public spaces, but I'll never forget seeing my buddy who was a big teddy bear, a guy I once watched, get bit by a cat and go, "Oh sweetheart, look like that." Yes, I was the person. In grade 9, there was this trend going around where guys were just finding other guys in the grade to fist fight after school, just for fun. I had no interest, but this kid named Johnny chose me and would not let go. So for multiple days, every time we crossed paths, he would bring up wanting to fight me, and as time went on he started to get more and more annoying / disruptive until French class one day. He sat at the desk in front of me with his back to me, and he would turn around occasionally to bug me. Eventually, about 4 days into him faking with me, he finally set me off. I had my backpack on top of my desk and was writing a quiz the teacher gave us for the last 20 minutes of class, and Johnny decided to turn around and gopes, "Hey PSSSSST," and I'm not sure if at first he was trying to make me nervous about the teacher thinking we were cheating. But that wasn't getting a reaction out of me, so he decided to take my backpack and shove it across my desk into my face. That in itself wasn't actually what set me off. It was the fact that as the backpack slid into me, it crumpled and ripped my quiz. Lol. I feel like the next actions weren't even voluntary, like my body just did it on its own. But I sprung up in the middle of this silent classroom, and I'm pretty sure my words were just "stand the fuck up." And he just kind of froze for a secretary and stared at me with his eyes wide, and then after a second he got a tough guy look on his face and his brow furrowed, and he sprung up too. I don't know why, but instead of throwing a punch, maybe because I had never thrown a punch, still haven't at 23 years old, my first inclination was to put my hands on his chest and shove him. And I shoved him a lot harder than I think I intended to. Because in my head, I pictured him stumbling into his desk behind him. This is not what happened. He launched through his desk and into the row behind that, which thankfully had nobody seated in it. So by the time his ass hit the floor, he had like 4 to 5 desks over top of him. Lol. Looking back, it was some Looney Tunes sheet. Him just sitting in a pile of disorganized desks. By the time he managed to get up and try to retaliate, the teacher was screaming at us to get out of her classroom. So I just sat in the hall. About 60 seconds later the teacher and Johnny came out too, and I was expecting to be reamed out for instigating it. But the best part of this story, I think the teacher had noticed Johnny faking with me the last few days, because she immediately went, "Johnny, what did you do?" And he was like, "What?" And she said that clearly he had faked with me to make me lose it like that. So she sent him to the office, and I got to go back into class. He still faked with me for a while after that, saying he wanted to fight still, but it definitely made him tone it back. My friend in his job. My friend is that type of person that you can mock, offend, or even make jokes that he doesn't simply care. He is one of the chillest person I've ever seen until you grab him. Once a guy that worked with him started picking him up because of a screw that is used in the factory they worked. He said he didn't see where the screw was. The guy didn't accept the answer and started to provoking him. He was chill, but the guy grabbed a hammer and went towards him. In the moment he grabbed my friend by his shirt, he simply switched from the most pacifist I've ever met to a bloody thirst monster. He punched the guy twice before he falls, and when he felt, he went to punch the guy more and more. The entire factory stopped working trying to stop him. The guy fainted. My friend tried to punch him more. There was blood in the floor. The guy fell and hurt his head. We saw everything on the camera. In the camera, you could see that it took 6 people to stop him, and they were struggling to hold my friend. Then he stopped, fit his clothes, and went away. Only in the next day he was fired, but his boss didn't argue, didn't say anything. The guy who grabbed my friend was the boss' son-in-law. They understood quite well what happened. They still talk to each other. What about my friend and that guy? After the incident, they never spoke again. I got the camera footage. I work to this factory in cameras and security systems. I'm not an employee, but I provide services. Yeah. Me. It was really late. Like 3 AM or something. I was house sitting for my mom and had fallen asleep on her couch. She lives in a rural suburb outside Houston, TX. My parents were teachers, so we grew up pretty broke. That taught me patience, empathy, and kindness. I'm calm, collected, and easygoing. When my dad died, she was able to use the life insurance money to get the house. Since she lives alone with my younger brother, she got motion sensor lights and a dog. Well, the dog starts going nuts in the way he only does when we have a visitor, and all the lights switch to on. And then I hear glass breaking. I hate violence, but I've been shot before, Story for another time. So I have an R15. I grab it, grab some shoes, and go out the back door to see what's going on as quietly as I can. I don't know what to think. This has never happened to me. From the last time I was shot, I made the decision that if I was ever in a situation like this, I would not hesitate to shoot someone if it even seemed like I was in danger. I walked around to the driveway with my rifle, trying to stay in the dark the whole way, and there it was. Two people going through my car. Pulling the trigger would have been legally justified, but I hate the idea of killing. So I shot at a ditch. Do not worry, I'm also a certified RSO, so I would not operate in a way that put anyone else at harm. The ditch is basically a berm to scare them. Well, it worked, and I started shouting at them to get the fuck out of property before I murder them and use their bodies as fuck pillows. Just insane shit. I really wanted to scare them. Well, they froze up. They were just two teens I recognized. I think I scared them so bad they didn't know how to run. I don't know why they didn't run. Was stupid of them not to point, but I guess when a naked man in Skechers with an R15 is shouting at you about murdering you and faking your corpse, the fight or flight thing gets weird. So I told them I knew them. I knew where they lived. I know their parents. And I have them on camera now, --cam FTW. And I told them to go back home, or I'd shoot them in the feet and wait for the cops. Bluffing. I'm not going to shoot a teen I know, so they leave. Next day the cops show up and arrest me for assault with a deadly weapon. Luckily, again, --cam had the whole thing, and those kids went to jail for lying to the cops and burglary. All I ever intended to do was hustle their folks to pay for my broken window and clean the shit out of my car anyway. That's my story. Get a camera for your car. Edit. Some grammar edit too. I left out a lot of details regarding the police interaction because it was boring and I don't like typing with my thumbs. I saw the quiet kid in my school, we'll call him Tim, go apeshit on a guy. It was poetry in motion. Tim was a quiet guy on the spectrum and kept to himself. Super talented artist and a sweet guy. Once he'd open up to you, but he just preferred to stay to himself. Respect. He was constantly getting harassed by an asshole guy in my grade. Let's call him Joe. Exchange student. Thought some skills on the football pitch have him rights to be a dick to the entire student body. He used to torment Tim endlessly. Made fun of his clothes, his glasses, his drawings. He'd call him XXX constantly and would throw shit at him in the cafeteria. I'm ashamed to say most of us wanted him to stop, but never actually got involved to stop it. One day, Joe goes to Tim at lunch and pours Gatorade on a drawing Tim was working on, all while chanting XXX over and over in a sing-song voice. Tim snapped. He kicked Joe in the balls, and when he doubled over, hit him with the most beautiful Mike Tyson uppercut you ever saw. Almost popped Joe out of his Jordans. Once Joe went down, Tim took his lunch tray and gave him an almighty beach slap. Joe was out cold. The whole cafeteria sat in awe of this absolute hero. Tim just sat back down, took out another notebook, and started a new drawing. Joe was suspended for instigating the fight, and Tim was also suspended for a slightly lesser time. But from that day forward, Joe never ever messed with Tim again. A friend of mine since high school is usually the most chilled out guy. We got stopped at a border crossing for a routine check. Granted, it was in the middle of the night. We were the only ones, also in quite a loud car without a front license plate, which are mandatory in Europe. I had some weed in the pockets of my jacket. We always put there just in case we get stopped, so my friend/owner of the car won't get the extra trouble. It didn't take them long to find the first bag. We had 3 bags with a total of 10G for the holiday, and we didn't hid it or anything, just in different pockets. It's still fun and games, laughing a bit with the border patrol, who are surprisingly chill about it. They find the other 2 and still laughing and asking if we are sure we don't have more, which at this point we genuinely didn't have. They proceed to take my friend into a holding cell/office to interrogate him, meanwhile searching the car top to bottom, getting the suitcases out etc. At this point I'm still outside, just waiting until they're done. After about 2 hours they come outside asking me to please take my friend with me and just go, something among the lines he's crazy in bad English. I find my friend fuming, and in a state I've never seen him. The translator apologizing to him, trying to calm him down. Me being very confused. What happened? They though the small bags of weed were a distraction for more drugs in the car. Fair enough. My friend trying to collaborate with them. It didn't help they had a translator there who didn't really speak English. But they were telling him they were going to bring a dog to search the car, and if he gave it up now there would be less problems. He was completely fine with it, but after more than an hour of hearing the same, and not being able to properly communicate, he got so mad the dog didn't arrive yet. It's about 3 AM now, and we've been on the road since 10 AM. He completely lost it, and in a way, that they couldn't get him to calm down, throwing around stuff in the office ECT, including his own. It was a mess really, and until this day I'm surprised that after that, they just let him go and even apologized. We didn't get the weed back, but also didn't hear anything more about it. My boyfriend is 6 foot, but naturally broad, so he looks bigger. He's usually a giant teddy bear, super friendly and always the first one to try and diffuse an argument. I'm 5'1" and happen to be non-binary. We were at a social thing in a pub. Someone we knew brought their friend along who was very drunk before even turning up. The friend and I chatted for a little bit and the topic of trans people came up, which I guess flipped a switch in this guy's drunk brain. He told me a long, rambling story about how his friend was beaten up for being gay, and how non-binary people don't know what oppression is, because I'd never been beaten up myself. He kept insisting I admit it wasn't the same, and that non-binary people are just posers. I said repeatedly that I wasn't comfortable talking about this, and if he didn't let it go then I was walking away. But when I tried to walk away the guy got up and physically blocked my path, reaching out like he was going to grab me. My boyfriend roared "Don't touch him" loud enough that most of the bar went quiet, and I took advantage of the guy's sudden lack of attention to slip past and head outside. I couldn't hear most of the words from outside, but I could hear my boyfriend loudly berating this guy for being a dick, trying to grab me, etc. After a minute my boyfriend came outside with me, and we went home, because I was pretty shaken up. I've never seen him be aggressive towards a stranger before or since, but it was heartening to know how much he cares about me. One of the boys in my class was a kinda quiet and wasn't completely accepted by the other boys, so he would sometimes play the clown during group assignments, which I found annoying. Another boy was a bit more accepted, but his way to get there was insulting the girls, so I definitely didn't like him. One time the quiet boy was sitting next to someone that the insulter wanted to sit next to. So he tried to convince him to change seats, and after a while for whatever reason a lot of the boys got invested and also kept trying to get the quiet boy to get up and sit elsewhere. It got to the point where the quiet boy was almost crying. You'd think the quiet boy was gonna lose it, right? No, actually, the normally calm teacher blew up completely. He was screaming incredibly loud about how bullying was not okay, and was so forceful that the insulter he was screaming at started crying and actually said that he would never bully someone because he himself was getting bullied by the other boys. After that the teacher had conversations with the quiet boy and the insulter separately, as well as with the whole class. Theme being, bullying is never okay. As one of the girls, I'm still not sure if the insulter was in fact getting bullied or not. I just found it glorious to see him cry after all the crap he had said about me. I went to a severely conservative Christian school for 5 grades and there was a teacher who was one of the nicest soft-spoken people ever. She was naive and steeped in the puritanical hyper-religious dogma, but she was never malicious. Now, this school used a quite controversial curriculum that took biblical literalism to extremes, so a lot of it was just straight up indoctrination and evangelical propaganda. It hit all the bingo squares: purity culture, racism, lack of comprehensive sex education, misogyny, homophobia, gender roles, etc. Needless to say, everyone was brainwashed to a certain extent. We had weekly Bible classes with this super nice teacher up in a stuffy classroom that always smelled of burnt lint. The one thing she got passionate about was teaching about scripture, which was actually just teaching the indoctrinated interpretations of scripture she learned from the pastor, including those good old tax-exempt political opinions. One of her berserk buttons was other religions. She saw any other religion than evangelical Christianity as evil. Even Jewish traditions were disparaged because they view Jesus as a prophet and not as the Messiah. Sorry if that's wrong, that's how she explained it. We were all kids that drew things on our notebooks like peace signs, that S thing, and the yin and yang symbol. She did not like that at all. This school was stupidly strict in its rules about things they perceived as evil. Think of the Satanic Panic, but an early 2000s adaptation of it. Everything from Harry Potter to rock music was evil to them. This teacher didn't like us doodling those symbols because they represented things that were counter to the fundy culture. Peace signs equals drugs, sexual liberation, feminism, anti-war protests, that rocking and rolling devil music. Weird S thing equals Satan. Everything that isn't Jesus in this culture is Satan. And the yin and yang equals Buddha. Point, you might be like, no, that's Confucianism/Taoism. To this teacher, she thought it was a symbol of Buddhism. Fundy Christians see Buddhism as evil because it promotes a deity of acceptance and pacifism. And, if we're honest, who isn't depicted as being Caucasian? She got super angry about us questioning her dislike of the yin and yang and just screamed, "It means Buddha." I still have traumatic dreams about those days. I've been realizing that she was one of the most effective types of recruiters into such a fundamentalist culture. Not all fire and brimstone Christians are angry people screaming at pride parades or outside clinics. Some are honestly really nice people. If you're wondering how people join cults and hate groups, sometimes it's because a person offered them friendship and inclusivity at the roughest, loneliest parts of their lives. Me. My buddy and I were in the boss's office one day at work. He and I were the top guys on the shift. Not bragging, that's just the way it was. Most of the other guys were poor performing techs who had slowly ground my boss's patience down over the years, and he was just sick of dealing with their shit. They took days off all the time. They would be absent and would just make up excuses. The boss basically just gave up on disciplining them. They got away with everything. My buddy and I were annoyed about it, but we got our work done and tried to let it be. This went on for years. Unfortunately, this dynamic meant that the boss expected us to be around at all times. We couldn't take a day off because the other guys would take the vacation slots first. This was a weekly occurrence, by the way. My buddy and I would want to take a half day to head to a concert or something, but the boss would say no. It was very unfair, and as time went on, we began to become very resentful of the unfair treatment. One day, a former co-worker of ours called up and invited us to come see him at his new job and get a tour of the data center at a very well-known social media company. We were super excited and knew this would be so cool and fun. I immediately knew the boss wouldn't let us go and told my buddy as much, but we went and asked anyway. The boss gave us the usual excuses and an IDA request. What happened next, I don't fully recall. I remember becoming instantly engaged to a degree that I've never been before in my life. I think I began yelling and protesting and demanding that he let us go just this once. But he stood his ground and didn't listen to my protests about how those other guys do whatever they want and face no repercussions. I ended up storming out. When my buddy found me, he was really concerned, and that my face had literally gone red before my tirade. I was kind of freaked out because I didn't have full recall of exactly what I said or did. I know people who get blackout drunk do things they don't remember, but this was different. It had never happened before that or ever since. My neighbor a couple houses down, M50, is a pretty chill guy. He takes pristine care of his home and yard despite being a smaller place in a shady neighborhood. He also took care of his mother until she died last month. I didn't see him much after that until yesterday when I was heading out for a job at noon. He was pacing in his driveway talking about how a neighbor was trying to steal from him. He was super upset, so I gave him one of my security cams so he could keep an eye on things. When I came back from the job 4 hours later, he was still there pacing, but now he was holding a 2x2. I asked him what he was doing and he said there were people in and under the 2 Saturn Vus in his driveway, in his garbage cans, and in the truck next door watching him. So I brought him something to drink and called in a health and welfare visit from the non-emergency line. He was all there when I talked to him, but he was hallucinating. I left because there wasn't anything I could do for the guy. I heard something going down about 30 minutes later and went out to see him smashing apart his own cars with the 2x2. He broke all the tail lights, mirrors, a couple windows, and banged up the hoods. I recorded the aftermath and me talking to him about the dudes in his empty car. I bought it by to him the next day when he was sobered. Thankfully he had family there. When I went by, we'll probably have him over for dinner tonight too. My boyfriend of 4 years that I have a child with. I fell for him because of many things, but the fact that he is very calm and caring and didn't make a fuss about anything was some of them. In the beginning of our relationship we went to a party where I met some of his friends for the first time. I introduced myself and we talked a little, then one of my friends came up to me and pulled me away a bit, gave me a hug and asked how I was etc. I see over my friend's shoulder that one of my boyfriend's friends whisper something to my boyfriend, and my boyfriend completely switched from his happy and proud look and grabs the guy by the shoulder and drags him away. I get a little confused but tell my friend that I'm gonna follow them because I get a little worried. My boyfriend drags him outside and starts screaming things me like, "Don't ever talk about her that way and you don't faking know her." His friend starts laughing and scream back at him, "She's a faking hoe, can't you tell? She's way too good looking for you anyways, you should let me fuck her instead." My boyfriend then completely loses it and starts hitting his friend straight in the face, pushes him to the ground and just goes mad. I'm in shock at the moment and just stand there watching, but people that were outside smoking comes up and tries pulling him off, and after a few minutes they succeed. At this point I'm like, let's leave, I'm not comfortable with this, but my boyfriend that's back to his normal calm self just tells his friend to please leave and he does, and we go back inside. I still don't know what his friend whispered to him because he refused to tell me to this day. We never met that friend of his again. I've seen him a couple of times, but he won't even look me in the eyes. He has never lost his temper after that, and when I told his other friend about it, that can't really believe it. Me. I'm a relatively new psychiatric nurse. I was in my first month off of orientation. We had a patient who was currently psychotic and acting in an agitated and hostile way. As a result, we gave him an emergency injection. This injection is a combination of Ativan, an anti-anxiety medication, Haldol, an antipsychotic, and Benadryl, antihistamine that is supposed to help reduce side effects. With my patients, even if they are in a psychotic state of their disease, I always stay calm and respectful, tell them what is going on and why, and usually you can get to them through the psychosis on some level. Most people don't want to hurt others when psychotic, but they basically get sent into fight or flight mode. So we gave the guy his injection. Unfortunately, we had to call security and use force. I hate doing this. He is now walking the locked psychiatric unit. I'm the only big guy on staff, so I take the lead redirecting him to his room, keeping an arm's length away from him as I do. I tell him he needs to lay down in bed. He's going to get dizzy, sleepy, and groggy soon, and I don't want him to fall. As I'm escorting him to his room, again arm's length away, gently guiding him with my fingertips. We get to his bed, and in a flash, he closes the distance and slaps me across the face. I was shocked that my head did not move at all. I'm in shock. I'm still calm. I tell him, hey, look, lay down, take it easy, get some sleep, you're going through some shit right now, you'll feel better in the morning. He slapped me again. I unfortunately came unglued. I picked this guy up by his wrists and pinned him to his mattress and proceeded to yell at him with a death grip on his wrists. I was yelling, you do not hit us. We need to keep everybody safe. You are now a threat to everybody, and I have to hold you until you faking relax. I have always had a bad temper, childhood trauma, and have put in a ton of work to learn how to control it, and have not lost my cool like that in 6 years. My coworkers were shocked to see this 6'3", 280-pound teddy bear just straight up throw this guy like a ragdoll. I will also say, he was 100% okay. I had a few days off after this and processed what happened. When I came back to work, the patient actually gave me a hug and a kiss on the cheek, inappropriate for our unit, but I know he felt bad about slapping me. 90% of my patients are the sweetest people. They are just going through a hard time, and it can be hard sometimes to basically guide them through. I lived my childhood years with my grandparents in a Eastern European country. Being from the countryside, I was taught all sorts of things by my grandfather, like how to chop a chicken head, how to butcher a pig, how to cut grass with a scythe, how to ride a horse, how to cut wood for the fireplace. Well, all the basics of a countryside farm. It was a simple but rewarding life. I was 6 or 7. Of course I didn't butcher a live pig myself, but I watched and learned. You can say that it's traumatizing to some extent. My parents were working in a more civilized European country. They lived in the city. At 7 years old they decided to take me with them, and it was a cultural shock, learning a new language, adapting to a new and quite different environment, seeing all the cars and city life. I went to school without knowing a single word, so I didn't speak much, and didn't make friends at first. I was the quiet kid, not because I wanted, but because I couldn't interact. One day I brought a toy in class, the ones you find in chocolate kinda eggs. There was this kid who stole it, and I started arguing with gestures and whatnot. Teacher saw all that, and decided to confiscate the toy, because she didn't know who it belonged to. During recreation that kid started running in the hallway and I took the opportunity to push him. He lost a tooth, and I was put in detention. I vividly remember how the teacher screamed at me. She pulled my shirt and shoved me on a chair. After some hours I was brought back in class with the kid and his parents. I was told to apologize, but I didn't. Half of it was because I didn't want to, and the other half because I couldn't understand what they were telling me. I learned it afterwards when my mother was called in. That kid changed school a month later because his parents said that other kids were bullying him. All bullshit. He was the bully and played the victim. Years passed and I learned the language. I adapted and I became one with the environment. I became a calm person and didn't snap another time. Now I'm a chill person, but deep down I know I can still chop a chicken head with one axe motion. I still have that part of countryside me somewhere inside. At this point in life my dream is to retire somewhere in the countryside, reliving those free spirit moments. By the way, I never apologized to the sheethead. Who knows what he's up to these days. My grandfather is the most kind and caring human I know. He's UN-phased by everything. At least I thought so up until a few years ago on Christmas Eve. My family is evangelical Christian, but it's tradition for our whole family to go to the Catholic midnight mass. We arrive in 2 cars and park next to each other across the street from the church, where we've always parked. It's a snowy night, and we rush out to the cars at about 2:15 AM, only to discover both cars we arrived in disappeared. We live in Denver, so shout out to Wyatt's Towing for entirely bringing out the crazy I didn't even know existed in my grandpa. We get a ride to the toll lot and find out the only way to get our vehicles back is by paying $400 in cash for each car. At this point my grandpa is shaking his head in disbelief at the situation and raises his voice for the first time in my life at the woman working the booth at 3 AM on Christmas Eve. Can you have any compassion? Do you all get some sick satisfaction by doing this to people? My entire family is out in the element on Christmas Eve and you're telling me we can't go home unless we shell out $800 in cash at 3 AM. He goes off on this poor lady until we all calm him down enough to make a plan to come up with the cash and come back to get our cars. It was a very late night and we didn't get home until about 5 AM, but we tried to make the best of our circumstances. I'll never forget how angry he was. It made the whole situation feel a lot worse because he's an even-tempered guy. TLDR, religious grandpa gets to cars towed during midnight mass on Christmas Eve and completely flips his sheet on the employee who would not release our cars until coughing up $800 in cash at 3 AM. When I was in the field training program, police, my 4th phase training officer was a guy who had 20 years on and was a former priest. He was a quiet, tall, ordinary looking man who was soft spoken and full of old man wisdom. Never heard him raise his voice even in tense situations. The 4th phase trainers wore plain clothes and were just observers who rode with the probationary officers for the most part. I got a call for an in-progress bank robbery and I was only a few blocks away. I pulled into the lot. Rookie mistake, as notes were coming in. There was one masked suspect in the bank and another caller said they came in a beat up SUV. Just so happens that I parked directly behind the SUV. My FTO calmly said, "Stay in the car." He walked up to the SUV, in plain clothes mind you, and pointed his gun at the driver's head. His level of confidence and stoicism displayed in his face and body language as he spoke this even made me paralyzed. He almost sounded bored when he said, "Make any sudden movements, and I'll put a bullet in your head." Dude had a gun in the door handle that he didn't even glance at. We got them both eventually arrested without any problems. My FTO got back in the car and said, "I'm hungry, let's eat." I know this wasn't a completely lose their shit situation, but you had to be there to feel the change. Still gives me chills 16 years later. My dad. Dad is the typical goofy clown dad. Always smiling, funny, joking around. Can have very deep converse. Overall a really nice person. He isn't a big guy either, 175 cms, with a bare belly. When this happened he was around 57 to 58. Your typical goofy old man. We are Hungarian. It's relevant because we were working abroad with other Hungarians, but Hungarians who lived in Romania. They had a complex about it that they need to prove that they are even more Hungarian than the Hungarians living in the motherland, that were from a very underdeveloped and rural place as well, and very traditional. My dad would say, "It'd say primitive af." I went to work there to Austria when I lost my job, and dad said I could go. They need people. The others automatically started to single me out. I was a 22 years old young girl. I had a relationship back home, but as my boyfriend wasn't with me to supervise me it didn't count. All the women working there had their husbands working there too. I needed to put up with daily sexual harassment from them, like straight up asking me, "How's my coochie feeling today?" and other shit. Boss was a Romanian Hungarian as well, and she said, "Well, ignore it." It was clear she wasn't gonna do anything about it. Her husband was Austrian, but he didn't really consider us humans, to be honest. Like most Westerners don't consider people from the eastern parts more than primitive cheap white workforce. One day, one of the guys got handsy, groped me, and I reflexively slapped the ever-living shit out of them. Guy got so pissed a woman hit him that he grabbed the back of my neck and started to shake me. My dad within 3 seconds had the guy howling beneath him, locked in an aikido, don't faking mess with someone who did it for 30 years form, and I saw in his eyes that he was contemplating breaking his wrist, elbow, and shoulder in one quick twist. Other guy grabbed dad from behind to pull him off, but he was flying over dad's head in a second, landing on the already down guy. Another started to rush dad, but dad put his arm up and yelled, "Don't." My guy froze right there and didn't dare to move. Dad then grabbed my hand, took me into our room. We both packed our sheet in complete silence and union. The women came in and tried to beg for us to stay, but dad yelled at them that peace will never be an option. After they put their hands on me, we went over to the boss house where dad explained what happened. And the boss said we can't go anywhere until tomorrow, but we can use their spare room. To cut the story short, dad and boss with boss wife translated, got drunk that day while talking, and boss ended up letting go the guy's dad thrown to the ground and begging dad to stay. And the rest never ever faked with me or dad. Who I've been this person. Normally I'm pretty laid back, upbeat, and positive. Some years back I was working at a fairly nice restaurant in my city as a server and cold line cook, salads, appetizers, and desserts. I had a coworker who was about as incompetent as you can get, constantly disappearing for like 30 minutes at a time, making the wrong food, all the fun things. It annoyed me when I was working the line with him, but when I was serving it didn't bother me too much. Until one day. I had been working 12-hour days for a couple months to make some extra money, but also really respected my boss and wanted to help him out in a pinch. I would come in at 8 AM for morning kitchen prep, drive home to shower, and change around 3, and come back from 4:10ish to serve. Long days, but worth it. So one day, this problem coworker mouths off to me across the handoff, while I'm serving about leaving him to struggle back there and not leaving him prepped. This guy, this dumbass that can't make a salad dressing with directions in front of him. Nope. I snapped. Hey you, no, look at me. Eyes up here dumbass. Are you serious? Are you seriously calling me lazy? Me. Look at me. If you ever talk shit to me again I will faking light you on fire. No, I'm not joking. Look at me. So I look like I'm joking? I will light you on fire and watch you burn. Got it? But now make the apps for my faking table. Not my best moment, but the message was received. I'm a little late to this party, but my dad has always been pretty even keel. Like, you can watch a movie with him and not know if he's enjoying it or not, since his face doesn't change expression. Only at the end, when he will chuckle and ask if there are any more movies like that we can watch. Will you no point anyway. Back in the late 90s my grandparents were going a little senile. We'd already had lots of phone scammers call asking for personal information. Some of them got like $10k out of them before we realized what was happening. We put up signs in their kitchen to not give out their personal information over the phone. Like if someone called them claiming to be from the bank, get their name and call their branch and see if it is a real problem kinda thing. Well, one time we were visiting and the phone rang. Nana answered it and you could hear her start to go for her wallet to get her credit card. Dad asked for the phone to talk to the guy. The man on the other end immediately said he wanted to keep talking to my grandmother. That he only wanted to talk to my grandmother. And dad refused and said he was now dealing with him. The man wouldn't continue to do whatever business he wanted to do and started threatening my dad. After a few minutes of heated conversation the man said I'm in your town. Are you scared? My dad puffed up and said you tell me where and when and I'll meet you. The guy hung up. I've never seen my dad so red in the face. I was that person. I'm normally pretty unemotional and I have a high tolerance for things usually, but I have a sibling who is extremely passive aggressive and will do things specifically to annoy you or that they know bothers you just because. For example, I remember as kids, if we went out to eat somewhere, which was rare since we were poor, and they ordered something that came with a side they didn't like, I would ask them for it and they would tell me no, even though they weren't going to eat it. If my parents tried to take it from them to give it to me, since they hated wasting food, sibling would either spit in it or throw it on the floor. They would rather throw it away than give it to me. Since we shared a bathroom, if they used the shower, whenever they were done, they would turn the shower head to face outside so whenever I turned the water on it would spray me with water. Totally petty and unnecessary shit like that, for years, every single day. Before anyone suggests this was normal sibling teasing, it was not. I lived through it. It would take too much time and space to describe some of the psychotic things they did, completely without provocation, so I left a lot out on purpose. It also wasn't always like that. We were super close as kids, then around puberty their behavior started to change and get really nasty. On the day in question, our parents were not there for some reason. We were teens, so leaving us alone was fine, and the entire night they had been doing just minor things like that, or making little homophobic comments. I remember having dinner in the living room, and getting up to go to the kitchen to get something, and when I came back, my sibling moved from where they were sitting to my seat, even though my plate and glass were there. I asked them to move, because I was sitting there, and they said no. We argued, more homophobic comments from them, etc. I don't remember a lot of the argument point. I just remember feeling a lot of adrenaline because I was getting really angry and then feeling a sense of calm. I was emotionless and stopped talking and just stared at them for a bit. Then, I remember going into the kitchen, seeing one of my parents' large paintbrushes in the sink, taking it and going back into the living room and then beat the shit out of my sibling's head with it. I don't remember hitting them, just remember stopping when a drop of blood hit the TV. Then I just remember stopping, wiping the blood off the TV screen. They ran to their room, and I sat and finished my dinner. It was actually kind of scary, because had something more substantial been out in the open or easily accessible, they would have been way more seriously injured. They only bled a little and the next day just had a big bump on their head. No serious injuries, and no serious cuts. My parents never punished me for it, maybe because I had been asking them for several years to send them to a psychiatrist and they wouldn't do anything about it, and my siblings' behavior was becoming worse. I guess I reached my limit. It did not get better either. I cut off contact with them years ago and have essentially disowned them. Nothing like that has happened since. Yeah, I did this. I had to deal with a selection of would-be bullies when I transferred schools. One guy was just the annoying kind who would spitball at me in class and that sort of thing. I noticed he was always the last to leave, so waited for him the next time, where he would be alone with no witnesses. I go up to him and tell him it needs to stop or I will fix it. He then makes the mistake of laughing in my face and saying, "What am I going to do about it?" I saw Ed for the first time in my life, lifted him up by grabbing the front of his shirt and proceeded to throw him around the classroom for a bit and then told him never to fuck with me again. Then I left him and calmly walked out the building trying to avoid anyone seeing me. He went crying to the principal, but because there were no witnesses I just denied everything so as an olive branch to his two parents. And they likely knew I did it, but had no proof. They suspended me for a week. No more being messed with by him ever. In fact, he stopped messing with everyone, and I just never interacted with him again. At the same time, seeing red made me kind of afraid what I might do, so I chilled out a lot after that, and said I'd only get physical like that if I was attacked in future. My biology teacher in high school was probably my favorite teacher. She was very chill and made class enjoyable. She was also very lax about things. The worst I had seen at the time was her being very sarcastic, but she never got angry. Then one day she passed out permission slips for something. I think it was for dissecting a pig, and told us to have our parents sign it and bring it back. This one dude who must have been high AF or something signed the permission slip with a fake signature from his parent and brought it up to her in the middle of the same class not even 5 minutes later. She was literally in the middle of a lecture and he just walked right up and handed her the signed slip that she had just signed. Like, it was the dumbest case of faking a parent's signature I've ever seen. My teacher just started yelling at him and the rest of us were trying not to laugh. Dude even had the balls to say it was legit and he didn't fake the signature. My guess is that foggy state of mind he saw the permission slip and thought it was an old one he hadn't turned in because he was paying zero attention. The teacher basically called him a faking idiot in more family friendly but loud terms and told him this was the stupidest thing she had ever seen from a student. And to make it worse, that he had done it literally in front of everyone and interrupted class for this stupidity. She gave him a dressing down in front of everyone, and part of me feels that maybe I should felt bad for him, but he had it coming. She told him in no uncertain terms that he would not be able to participate in the unit and that they would be having a conversation with his parents and the principal. That was the only time I saw her angry, and as someone who has taught I totally understand. It's one thing for your students to cheat or fake something, but to do it in such an asinine way that literally everyone can tell you did it, then you dare to lie and say you didn't in front of everyone. I'd be extremely disappointed and mad too. I'm about to trauma dump like and sob here for a moment, but it fits. I promise. It was me. It was a month ago. I'm not sorry. Trigger and sheet. When my kids told me that their former stepfather molested them, I stayed calm. When we made all the appropriate CPS and police reports, I stayed calm. Advocacy interviews, I stayed calm. Being interviewed about my knowledge of his whereabouts, calm. His avoiding the police, like he was Al Capone month after month, calm. The news of his arrest, calm. Being told that he was admitting responsibility to the charges, calm. Arraignment, calm. Court walkthrough with my children, calm. 90-minute deposition about any other crimes I may have knowledge of his involvement in, calm. Probable cause conference, where we delayed for 2 weeks because no one had even viewed my children's interviews or filed the appropriate petitions. I lost it. Even though this is normal and was to be expected at some point. First, I called the prosecutor's office. I yelled, and I yelled a lot. The prosecutor was the first one to return my call. He apologized, but couldn't understand my anger. I informed him that my anger was not anger, but justified rage, because 5 years earlier, they had dropped the ball and not prosecuted my daughter's case against the same man for the same thing. That case was reopened that day. I demanded another court walkthrough with time for my kids to ask questions. I demanded the therapy dog. I demanded that petitions be readied for in chambers testimony in closed courtrooms. So far, all of these demands have been met. I called our detective and yelled at him too, as this was a chain of custody issue with the recordings from advocacy. He did not return my message. He did, however, call our CPS worker for the first time in weeks and formally request the needed documents from him. So, I'm calling it a win. I called our worker and yelled at him too. He apologized and let me yell, and then let me know that this was an issue with the detective, and that he couldn't release files without a request, which they hadn't sent, but did send by the end of that day. I called the sheriff and ripped into him via voicemail too. If Ghost is the best of the best, the most elite, then why the actual fuck can you not make a simple hand-to-hand transfer of a goddamn diskette from the prosecution to the defense and file 2 faking forms that I know were delivered to you personally 11 days ago? The best of the best can get shit done in 11 days. I now have a sergeant at my disposal, because they gave me one the next day, to contact with any issues at all, and he is handling the oversight of all 3 cases with all 3 of my kids. Since we are dealing with 3 different jurisdictions and a civil case rolled into the criminal plea deal they are going to try offering him. I have never even raised my voice to law enforcement. Never. But I lost it, and shit got done. A few years ago I saw this guy and his girl getting harassed by this random dude at a bus station. He keeps coming up to them asking really personal questions. The girl was really uncomfortable. The dude who was with the girl tried to talk to him calmly and get him to go away, but after the 3 to 4 time he came back I saw this dude let it all out. Dude stood up and was like a foot higher than the harassing dude. He went faking apeshit, started screaming in his face sounding like army drill instructor, yelling about how he was a waste of oxygen and space, how his mother should be ashamed of him. Other dude didn't take this kindly and also began yelling back. Eventually it turned into a fist fight. The harassing dude got knocked out and the other 2 left, called the cops. Nothing happened to the harassing guy other than maybe learning a lesson. The dude with the girl was me. She was my ex at that time. She had just got out of hospital from being assaulted by a stranger a few months before. Got hurt pretty bad. She's okay now. I don't know if I did the right thing, but I did the thing that seemed right at the moment. I've never been that mad before or since. Usually I'm really calm. No charges were pressed and I haven't seen him since. If you are out there reading this, I'm sorry about this whole ordeal. I didn't want it to happen that way. Yeah, that guy was me. Happened more than once, to tell the truth. This one wasn't the most explosive, but it was the most recent point. When I was in college, I had one class where I got along with everyone except these 2 class clown assholes who sat in the row behind me. They'd spend the lessons faking around, making stupid voices, and laughing at their own twattery like it was the funniest shit ever. It got old really fast. I hated them, and they hated me, and we'd had more than one verbal confrontation. One time I told them that people like them should never be allowed to breed, and another time I told one of them that the best part of them ended up as a stain on their mother's mattress. This was almost always where our little spats ended. What little patience I still had with them wore particularly thin after I was put with them in a group project, and I did 80% of the work, which I made obvious at every opportunity. I made sure to put my name first in bold lettering on the final assignment. The day I full on faking snapped came when I walked into class and they were screwing around with this buzzer that made a ringing bell sound whenever it was pressed, and one of them thought it would be simply hilarious to set it off right next to my ear. Now I don't know what it was about this particular incident, but my immediate reaction was to slap it out of his hand and yell at them in no uncertain terms to fuck off with that goddamn bell. I'm unsure what happened to the buzzer or the actual lesson, come to think of it, but I was too pissed off to care. The teacher made up some excuse for me to stay behind and ask me if I wanted to report it to the board of teachers, usually reserved for stuff like frequent bullying. I said yes. A few days later I had a meeting with my head of year where I told them everything with my best friend, who shared a class with one of them and could provide further evidence of their asshole to back me up. A day or 2 later they were taken out of class and came back about 20 minutes later. They were silent for the rest of the lesson. Unfortunately their tomfoolery continued, but they never came after me again. I don't know if they ever realized I reported them. The teachers kept it anonymous, though it wouldn't have been hard to work it out, and I don't really care. I haven't seen nor talked to either of them since I left college. I should also mention that they made fun of the incident in our class group chat, which killed both the group chat and any goodwill my classmates had for them. Well, this one is about myself and happened like a week ago. I'm a really calm and chill dude and can't even remember the last time I raised my voice. So this'll begin with my credit card expiring. In my country we have this bullshit scam company who for some reason had been allowed to get a monopoly on private parking. Where I live there's simply no public parking and the only option is to park in private parking houses and it costs like $150 a month. I also have to mention that I could probably write a whole book with stories about how this faking company has managed to find me both in the parking house and elsewhere in my city, and a fine is like $120. So, back to the story. My credit card expires and I receive an email that they couldn't charge my card and I should go update the payment method on their website. So I go do that and think nothing of it until I receive another email saying they still can't charge, which I found very weird. This time they also told me today if I didn't update my card before 6 next morning my subscription would be terminated. So I go back to the website and find out that it's not enough to change the card details under the menu called payment cards, but I also need to dig up my subscription specifically and change the card there. So I do. I wake up the next day at 10 to an email saying they still can't charge and that my subscription have been cancelled. I go check my card and lo and behind there's a faking yellow ticket on the window. I have to go with my pregnant wife and the dog to appointment, so we drive off and I decide to call the company since I thought it would be easy to get the fine cancelled since there must have been some kind of mistake. Boy was I wrong. The first person I reach quickly transfers me to whom I assume is their dedicated bringer of bad news. This lady I reach smugly informs me that I'm no longer a customer of theirs, so I can go fuck myself. She further mentions that I'm more than welcome to contact this other company who's the one managing the fines and parking guards and complain to them. This is where I lose my shit because I'm well aware that this company is the exact same company but is just a subdivision. This is well known since they are constantly being reported in the media and there's wild Facebook groups of several 1,000 people created to fight them. I start screaming curse words and stuff at the top of my lungs at this smug beach. The dog starts barking and my girlfriend looks horrified at me since she's never ever in 4 years seen me like this. Luckily she heard the convo on the speakers. After she hung up there was dead silence on the car for 15 minutes and then I became super embarrassed and apologized profoundly to my girlfriend. I guess this has been building for years, but seriously fuck that company. My husband happened to be with me one day as I was driving around, running errands. We lived in one of the top 10 worst cities for driving in the country and ours happened to be in the top 5 of that list. Anyway, some guy's driving like an idiot, cutting people off, and when he nearly causes me to have an accident, I honked at him. He slowed down next to me. I knew he was going to talk shit, for which I was ready for as these people are all bark, no bite. I'm rolling my window down, ready to talk shit. The guy's already screaming at me, calling me a bitch and other worse things, and my insanely patient, calm, intellectual, rational husband is ready to climb over me to kick this guy's ass. Never in my life have I seen that vein pop in his forehead, nor have I ever heard the shit he said to this man. He's yelling at him to pull over. He's yelling at me to pull over. The other guy was big, but my husband is very tall and looks deceptively tough, and with the anger, he looked scary. The other guy hesitated and peeled away. I did have rope pull over in order to help my husband calm down. It took him a minute, and he was as surprised by his own reaction as I was. He'd known I'd been in that situation before, but he'd never been witness, and it was too much for him to hear someone insult me. It was nuts, and I saw an entirely new side to this man I'd been with for more than 15 years at that point. We have this whole neighborhood just hates me, and my family. We had the misfortune of meeting this guy when I was in 4th grade, after we moved from Seattle to Illinois. It was in a small suburban area that had a creek running behind several houses. We moved in, and he just was not happy. I'm an avid skateboarder, so if you lived where I live you would see me on the streets every day riding laps on my skateboard around the neighborhood. This guy just hated this though. Like one day he came to our house and demanded I get rid of my skateboard or he would do it himself. We brushed it off like nothing, but he meant it. One day I was just cruising past his house when I took a raw egg to the head and fell off my skateboard. Then the guy ran over, picked up my board and threw it into the creek. He laughed at me and said I would get rid of it, and he continued to pelt me with more eggs. I picked myself up and ran home. Once I got inside and told Mom, she went insane. My mom is normally pretty calm, but she drove to his house with 4 dozen eggs and knocked. The guy came out and he took 13 eggs to the head. And let me tell you, my mom's aim is spot on, and if she was pelting you with eggs you would meet your egg's demise. The guy attempted to sue mom, but forgot to delete the footage of him attacking me, so he got a restraining order on us, and we got one on him. Moral of the story: don't pelt me with eggs or you might meet an eggy demise. By the way, I got a new skateboard. Okay, so he was the typical quiet kid of the class, not necessarily the teacher's pet, but appreciated by the teachers because he didn't create any trouble, which was quite common in that year of high school. We had an old math teacher who only cared about getting retired that year, so he would avoid taking any responsibilities or anything. Homework was optional, listening to the lesson was optional, everything was optional. Hell, we even corrected our own tests and trusted that he would correct them afterwards. Turns out the teacher didn't correct any test and just announced that because the class had been chaotic that year we all would get a 5/10, except other kids who would have 6/10, quiet kid included, meaning we all would pass but not have a high mark. It was extremely unfair because most of the people didn't deserve to pass and a minority deserved higher grades. So when the teacher announced this, the quiet kid got up, called the teacher incompetent, and went to talk directly to the school principal. It was basically by the end of the school year, so it was difficult to change the marks on the software, and also the principal didn't care. Most of the kids sided with the math teacher, and so the marks stayed like that. The parents were all happy that their mischievous 14-year-olds passed 2 point, but hey, the kid was heroic for trying, even if he didn't achieve anything. Oh, a post I can finally relate to. I have a 2002 Harley Davidson Electra Glide, and at the beginning of the year, and former friend vouching for this particular shop, I had a shop do some major repair work for me. My bike had all the wiring and the fairing repaired, had the heads, cylinders, pistons and piston rings rebuilt, and had the cams replaced, and a new cam support plate, updated cam chains and cam chain tensioners and a new drive belt. All in all spent about $5k in parts and labor. Without notifying me or my authorization they replaced my stator, kinda like an alternator for a bike, with a better looking used one from the pull off shelf, a shelf for parts customers replace and don't want but still usable. About a day after the warranty runs out on the work done, and this was about a month after the work was done, and I got my bike back, I started having charging issues. I called the shop and spoke with the guy who worked on my bike and was told to check the battery cables as one may have just come loose. So I checked and the cables were tight. Called him back and he said I would have to pay more money to look into it. I thought to myself, F that. I went to school to repair Harley Davidson motorcycles. I only had a shop do it cause I didn't have all the necessary tools to do the work originally needed. After testing and diagnosing, got the conclusion that the stator was bad. Bought a new one, and when I removed the old one, it looked like someone had taken a welder to it. A lot of the copper windings looked welded and burnt together. And this is the one that supposedly looked better than my original one that had no problems. Finished the work and put the shop on blast on FB for doing something like this, and that it wasn't authorized by me to do anyway. Well, my former friend, the one who vouched for the shop and had no interest in this whatsoever other than referring me to the shop, flipped his sheet, saying the owner and mechanic have been calling non-stop demanding that he talk to me and get the post removed, threatening legal action and to kick my $. Side note, I put all the work they did for me in the FB post, and that the unauthorized replacement of my stator was the only thing they did wrong, and I would not recommend using that shop. Basically a Yelp review. My former friend was blowing up my phone for 3 days before I had enough. I cussed him out because he had told that shop was a good one and that they do their customers right, and when I discovered the condition of the better looking stater, I knew they were trying to screw me for more money. I even talked with one of the employees there and he said that they keep a healthy stock of new inbox staters on hand. Needless to say, I took their threats with a grain of salt. Who the heck charges and sue someone over a bad FB/Yelp review? Just yesterday, good friend of mine got some bad news about their dog. They're gonna try different medication over the next week, but in all likelihood he'll have to put her down. One of our other roommates came home ridiculously drunk, in a very look at me kind of mood. Completely failed to read the room. After friend gets irritated and invites him to leave the conversation, and roommate continues bludgeoning his way through our support session. Friend loses his sheet and attacks roommate. Friend is a fairly large guy, roughly 6'1" and 220 pounds, and wasn't exactly sober himself. Usually a very mellow dude, wears a wig and loves K-pop, super sweet guy. Roommate is maybe 5'7", 170 pounds, ex-army, but you couldn't tell once the fight started. I'm right in between, 5'9" and 190 lbs. It was ugly. As the landlord, I make it a point to let other people work their own shit out, but I had to pull him off. He turns around and punches me straight in the eye, but I managed to get him down into a chokehold, and he calmed down before the cops got here. Good thing they talked to me on the porch and him around the block. They were pushing to arrest him and concerned about the blood coming from my eye, but I refused to press charges and he didn't roll me under the bus either. Other guy got knocked around a bit, but neither of them had any visible injuries. Tense moment. The one cop goes, "We've already put 5 people in jail tonight. If we have to come back, at least one of you will join them." Reasonable enough, I guess, but they left. We don't live in the best area, to be honest. I'm surprised any of our neighbors gave enough of a shit to call them at all. He feels terrible, and he's generally an extraordinarily nice dude, but all that emotion just, like, exploded out of him. Became a completely different person. We're all okay. Rumor dude is a bit shaken up, but they worked it out, and life will go on, I guess. Me, the usual calm person who lost it, and it was at my dad's funeral. At the funeral director, my dad passed away in front of us from a heart attack. Being Muslim, we bury as soon as possible, and during Ramadan it's supposed to be a blessing if you die in that month. So we get everything arranged, but since it was a Saturday, we had to wait until Monday because everything was closed. We couldn't even get a burial plot sorted. We washed the body before burial. As we were doing this, because my dad had a heart attack and the paramedics tried to revive him, they gave him adrenaline. We had to remove the plasters which caused the areas to bleed. The funeral director comes up to us and says, "This is the time we need people who know what they are doing." Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Then he quips, "We will see who truly loved him by seeing who stays overnight in the mosque with him." Like, what the fuck? So if I don't stay overnight, I don't love him. I have to leave my mom and 7-year-old home alone at this time. On the day of the burial, this idiot is driving the hearse, talking on the phone all the way. Then, after burying my dad, someone is supposed to do the call to prayer. He jumps up saying, "Shall I do it? I'll do it." It has nothing to do with him. The point I lost it was when he asked me, "So what was he to you?" FFS. The fucking director didn't even know he was my dad. I'll let him have it. Turned out he was a taxi driver before this, and you could tell he was. Told him he's in the wrong job and the shit he done, and said he's lucky he's still standing. Me. We run a business, and it was our busy season. We bring on a bunch of temporary workers to help with the surge. I was working on minimal sleep and we were trying to get the finishing touches on the product and load it on the truck. 3 teenagers were there. They could not move as independent people. They all had to move together in the same direction, even when we gave each of them a separate task. They were constantly on their phones, even though we told them to leave their phones in their pocket. The task involved putting product in a plastic bin, but not putting so much in that the lid wouldn't close. They had to mark the bin with a tag and stack the bin on top of the other completed bin, so they nested properly. They weren't doing that, so I stopped, trained them on the proper way to do it, made sure they understood, and we proceeded. I was frustrated, but very calm. 5 minutes later, I come across a stack of bins. They are all overfilled, none of them are marked, and the stack is unstable because they didn't properly nest the bins and the 3 of them were all on their phones. I lost it. Fire coming from my eyes. I was throwing the bins all over the place, marking the bins, fixing the quantity of product in the bins, and stacking them properly at light speed. The boys were standing there dumbfounded and closed by saying, "If you are not going to do the job right, there is the door." Then silence. They all went back to work, performed the job well, and the phone stayed in the pocket. I apologized to the boys at the end of their shift for losing my cool. I was telling my daughter about the blow up, and she said she knew the boys and they were idiots. 2 weeks later, she saw them at school and they approached her. "Boys, wow, your dad is mean." Daughter, "No, he's not. He never yells, like ever, unless you really messed up." Boys, retells the story to my daughter. Daughter, "I don't know. Like I said, he never gets mad. In 16 years, he has only yelled at me once, and that was when I was doing something that was going to get me killed." Boys, "Do you think they will have us back to work next year?" Daughter, "Highly doubtful." At my last job, the owner was kind of a greedy nerd who was mostly hands off. When I hired on, I told him that my sister was getting married in 6 months and that I needed that weekend off. He said, "No problem." My manager was kind of a seagull management kind of guy. Fly in, sheet all over everything, leave, and so 90% of the time it was just me, the other guys on my team, and the chill team leader. Owner, manager, and chill team leader all knew I had that weekend off and knew months ahead of time. The week in the run up to that, I advised team leader I'm off this weekend. He says yep. A few hours later manager comes in to say, "No, you can't have off. We are too busy." The following conversation with me, manager, and chill team leader ensues. Mostly accurate. It's been years. Me, "I told all you guys about this months ago and got the okay. This is my only sister and I need to go to her wedding." Manager, "This is not a discussion. The answer is no." Me, "This is a not me asking. I'm telling you that I'm going, not asking permission. I got permission from owner when I hired on. If I have a job when I return on Monday, great." Manager, "You won't. I can replace you like that." Snaps fingers. Chill team leader, "Jesus faking Christ. I have been asking for more guys for months and you haven't done shit and now you're going to piss away one of our best guys when you know we are all already overworked and have been doing mandatory odd 4 weeks. This is his faking sister's wedding. You knew months ago and didn't plan shit. This is all you." Chill team leader stormed off and called owner who then called us all in. In short, chill team leader said he was done with team leader duties and that manager needs to manage his own team. Owner told manager that, yes, I have the time off, and that the company would accommodate it even if he, the owner, needed to come in and cover my duties for me, unless someone else stepped up. Manager covered my duties while I was off. I got offered a new job by a friend of a friend at the wedding reception and went back to my old job to turn in my notice. Qualified range safety officer here. I'm quite young at 24 in a center where most of the instructors are 40 plus. I'm typically given the younger groups as they tend to pay more attention to a younger person talking to them than one of our older instructors, who are more than happy to just teach adult groups and assist me with kids. I've worked out quite a fun, engaging routine with kids, and I'm not at all known as someone that raises my voice. I was running an introduction to firearm safety for a youth group of 12 to 14-year-olds. Never have I encountered a group of such little sheets as this one, constantly tussling, shouting across the group, being rowdy and playing music from their phones got them to stfu through the safety briefing, and brought the first 4 forward to the firing line. Had them sat down with our .22 rimfire rifles, wasn't going to be trying full bore until a couple weeks into my planned course. One of the shooters after 3 shots, stands up and turns himself around to face the sad group behind him to comment to one of his friends about a shot he'd just made, with the rifle in his hand, flagging the entire right side of the range, myself, 3 other shooters and half his group including the group leader. I'm told I was heard from outside the building by one of our senior instructors who later pulled me aside and told me I did good. I have never kicked someone off the line before that day, but from that moment forward the group was one of the most well behaved I've ever run. Part of what made me eject that particular kid was the immediate attitude he gave me following me pushing the rifle to point at the ceiling. He very angrily told me the rifle was empty, following which I cycled 2 rounds out the internal magazine, which he then accused me of having in my hands already. That's when I kicked him out. So this one is about me, but I think it fits pretty well. When I was in 5th grade, I had a frenemies type relationship with a girl, we'll call her Susie, who lived in the neighborhood and went to my school. Susie was a brat. We would have yelling matches sometimes, especially towards the end, and generally didn't like each other at this point. I was sitting 1 seat ahead of Susie in the opposite aisle on the bus, and we got into some sort of fight over something stupid. We were shouting at each other when all of a sudden she kicked me. It wasn't a hard kick or anything bad, but she had crossed over from a verbal battle to a physical strike. We had never had any physical disputes before, and I wasn't okay that we had now. For context, sometimes I would shout, but it was always normal bickering and never all that intense. My family taught me that it was never okay to get physical when arguing. When Susie kicked me, a part of me came out that I had only seen once before. I started screaming louder and with more intensity than I had in any other fight. What was I saying? I was yelling at her about how it was not okay to kick me and that she should never do that again. People around us were telling me to stop because she was sobbing. I did not. We were in the back, so the bus driver didn't hear/didn't care, so I kept going for what was at least 5 to 10 minutes. I didn't lay a finger on her, but she never touched me again. TLDR, a girl who I used to be friends with kicked me, and I screamed at her for the next 10 minutes about how that was not okay. So I'm pretty calm and collective. I don't get angry that often, but when I do it's nothing entirely with this one time my friend kept messing with my backpack, and it kept getting more and more annoying, and he wouldn't stop despite clearly being annoyed and pissed off at him, and not being in a clear state of mind. I decide to act. They say violence isn't the answer, but it's rather a question and the answer is yeah. So I whipped around and full on with full force punched right in the jugular. Thankfully he's fine. My friends didn't entirely like my act, especially over the fact he kept unzipping my backpack over and over, so I decide to punch him in the throat, but they don't seem to understand that anger detonates with violence, and I was pretty angry and therefore wasn't in a clear state of mind. They all still believe his side of the story, which is bullshit. His side of the story was he was unzipping my backpack to get me angry, then he stopped one of my other friends, somehow unzipped my entire backpack without anything falling out, and then he was fixing it to be nice after annoying me, and then I decided to punch him in the throat. Yeah, well, that friend who somehow opened my backpack without anything falling out was leaving, and he passed in front of me. As for the backpack, I only heard one zip, and it wasn't loud enough around me to cover the sounds up of a zipper, and I took off my backpack after punching him, and half of the backpack was unzipped. But hey, without those details that seem small, but are huge for detail, it's a believable story, and they decide to take those details out. In my defense during this, and for a few months previous to this, he was being quite the sheethead, and had it coming. We still hang out, and we are still good friends. We've since patched things up, and even make jokes about it here and there. Got a story from my manager. He's the calmest dude I've ever worked with. He's pretty much the whole team's cool dad. To put some context, I was an independent contractor for the company at the time, and ours insisted on treating me differently by not including me in the company's social events. He's the one who stood up for me and made me feel at home. We have a weekly team meeting to discuss how our work is progressing, shoot the sheet, and whatnot. This one time, everyone turns up late for some reason. I can't remember why, but I was the only one who got there on time. He asks me, in a serious tone, to get the rest of the team as to the meeting room right now, and I do so, knowing the team done faked up. Everyone arrives. He closes the door and proceeds to chew everyone out for their delay, in a way I've never seen him do. I can't stress this enough. He was pissed off. Even I got some shit from him, which he later apologized to me for it. I've never seen him so angry, and by God, I do not want to see it again. He ordered everyone to go back to work and adjourned the meeting. We never talked about it again. I left a year later to work somewhere else, a move I would later regret, but they liked me enough to bring me back as a proper employee this year. My manager is still there, although he's retiring the next year. I'm gonna miss him. That person was me. I was raised to be quiet and to basically just suffer things when things were bad. No one did anything when wrong things were done to me, and when I reacted to bad things done to me, it just made them worse. So I just learned to suffer through it too until I can get to a spot to vent or calm down. Due to this, many people thought I was the quiet and calm person of every group. Things started to get better friend-wise when I was in the 9th grade, but it had not been long enough for me to feel like I could depend on others yet for help. At the beginning of that school year, I was sexually assaulted by my biological brother. It faked me up to say the least. I was constantly worried that someone else would see me in that way, so I would wear baggy clothes and only pants. This is all background information to understand why I blew up so badly. I was at my best friend's house. This was around 6 months after I was assaulted. It was either the weekend or a holiday vacation. I can't remember which, just that I would be there for a bit, since I didn't have to worry about school. Her stepbrother and his friends were supposed to come back in the evening, around 6 or 7 p.m, so we had the house to ourselves until then, at least we thought that. My sweet friend said this was the perfect time to work on my nerves of wearing a skirt, since I had been talking for a while about wanting to, but needing a safe space to try it in case I freak out. So she brought out a knee-length skirt she had, and I wore it. I was very anxious at first but calming down when the stepbrother and his friends came home early. They of course made comments about me finally looking like a girl. One went farther though. He flipped my skirt. I told him to knock it off and so did my friend. They thought it was funny. My friend told me to not let them get to me. After my friend threatened to knock him into next week the second time he flipped my skirt, he stopped until she went outside to grab her dog. I heard someone coming up behind me fast, which scared the shit out of me since I was already on edge. As I was turning around, he got to me and flipped my skirt for the third time. I remember feeling horribly angry instead of scared that time, and then I came back to me holding to the wall by his throat and my friend trying to get me to let him go. Apparently, she had just came back into the back door in time to see him flip my skirt and me slam him into the wall by his throat, just to stare at him. He yelled at me and then yelled at her to get me off of him. I felt a tiny bit bad, since it was a huge reaction, but at the same time he had been warned off twice before and was harassing me. The thing that bothered me the most was the fact I lost control of myself. But yeah, I was the calm and quiet person that lost shit. My husband used to take a lot to anger. The story is long and complicated, but the gist of it is our first pregnancy ended in a miscarriage at 11 weeks and my husband largely blames the 2 months we spent living in constant fear of the neighbor who lived in the flat behind us. The official story is that he had a mental breakdown. And he possibly did, but it coincided with him getting a new girlfriend who was a no-nice dealer. He went from the quiet guy who did our lawns in exchange for bumming our internet to a violent, irrational person in a matter of weeks. His violence was directed at his ex-wife, but we were the ones closest to his acting out. We were terrified, but the cops couldn't do anything useful. They asked us if we had thought about moving. We were trying desperately to do so the whole time. The police sieged the flat several times after he would threaten his ex via text, but he would be back the next day. He was only removed for longer because he assaulted an officer. The last siege point, who knows, we might have miscarried regardless. But the amount of stress we felt with knives left on our lawn, having our mailbox torn off and thrown at the window of a local business, having brutalized human effigies duct taped to lawn chairs and left in our driveway. Yeah. It happened the day we found out we'd finally been accepted for a place. We were so happy and relieved, and then the bleeding started. We got home from the hospital after, called our friends over for support, and once they got there my husband began to drink. He cried and drank, and smoked till he threw up on the front steps, then passed out sitting in the shower. I got him into bed with some help, then went and hosed the steps down. I refused to let our friends help with that. He had never done anything like that before or since, and apologized constantly for weeks because he felt so selfish after. I told him it was fine, he needed to get it out. Besides, I was a nutter wreck for weeks after, so one night was nothing. The long-term fallout though was that his temper has significantly shortened. He doesn't explode, but he does get agitated so much quicker than he did. It bothers him that part of him has changed so much. TLDR, husband lost his sheet with grief when we miscarried. He blames the stress from the crackhead in the backyard for killing the fetus. Now is far less even-tempered than he was. About 20 years ago, I remember being bullied a lot in primary school. I was in 6th class, Ireland, so I suppose the equivalent would be 8th grade for USA, and the whole class were practicing choir singing. I can't recall what for normally. All the students had to sit two to a desk. I had been assigned to sit next to a boy who bullied me mercilessly and called me horrible names. He used to leave his stuff and books taking up 75% of the desk, which obviously drove me cuckoo bananas. We were standing at the back of the classroom because the desks were in the way, facing the teacher, so she could conduct the singing with her hands. She was a beach and I hated her because she had clear favorites and was fairly obvious about it. Like for example, I'm sure I told her a million times that the boy had upset me, but of course it was my fault or he couldn't do anything wrong. Fuck you, you old wagon. So anyway, we were singing and I saw the desk with the boy's stuff all over my side of it, including a school jumper, sweater, on top of my books. I kept singing, but staring at his stuff was slowly driving me insane. For about 10 minutes straight I was internally screaming. So I just snapped. I stepped forward and just cleared the whole table, throwing all his stuff to the ground. It was extremely satisfying and freeing, but the teacher didn't see it. That way faking beach cussed me out, but I do not regret it. I've included a link to a gif that is a pretty accurate reenactment. Lol. It's me, I'm that person, only I don't think I fully lost my temper since I was a little kid. My mum likes to tell me about how, before I could talk, I would get so frustrated by not being understood that I would flip out and bang my head on the floor, and it weirded her out so much that she would just pick me up and put me in the hallway by myself until I calmed down. So I learned pretty early on to swallow my anger and pretend it wasn't there. I'm only just now learning, at the age of 35, how to accept and express those kinds of emotions instead of directing them inwards. Like, there's only a few people in my life who have ever even experienced me raising my voice to them, and I can count on one hand the number of times in the last 5 to 10 years that I've actually gotten mad enough about something to think, wow, I'm really faking angry about this. Being able to say it out loud to the person I'm angry with is a real work in progress, and in the meantime, I've gotten really physically strong and have 11 years of martial arts training, so when the day comes where I do lose my sheet, I'm sure it's going to be an event. I'll try to remember to come back and update the thread if/when it happens. TLDR, don't teach your kids that expressing anger/negative emotions is inappropriate, because it'll take them their whole lives to undo that sheet. In my first year of high school, the quiet kid who never really spoke to anyone completely lost his sheet with the asshole of the class every day. This asshole was bullying him, throwing pencils and paper balls at him, shoving him, pretending to much him to make him flinch, dragging him by his backpack, you name it. Almost everyone, including myself, always stepped in to make him stop, and he would, but he'd just continue it soon after until teachers got involved. One day we were in geography class. Asshole starts throwing things as he normally would. Quiet kid stands up, turns around, walks over to the asshole's desk, grips the asshole's hair and just repeatedly starts smacking the asshole's head into the desk. Like over and over. You'd think he was trying to kill him. Teacher rushed over, obviously, pulled him off, and the quiet kid ran out of class. Asshole was crying, bleeding from the nose, snotting up. We never saw the quiet kid again. I didn't want to use their real names here. I messaged him on Facebook, this was over 10 years ago, Mayo, and asked why he wasn't at school and if he was alright, since the teachers wouldn't tell us after a week or so of asking. He told me he got kicked out for violent behavior or some shit. Honestly, I think the bully should've been kicked out as soon as he started being an asshole. Then the kid wouldn't have lost his temper after almost a year of being tormented every day. Yeah, but I was that person. Trigger warning for suicide ideation, abuse mention, depressive episodes, and just general negative themes. I used to be an angry mad kid. I lashed out a lot, hit things and people. It's what my parents taught me. When you're mad, just start throwing shit and hurting people. But one day, a switch kinda flipped in my head. I realized my little sibling was scared of me, especially when I was mad. I didn't want them to be scared of me. I didn't want them to look at me how I look at our parents. So I stopped. Slowly. I didn't break things. I didn't hit people. I didn't even yell, and it became rare for me to raise my voice. I became quiet, resilient, whatever you want to call it. I was made of stone. I don't think most people lose their shit for no reason, or suddenly. At least, that's not how it happened to me. I had a job I hated. I was saving up money so I could leave from under my stepfather and one day bring my siblings and ma too. That job killed me every day. I was overworked, overscheduled, with too many responsibilities and too little pay. I quit. I had had enough. The money slipped away slowly. I had almost 2k, but we kept having emergencies, or not enough food, or whatever. I became trapped. I couldn't leave. I began to spiral, worse than I had ever done before. My stepdad got worse and worse. He drank more, blew up more. I remember a lot of those nights in flashes. My brain has long since locked away most of my memories, unable to even reflect into itself what I witnessed. I only remember ghosts of fear, anger, humiliation. One night, he was especially drunk, and especially nasty. I had no way to leave. I felt heavy and tired all the time, disconnected from reality, and like nothing could ever get better. I thought a lot about killing my stepdad. I didn't care what would happen to me. I just knew all my siblings would be free. I just wanted him gone. So, I went to the kitchen to grab one of the knives, but my siblings stood in the way. I cold bowled past them. I'm stronger than them. I was bigger at the time too. But I couldn't move. I told them to move, or I'd make them. They were crying. I couldn't make them move. I didn't do it. I went upstairs, began to panic and dissociate. It felt like I was a stranger suddenly, in my own body. I ceased to make sense. I cried openly. I haven't done that since I was a child. I broke down. All my siblings stood around. They looked lost. I had never been so uncomposed around anyone before. I had never been the one who needed somebody to stop them, or look after them, or ask if they were alright or needed anything. Time passed. My family talked to me. They got me to realize that, even if I didn't care what happened to me, they did. It would kill them if I just went to jail, especially over someone like my stepdad. I ended up going to a psych ward, then leaving my home state to live with relatives. It was some of the hardest stuff I'd ever done. It has since led to some of the best stuff in my life, but I think back on how it felt to want to kill someone. I think life is special. I detest hurting people in any capacity. I think everyone deserves second chances, third chances, and even more. How did I get to a point that I was willing to throw my life away to kill somebody? I'm usually chillest dude ever. Extremely patient, jolly and easygoing, but this one time in 6th grade, a bunch of us were hanging out at the park, and I was sitting on a bench talking to this girl I had a huge crush on. Some little piece of sheet snuck up behind me and thought it would be funny if he sprayed that Listerine pocket mist mouth spray stuff into my goddamn open eye while I was trying to flirt with her. Keyword trying. I was 12 LMAO. I just remember looking at her and seeing a hand slowly creep into my field of vision from behind me and then feeling intense pain. I immediately hopped over the back of the bench, chased him down, grabbed him by the shoulders from behind, threw him onto the ground, stood over him, and kicked him in the ribs a bunch of times, and then I mounted him and started swinging. Next thing I know, there was a crowd of people standing around us watching me beat the fuck out of him. After seeing everyone, I realized, oh fuck, this is what it feels like to lose control, and I got off him. It was kinda scary, to be honest. We actually became pretty good friends a few months later. Lol. Yes, there's a bit of context to this, so bear with me. TW, abuse, suicide attempt. My mom and I have had a very dysfunctional relationship for most of my life. I have ADHD, but was not diagnosed as a child. My mom's way of managing the symptoms was to assert total control over my life, and while it helped with my school performance, it deeply affected our relationship, and I experienced constant emotional abandonment as a kid as it was just the two of us. She dated a man for a few years who quickly became my person, as he was able to provide me emotional support and reasoning, and acted as an advocate and a middleman when my arguments with my mom would turn ugly. When they broke up, it was on bad terms, and I was no longer allowed to talk to or about him, so I lost the huge support system he offered me. Luckily we reconnected several years later, and he is still the person I can talk to about anything, and he has saved my life twice. Shortly after starting college, I started dating a very toxic and abusive guy. The power dynamic was similar to what I had with my mom, him needing to be in control of everything at all times, and I knew nothing, except it had the added ingredients of abuse. Physical, mental, emotional, financial, sexual, all of it. Unfortunately, I ended up moving 2 states away to be with him after he relocated for work, and I stayed with him for over 5 years. That relationship ended with me attempting suicide, then going to jail as he pinned DV charges on me. He went to the police with the scratch marks on his arms that I had made to get him to stop strangling me. He did this while I was in the hospital, so I wouldn't have the chance to do the same before they took me to jail. While in the hospital, I called my person and he immediately started making arrangements to be able to come and help me. My ex's parents paid my bail, took me in, and started helping me get back on my feet. My person stayed in our city for a few days to spend time with me, counsel me, help me get a public defender, etc. My ex's mom talked me into reaching out to my mom because, if you were my kid I would want to know. She's your mother, she loves you, etc. So I did, and that went okay. My mom insisted that I needed a lawyer, and I told her about my PD, and that I couldn't afford a paid lawyer. She begged me to let her help, so I agreed. She found a lawyer and negotiated his price down. Then she told me that I needed to make my ex's parents pay for half of the attorney's fees, since she was paying my half. Now, I was really lost at the time. I was unsure about what to trust or think. My mom and I had already had a very rocky relationship before this, and so I was struggling with trusting her as it was. She was also telling me that I couldn't trust my ex's parents and needed to get out of their house ASAP. Regardless, this request really didn't sit right with me, and so I called my person to help process things and make a decision about what was the right thing for me to do, because asking people who bailed me out of jail and took me in to pay for half my lawyer's fees just didn't seem right. So when I explained the situation to my person, this deeply, devoutly religious man who I've heard use maybe 5 curse words ever, including ass and damn, he audibly recoiled and said, "No, APS in 2011, that is faking bullshit. Your mother is trying to push off responsibility onto people who are already doing everything they can to support you. That is not their responsibility. Tell your mom you're grateful for her help so far, but that you're not comfortable with that, and will be handling things from here on." His reaction floored me. I said to my mom exactly what he advised, and kept it calm. Didn't show how upset I was, didn't throw around any accusations, just told her that while I appreciated her help I wasn't comfortable with what she asked me to do and would instead use the public defender I had already arranged for. Her response was to tell me, "I wish you weren't such a hateful and ungrateful child. If you had only done it this way, my boyfriend was going to pay for everything anyway. Good luck." Everything worked out in the end. I got the charges dropped, record sealed, and moved to live in the same city as my person. I lived with his now wife when I first moved here, and when I tell you they are both angels on earth I mean it with every fiber of my being. I'm not religious, but they make a good case for Jesus. The world is a better place with them in it. Seeing him lose his shit over that situation is something I will always remember. Thanks for reading. TLDR, it's me. I have the power of absorbing all of my drastic emotions until one day I have enough and explode. I black out. If I have enough anger built up. Every few years I've made one person cry because of how I felt about them. Age 10, my best friend, and it was culminating over 2 years or so with slight indirects. I ended up punching her after she dunked me in my birthday cake, but I don't remember. Just her crying and her bruise. Age 15. My dad. Anger of all my life after my parents' divorce. I went off and ended up dumping my drink on him and making a grown man sob. I don't remember what I said. I know I had a list made up though. Age 16 to 17. My aunt. Build up over how she treated me growing up. Made her sob and she completely changed her ways. I don't remember what I said, but I went off on her and we are cool now. Age 18. My mom. I don't remember at all, just the aftermath. I left immediately after and never came back. Age 19 to 22. I was pretty calm. Raising a kid with love and patience. No need to lash out on anyone yet, just building up anger until I did and bottling it up. Age 25. My spouse. I let a lot of shit slide. Multiple breaks. Until one day, I don't remember much of what I said. I just saw black. Lots of crying. Now we are doing okay. Truthfully, it needed to happen. I was absorbing every decibel of every word over the last few years and was done. I exploded like a grenade. Around 4th grade I had this group of friends. I went to this English private school and it had a lot of spoiled rich kids. One of my friends, let's call her S, was very calm and patient. Always nice, always spoke quietly, has never said a curse word kind of kid. She was a bit weird too. One day, our teacher told us that we had to bring our favorite toy to school for a project. S brought a really pretty tea set her grandmother had given her for her dolls. Now let's introduce another kid. KK was a brat. She was mean, always yelling, spoiled rotten, tantrums all day every day, a brat in general. K also being a tea set. It was completely different from the one S brought. S was one of the first kids to go up to the front of the class and present. She began talking and then took the tea set out of its box and K went mental. She ran up to S and took the box, then poured its contents all over the floor and began crying and yelling whilst she stomped on them. S was livid. The quiet kid went to the brat, began pulling her hair and screaming at her. K was mad because S had copied her idea of bringing a tea set. S had no idea what K was bringing and S was mad because her tea set was ruined. The teacher told them both off and told them to sit on the corner whilst K was crying. S was silently planning her vengeance. When she told me her idea later at break I was stunned. She was the quiet kid. This was nothing like her. Later in class, she stole a bottle of glue and poured it all on K. She was covered in glue. I'm generally a pretty quiet dude. I've got a solid social circle of like 2 people and my wife. Few months ago some lady was blocking the lane, single lane, and I sat there for a while. I'm really a patient dude. I like driving safety so wasn't looking to try to squeeze around her into oncoming traffic. Waited a while till a long block line behind me, sat through a whole light, so I decided okay time to signal and go around her. The moment I signaled and started to go around her she floored it into a U-turn. No signals or anything. Then she proceeded to curse me out for being in her way. First time in maybe a decade I've gone off. I used to be a real angry skater kid kicking down doors and shit. Been with my wife for a decade and a half, almost, and I don't think she's ever seen me flip point. I cut her off at every moment until this lady was stuttering, and then I went after her broke as looking banged up car and told her she needed to learn how to fucking drive holding up blocks and shit doing dumbass shit. People from behind me got out of their cars and I was kinda freaking out cause I thought they were mad at me, but nope, almost turned into a mob yelling at this lady with me. That freaked me out even more because I was now trapped between crazy lady and a mob yelling. I regret even responding to her, it wasn't worth it, and thought I was about to start a fight. Me and 3 other cars all had to back up because that fucking nut would rather block both lanes than just back up. I hate driving. My dad has this story about a jerk brother of the groom at a friend's wedding. Dude was drunk and getting aggressive with the women there. When the men put a stop to that, he walked off, cooled down a bit, and then came back. Point after coming back, this jerk went after an older man, focusing on a particularly good-natured but short and heavyset uncle of the bride. The bride was frantic to intervene, just begging this turd to stop as he kept insulting the uncle who was trying to ignore him. The groom is trying to pull him away and not having much luck. Finally the groom gives up on his brother and walks off. At which point this jerk shoved the bride's sister and the uncle lost his temper and stood up. In the following silence, the bride could be heard wailing, "Please don't kill him, uncle. Please don't kill him, uncle." Punched the guy in the chest hard enough to break several ribs plus the inch-thick wood paneling behind the guy. The groom felt like his brother had been warned and earned it. The police the brother called at the hospital felt like the uncle had more than met the threshold for self-defense as he was 60, short, and had been backed into an alcove and slapped repeatedly before he finally fought back. Uncle was also quite the martial artist in his youth and kept teaching long after he stopped competing. My father. I was working with him during the school holidays and we went to a bakery to grab something to eat. Parked up. Went in. Bought some pies. I was young and I was short for my age, so I would have to look up at him if we were talking. He's also tall. As he went to take a bite from his pie I looked up to say something. I immediately noticed a very large fly baked into the bottom of the pastry. I told him of course, and he calmly went back to the counter to ask for another pie. The baker refused and essentially told him to deal with it. My dad looked at me with a look I'd never seen before. A look of pure rage. Turning back to the baker he placed the pie on the counter. He proceeded to absolutely annihilate the pie with a thunderous fist slam. It shook the room and covered everyone in bloody hot pie bits. Everyone was just in stunned silence. As we walked out that's when it all went to shit. Outside of the bakery a car was parked next to ours. A rather large woman was trying to get out and was repeatedly slamming her car door into our car. My father let out what can only be described as a battle cry. It was so shocked I flinched away. He ran to the back of his car and grabbed a large lump hammer. He's a tradesman. He proceeded to essentially destroy this woman's car. Every panel had huge dents and holes in it. The poor woman inside cowered in fear as this very big, 6'4", and very angry man pummeled her car. A few people came out to see what was happening. Everyone was too frightened to say anything. After the rage had passed he motioned for me to get in, and we drove away. He simply apologized and left it at that. He didn't talk about it then, but some years later he explained to me what had been happening the weeks prior and why that pushed him over the edge. This was extremely out of character. I had never seen nor seen since anything remotely close to this from him. Definitely one of the most intense things I've ever seen. I'm a really calm person, or at least a deeply non-confrontational one. Like when I get angry my eyes start to tear up, and I just take a few deep breaths and walk away. I also did martial arts, Kyokushin karate, for 6 years, and boxing for 1. Never got into a single fight, except this one point, when I was at my first ever school dance. I think I was 11 at the time. Some guy started grinding me from behind. Now this is what everyone does at high school dances, where I'm from. No matter how hard the teachers try to stop it, it's basically like a nightclub set up in the cafeteria with a bunch of kids and they're sweating it up. So this guy who's grinding me, he's not doing it because he thinks I'm cute, just the opposite. He's got a circle of friends standing around me laughing at me, and I'm not even moving, just standing still asking him to stop while he keeps doing his thing back there, and his friends are watching and laughing. I didn't even turn around. I did a karate move where basically you rotate your back a little and send the back of your fist straight up in a pendulum motion to hit them right in the bridge of the nose. Next thing I know his nose is gushing blood and all of his friends are dying of laughter. I ran off and called my dad because I thought I would get in trouble for fighting. When he asked why I wanted to leave I just said things were getting a little rowdy. The next Monday I ran into the guy in the hall and he had 2 black eyes. Earned me a lot of respect as a first year. Never had to hit anyone again. My best friend in high school was a silent guy. He was 6'7" and 240 lbs. He was massive compared to me and was very muscular as well. All the girls in our class had crush on him, but he did not give a fuck about girls. I was the only person in school that he talked with. We were called freak brothers at that time. Both of us were muscular and handsome. No one ever said no to us for like 2 years. But at some point me and my friend were separated by our school system. In his class he was with his sister and a bully from my class was harassing her in break times. I threatened the bully twice, but he kept doing it. My friend usually doesn't help to his sister with anything. He thinks everyone should be able to stand for themselves. But that day, when he saw that the bully made his sister cry, he literally snapped to dark side. I had never seen him shout to that day. He jumped on the guy and started punching him to a point where his face was deformed so bad I couldn't recognize the bully. Then he was stopped. Boo, security and cops pulled up to school. We both went to principal to get our scholarships cancelled. We were both sued and had to pay 600 Turkish liras total. I was sued for threatening the bully and my friend was obviously sued for making the bully permanently unable to speak and breathe from nose. Our parents were not furious to us. Me and my friend was kinda rich at that point, so our parents sent us abroad to study and live it there. Some years later, 2 years ago, I heard the bully from high school took his own life out of depression and anxiety. So my best friend actually took a life just because someone made her sister cry. I sometimes get scared of him. And I did not speak with him since I heard the news. I was the calm one who lost it. I've always been a very quiet, calm dude. It takes a lot to make me go off. I was a senior in high school, and it was SAT week. Everyone was wrapped pretty tight that week. Anyhow, that Thursday I was at maximum saturation with stress over the test and school in general. I was sitting in this particularly obnoxious teacher's class. She was just a vile, hateful woman that would answer questions with a snide sort of sarcasm if she thought the question was beneath her. She had been being particularly beachy that period and I asked a question. She answered it, but followed the answer with duh. That was the last straw. I stood up, starting throwing shit into my bag, muttering to myself, and she goes, "And where do you think you're going?" And that's when I yelled, loud, "I'm leaving. You're a hateful, vile, pathetic, sad little woman that no one likes or even loves. Hell, you couldn't even keep your husband, and he is supposed to tolerate you. Well, I'm sick of tolerating you and your bullshit. My parents paid too much for me to have to put up with you and your crap." I left the room, slamming the door behind me, went out front, and smoked a cig, then went to the office and told the VP what happened. He was understanding and I didn't get in trouble. I stayed home on Friday to decompress. Found out years later that it was an unwritten rule during senior SAT week that students got a free pass if they lost their sheet at school. I've been the calm person who lost their sheet. I, 16 at the time, was on antidepressants and they had stopped working. My psychiatrist wanted me to go to the mental hospital so I could be in a safe place while they figured out what would work for me. I agreed and voluntarily went to the facility they had recommended. I'd go back again at another time for the same reason. While they were experimenting with different drugs and dosages, I was on a whirlwind of emotions, being thrown left and right, but I handled it with grace for the first few days. Then, the day I lost my sheet, they took me off meds completely to give me a break and to see what would happen. Bad idea. The first day was fine, nothing really happened. The second day, I felt like I had a bomb in my head that would go off at any moment. I tried my best to stay away from everyone until snack time, where I was looking forward to my pudding cup I usually enjoy. Today, the girl in front of me got the last pudding cup. Okay, fine, I guess. Is there any ice cream? No. A PB&J? No. I lost it. Everything I had been holding back all day came exploding out. I started screaming and throwing things across the room, and finally, I picked up a chair and threw it through the day room window. Throwing it as hard as it did made me fall down, and I was a sobbing mess on the floor when the orderlies came and scooped me up, gave me a tranquilizer, and put me in the padded isolation room. I went back on my meds that night. TLDR, I was fine until the DRs took me off my meds, then had the audacity to run out of pudding cups. Late to the party, but my uncle occasionally tells this story about his dad, my grandfather. My grandfather was a very reserved man who was always ready to help his neighbors at a moment's notice. But, he was in the Dutch army during WW2, and was captured by the Japanese in early 1942, and survived the Thai-Burma Railway as a POW. He was a fitness fanatic and a farmer. One of those rail thin men who looks like a strong wind would knock him over, but underneath is all muscle, whipcord and resolve. They came to Australia after the war and settled in country Victoria. One day my mother, maybe 10 at the time, came home from school in tears. Apparently the nun and priest who ran the local Catholic school had taken her aside and berated her over her accent and not being able to understand some of the English lessons. When my granddad heard this, he dropped his tools and took off like an Olympic sprinter, cleared 2 fences like a hurdler, jumped in the truck, drove into town. When he got back he was calm and told my mother it would never happen again. Word later got around from a few people who saw the confrontation that my grandfather told the priest that if he ever upset his daughter again he'd tear his throat out with his teeth. My third son is super chill kid, kind, helpful and respectful. He was 16, a junior in HS, and at a sporting event that I was running, he was participating on the team and he was trying to help set up with the other members of the team, including his younger brother. One of the more rambunctious kids on the team wasn't doing as he was told, and so I pulled him aside and warned him that if he couldn't behave I would have him removed as he was out due to head injury, and if an official saw him trying to do anything a whole season could be voided. My second son was on the team as a senior as well, and I wasn't putting his season at risk because this kid couldn't follow directions, so I was rather firm with them. As a team parent and the wife of one of the coaches, I knew the team, I knew this kid, I traveled with the team and I rarely had to use my mom voice. The whole sports staff knew me well, they knew my kids and they knew the kid causing issues. The sports trainer even thanked me for correcting this kid as they are limited as to what they can say. Anyway, admittedly to this kid I was being a beach, but with good reason. Now all the members of this team see how my kids treat me, how my husband treats me, and they know they are protective, and that I do a lot for this program for free. I don't get paid, I do it to help. This child I just yelled at to sit down and behave goes over to the rest of the team grumbling. My third son, always kind and wanting to help his teammate feel better, asks him what's wrong. This kid, who isn't the sharpest, says your mom is a beach. My kid lost it. Had the kid against the wall punching him. The trainer yelled my son's name. I turned and saw what was going on. Couldn't hear the exchange prior, and I yelled his name as well. My child, sweet and gentle, turned around and burst into tears. He felt so bad. The kid was fine, just a few punches in, and the trainer checked on my son first. He was fine, just upset that he snapped. Then he told us what happened. All the responsible adults there actually took my son's side when they heard what was said. I was like, but hitting isn't okay. The kid went back and forth about wanting my kid to be in trouble, which he would have deserved a mo. But then the director of athletics came out and explained that if they wrote this all up, since the kid was fine, it would have to include what started the fight and his mom would be notified, and he would be punished for saying what he did about me. I kinda felt bad for the kid, but I had 2 very large children on that team and no one calls their mama a beach, even if she is sometimes lol. Only time I've ever seen him lose his sheet. I'm a normally calm and collected person. I grew up in a dysfunctional, abusive household, so I know how to manage my emotions rather well and have an insanely high tolerance for stress and bullshit. I can count on one hand how many times I've lost my sheet, and the one in particular that stands out to me is when my mother pissed me off back in high school. Everything is always about her, and she's like a faking bulldog. If you tell her no, she just keeps asking and asking and asking. I also worked through most of high school and was able to buy myself a car at 17, as well as I would buy my own groceries, since my family ate horribly, and the only way to escape obesity was purchase food myself. Well, one day my mother wanted to borrow my car to go see a friend read, get drugs. I told her no about 50 times, since I had to leave for work within the hour and didn't trust her to be back in time. Finally, my grandfather caves and says he can use his car, which is fine. If she totals it then it is his problem, but tells me to give her $50 and he'll repay me when he gets paid. I say no, and after much deliberation he threatens to kick me out for being a little shit, so I oblige. This was all between the time I got off school to the time I went to work. When I left for work, I had some leftovers in the refrigerator at home that I was counting on to be my only meal of the day. When I finally got off work around midnight, I went to the refrigerator to grab my food, and guess what? It was gone. She ate it. For some reason, this was the tipping point for me. I can never say I've gotten this violent before in my life, but I slammed the refrigerator so hard I broke every shelf in it, went to my mother's room and just went off for at least 10 minutes. She was baked off her ass, but not baked enough to not be in tears by the end of it. I left that night and camped out in my car for several days, parking in various different parks each night so they wouldn't find me. I could have stayed much longer, but I finally calmed down and went back. There was no apologies, there was no change in behavior. After that point I just started keeping my leftovers either at work or in the teacher's lounge at school, with permission, of course. I can't say I saw myself do this, but I definitely felt it, and it was not something I enjoyed feeling. It still haunts me to this day because, as long as I'd like to say I had no control, I knew exactly what I was doing and saying, and my only intention was to hurt. It was me. I'm not confrontational at all, and used to rarely stand up for myself. I worked as a pharmacy tech, and had a coworker who was lazy and bad at his job. Constantly got customer complaints. Couldn't even be trusted to fill. He was basically just a cashier. Anyway, we had just started doing drive-through COVID tests. My manager brought me to do training at another store and told me to train the other technicians, so I did the best I could at least. When it came to this coworker, I'll call him Mark. Still, a lot of the tests got pawned off to me because we all hated doing them, and they knew I would give in to pressure because there's nothing worse than having a customer yell at me about long wait times anyway. One afternoon I was so sick of doing them. I was doing them all morning because our senior tech would only fill and refuse to help customers, so I just really wanted some help since we had more staff in the afternoon. So I asked Mark if he could do it since he was running drive-through anyway. He said he didn't know how, so I offered to stay there and guide him if he could actually be the one talking to the patient. I said I would help him every step of the way. Here's how the conversation went. Mark: well, actually I do know how. I just don't want to point me. None of us want to do it. It's our job and we all have to help. Mark: well, I don't want to. My feet hurt from standing. I think I'm just going to go to break me. Full on exploding for the first time in my life. None of us want to. All of our feet hurt. You need to stop complaining. And your job, we can't like every minute of it. I walked away to cool off. I could hear other patients in line laughing. Like I said, he got a lot of complaints, so the regulars didn't like him. Another tech ended up doing the test. I never got in trouble because everyone was sick of Mark and ultimately the customer was helped and only waited like a minute during the whole exchange. Definitely embarrassing for me knowing how unprofessional that was, but oh well. My story is about me. I'm a maintenance tech, and I'm usually extremely calm and never so much as raise my voice at production. Might occasionally cuss out a machine after I bust my knuckle on it, but I'm always calm when dealing with people. There was one day we had one line breaking the same part of the Weber auto feeding screw guns. I fixed a couple, but we were getting low on the parts for them. When they called about it happening again, and I saw what had happened, I calmly grabbed the assembly and started walking toward the shop to rebuild it. The coordinator, who at that time ran a different line and was filling, since the usual coordinator was gone, asked me how bad it was. I went off about how they keep breaking the Webers, and if they keep it up I'm taking every last one off the line so they can put in screws by hand. Reminded her that the part that was breaking was not cheap and that it was back ordered and we were low. I felt bad because it wasn't her that was breaking the screw guns, she just caught me when I was annoyed with it. But when I got back to the line, the person who broke it told me that they had done it, and I had several people apologize for the mistreatment of what they now knew was a $10K tool that made their lives a lot easier. After I got everything put back together, I went to the coordinator and apologized for losing it on her. She thanked me for getting things fixed and said she understood my frustration. She also said how much it scared her to see me angry because she had never seen me in a bad mood at all, let alone to that degree. I didn't even actually yell when it had happened. I had pretty much just ranted about it in a louder than usual voice. That coordinator has told me several times that I'm her favorite maintenance tech because of how calm I'm about everything and my fixing things quickly. I was that person once. I took my 12-year-old girls to their first concert, flogging Molly and Goggle Bordello. Figured I'd enjoy it, and it would be pretty mild, which it was. After they got over the shock of pot being smoked around them, LMAO, this was the Midwest, we just enjoyed. This was an outdoors venue, Soul Lawn, and we were right up against the barrier to the stage. I stood back a bit letting them enjoy, and watching when this drunk lady starts trying to start a mosh pit. She's bouncing off people, and I position myself between her and my girls while shooting dirty looks and beaching with the guy next to me whom she's bounced off of a couple times. He and I got increasingly irritated and something snapped. Next time she bounced off him, he shoved her and she launched a good 10 feet. I was watching intently at this point from behind him to the side as she stood up, bent over and proceeded to bull rush him. Of course, not being drunk, he sidesteps her easily, and my girls are directly behind him, staring eyes wide. To this day I have no idea how I moved this fast. I reached out and grabbed her hair, flipped her backwards onto the grass, and began screaming in her face something like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? There are kids here and this isn't the effing place," etc. All the while security was swarming me, blissfully unaware as I'm holding a woman by the hair, screaming in her face, hand pointing at kids, then back at her face. I was gently removed and thanked by security. They had been watching her apparently. I looked up to see the horror slash shock slash awe in my kids' face. I have only once since then blown up on someone. They are both adults now, and to this day they still talk about the day mom went psycho on a drunk lady at their first ever concert. So one day in school, in 9th grade, there was a really obnoxious girl in first period art class. Normally the art class was pretty silent, and not much happened. Occasional drama but nothing major, since it was 8:30 in the morning. There was a friend group, 4 girls and 2 boys. One of those girls was known for being extra and being annoying to others, not in a bullying way, but trying too hard to be funny or annoy people way. My friend was on a call with her the night before, and his brother had popped in on the call and just chatted for about 2 minutes and then left the call. She kept telling me and others how much she hated his brother after those 2 minutes because he gave her the vibe of stuck up and arrogant. Which is fine, but no need to tell everyone you know 827,382 times. Then she yelled across the room as a joke how she hates his brother to his face, while he just came into school about 5 minutes ago. He lost his shit and yelled at her to shut up. Then his friend, the other boy in the friend group, told her that she needs to learn boundaries and she can't keep acting like how she was, because it was disrespectful and annoying. They kept arguing back and forth. She's the type of person who wants people to tell her how they feel about her even when it's negative, like begs people to tell her how they feel. But when it is negative she will yell at them etc. I just stay out of it because I don't want to get into the drama. But then the friend storms out the room yelling because she had pushed it too far. I knew he was a very calm person. I never knew he could get like this. So I followed him out of the room. I wanted to make sure he didn't harm anyone or himself. I talked to him and cooled him down eventually. The teacher did nothing in this moment. She is very dumb. Then the girls started pulling out all the friends one by one in the hall. All the girls saying how she hates herself etc. I walked out of the room before she tried to talk to me because I didn't want to hear it. Another time, I'm normally very calm. If there is a conflict I will just keep it in and ignore the person, not confront them. She threatened to hurt herself if I didn't talk to her, and so I snapped at all my friends who were guilt tripping me into talking to her and told them all to shut up. Guess what teacher I had then as well? The same one. The boy whose brother she hates, she had also screamed at him for no reason and then 5 minutes later texted him like it was nothing. Not fun. I'm normally a calm person, rarely get angry at anything, but one day I snapped. I was at school just chilling playing guitar when some kid, same age, just smaller, came up and tried grabbing my guitar. I said don't touch it. Then his friend said what's gonna happen if we don't? So I just got up and said you don't wanna find out. About 10 minutes later they come back again. Now I'm 6,1. and I'm 15 big kid, whereas these kids are 5, 9 and 5, 5. They grab my guitar and try to throw it, so naturally I grab the guitar and give it to a teacher who was nearby who could see I was visibly pissed. I don't ever throw the first punch, so I'll let the little one do it first. He hits my leg, so I grabbed him by the neck, pulled him into a corner, and started beating the shit out of this kid. Now I mean headlock hammerfist on the back of his head, whilst his friend tries to intimidate me. I've been told by the teacher who was in the middle, hadn't been taught how to hold a child, yet because they were new, that they genuinely thought I was a psycho, because he was like, "Can you do me a favor and move before this gets worse?" And I calmly told him no. This kid snapped something in me as I let him, and 2 others pushed me around the first year I was here, so I didn't let it go. After the staff moved him, I followed him, just getting any hit I could in. I really faked him up, whilst his friend left. Kid hasn't been in school since, supposedly coming back in next year, and I can't wait for round 2 as I've been working out for the past 6 months, and I'm ready for that sheet. TLDR, kid pissed me off, beat him up, and he hasn't returned. So weird that this is a question, because I was just talking with a friend about 2 experiences I had like this. My daughter had just been born, wife still at the hospital. I was able to be there for the delivery, but had to go back to work the next day. Well, the next day we learned that my daughter had RSV, and naturally I was extremely concerned. This was my firstborn and the first I'd ever heard of the virus. So I let them know the situation and came in the next day instead. Next day comes, and the boss approaches me in the hallway and very rudely tells me I need to sign a write-up which would possibly lead to termination. I refused. She called me up to her office at the end of the day so she could raise her voice at me some more, and I lost my sheet. I was typically a very quiet and nice person, always respectful, but this was concerning the health of my daughter. She humiliated me and now was chastising me for being there for my baby. I raised my voice louder than hers and countered every single argument she had until she got to a point where she looked at another manager in the room and said, "RSV, what is that anyway?" To which the manager said it's kind of a big deal. By then it was too late. I made my case, but I had already shown how angry I was, so another guy simply told me, "Even if I did agree with you, I can't keep you here. You can't talk to your boss that way and continue working here." So I was fired. Had to get a job where I worked outside in the Texas heat and cold winter every day, where I lasted about 2 years. And as if that wasn't bad enough, the other men that worked there were very much assholes, save for a few of them. One day we got a new temp, and he started stuff with me over nothing. We argued and he said he wanted to fight. I agreed to, but after work and off premises, because I didn't want to get fired or go to jail. Before the workday ended, the guy took off, and we never saw him again. I'm a very quiet person and I might seem timid and super nice, but I'm a firm believer in speaking up for yourself, and when I get mad it really does show. Wish things wouldn't have gotten so ugly with my old boss, but I don't regret having that reaction still. If I didn't, I could possibly still be stuck there right now working with her. By the way, my daughter is alive and well. She's now, as she always puts it, almost 12 years old. Me, myself and I. I'm likely the most chill and reserved person you'll ever meet. I've had cars crash 2 feet from me with me not giving any more reaction than calmly checking on the people in the car. I'm well known for being unfazed, uninterested and unflinching, to the point many people question if I even have emotions. I do, boatloads. They just gnaw on my insides without ever touching the outside. The only time in my life I blew my top was a period I was having some personal issues with a girl and my living arrangements. At the same time, a virus was unleashed on the world named Nimda, admin backwards, that exploited the fact old Windows versions came with blank or idiotic standard passwords. It replicated by infecting every file it could find on the local PC and any network it was connected to. And it infected the network of the multinational company I worked for that had a network connecting all continents with over 100,000 employees worldwide. I blew my top as a culmination of days of shoveling shit because of this situation, which culminated in the following. I got 5 speeding tickets ranging 140-240 kilometers per hour. Because I worked at several of the locations this company operated from and decided for myself as a mere junior network admin to pull the plug on the external connections to and from these locations until I was able to clean the virus out and re-establish the connections with validated antivirus software checking the traffic. So I had to drive between them whenever some idiot opened another obviously infected email with the virus, reinfecting the local network point. This both lost me my driver's license for a period of 4 months and my company, while I knew they did it for others, refused to pick up financial fines attached. I was called into higher management to get chewed out for disconnecting the in and outgoing network connections for the locations I managed the network for without approval from higher up. Even though my locations were the first to be back up 100% operational and remained virus free, after I made that decision and started days of cleanup work. I was denied overtime for the 4 days and nights I spent cleaning that sheet from the network at my locations and denied reimbursement for buying software for my locations that stopped the virus from spreading after its installation. It wasn't approved software by corporate, so I could suck a lemon. I was eventually fired for disconnecting these connections at another meeting with higher management. So I punched my boss's boss in the nose, not my boss, because they had been entirely understanding and gave me praise for handling the situation well as a mere junior admin. Literally flipped a table and left. Granted, that was the extent of losing my sheet. By the time I was at the train station, 5-minute walk, I was completely relieved of being rid of that cheat-ass American company, and when I got home I slept 2 days straight because of the release of stress it had given me. No, I haven't seen something like that, but I could tell a story about myself. Well, I'm actually a very laid-back person and rarely lose my temper. Few things make me angry, but if someone makes me angry, that's a very big mistake. This all happened when I was in 7th grade. I had a friend, let's call her Josie. I've known she's been lying to me for months, but I wanted her to tell me herself. I also kept telling/writing her not to lie to me. She did it anyway. One day when we were doing art together, we were arguing about something trivial. She yelled at me and punched me on the arm, and that was it for me. I've had enough. The whole class was quiet because they wanted to know what happened next. Josie provoked me because she thought she somehow had power over me. She was a head taller than me. I was 4 feet 11 at the time. I got very close to her, looked her straight in the eyes and whispered, "I'll fuck you up." That was a threat to her without my using force. I whispered because the threat was only aimed at her, not my classmates. Josie and our art teacher, who heard the threat because we were sitting close to the teacher's desk, both turned very pale. Apparently Josie believed me because after that she was always honest with me and never provoked me again. Our classmates never bothered or provoked me again either. My English teacher was known as one of the nicest teachers in the school. She was kind, calm, and always put others above her own. One day she told the class we would have a sub-and to behave. The next day rolls around and no teacher shows up. We wait 10 minutes and still no teacher. Now this started to make me worried, since no classmates even brought up going to the office. People were running around, flipping desks, playing Just Dance. 3 girls were in the front of the class using their phone for it, and even a few kids who were pouring water over a popular kid who was crippled, and they all called it holy water. He was in on it, and of course everyone but me tried to keep this away from other teachers and students. The next day that same teacher came walking down the hall, cup in hand, hand on hip, and she had a serial killer smile, I kid you not. She then stopped in front of all of us, liked up against the wall, and had a very chopper and threatening voice, and basically said yesterday was unacceptable. Not a single one of you did your assigned homework, and when the teacher never showed up none of you even thought of taking initiative. Creepy laugh. I want you all in that class and I don't wanna hear a word from any of you, or you will be written up. I will also be pulling you all out of class to interrogate you. This was one of the times I was glad to be a good kid, because when she questioned me, she sounded genuinely nice and understanding, and not infuriated. I found out over the summer, because I worked at the school during summer, that she ended up quitting. So, wherever she is now, I hope she's having a happier life. It has happened to me. Quite honestly, I love it. I just go berserk or heavily ballistic on someone or something. I rage and yell shit to people who made me lose my sheet. There was this time, I was in a party, Some dude was talking shit to my girlfriend at the time. I wasn't with her cause I was being an asshole at the moment, but when my friends told me I was losing it, I went straight to the guy and said if there was a problem. Dude got kinda mad. He asked whom I was. I said her boyfriend and placed my hand on my girlfriend's back. Dude started to call me out for a fight. I was trying to prevent it, and then randomly he threw a punch to my girlfriend. That's when I lost it. I don't remember what happened, but I'm gonna tell you what I saw on the videos they took. I was practicing boxing and Brazilian jiu-jitsu at the time. When he threw that punch I was able to change place with my girlfriend and I received the punch. After that I pushed aside my girlfriend and I started to walk in circles, changing my speed and direction, with the purpose to confuse the guy, and so happened. Dude almost fell over when he stepped on his own pace. That's when I saw the window to knock him out. I threw a jab to his chin that immediately got him down. I didn't stop there. Once he was on the ground I laid on his chest and started to throw consecutive punches to his face, and especially his nose. After 2 minutes of that he started to try to push me aside. I'm 5'7". Dude was 6'4". When he started doing that, I moved as fast as possible and got on his back and got him on a choking hold. I didn't realize he was tapping, which means he yields and surrenders. I just kept him like that till a friend of me tapped my shoulder so damn hard. Dude almost died. Left him with a broken chin and nose. Couple of ribs too. I heard a rumor that said that I almost broke his neck with the pressure I held him on. Joke. Hold. My girlfriend broke up with me 7 months later. Well, this will be buried, but it's my dad and brother before I was born, or maybe really little. Anyway, dad still had his first car, a 38 Oldsmobile 2-door coupe. That thing had a massive trunk, but the thing to prop it open was gone. What's a dad to do but use a kid? So my brother is holding the trunk open like baby Clark Kent holding that truck off his dad in the Christopher Reeve Superman, while my dad digs around in the trunk. As you can imagine, my brother being about 10 can't hold it up for long, and it slips and whacks dad in the head. Now, I must say dad had a temper, but we didn't live in fear of physical abuse past the occasional well-deserved swat from a belt. Well, brother is shocked, so he quickly picks up the heavy trunk off of dad. Well, as you can imagine, dad was upset, and he had a temper anyway, so he goes to hit my brother who jumps out of the way, dropping the trunk on dad again. He goes to pick it up off of dad who is even more upset, and he takes another swing at my brother who drops it on dad again. This time, my brother ran. My mom saw the whole thing and yells from the window, "Serves you right for losing your temper." Later in life they used a stick to prop it open. My grandpa, my hero. Before I start, I want you guys to know this. I realize that this is the first time I'm writing this story down, and realizing it puts the tears in my eyes again, because I've been struggling with mental issues because of what happened in this story. English isn't my official language, so if there are any mistakes in my text who needs to be fixed, don't doubt if it's rude to say, because it isn't. I grew up in a family with my mom, who had me at 27, and my father who was 21 when I was born. The day my mother told him she was pregnant, he put a gun on her head and told her that he was going to the pharmacy for a pregnancy test. If the test would turn out negative, he again would put the gun to her head with one bullet in it. Test turned out positive, and I was born. I remember the domestic violence since I was around 2 years old. When my mother got beat up, I would involve myself in their fighting. I couldn't let this happen, and my mom stood up for me, and vice versa. Dad is a MMA/K1/Thai box trained muscled guy 2 meters tall and 150 kilograms heavy, dealing with unsolved child traumas, and only knows the fighting way to solve a fight. He learned me that way too. When I was 11 I once fight him, and he was on the floor, unconscious. That moment I realized that I, a tall but skinny 11-year-old girl, had the fighting skills of my father, and that I need to be aware of that. A part of these skills were developed because of my karate lessons. I was bullied at my junior high, I told my parents, but it wasn't bullying. I've been sexual abused for 2 years by 5 boys out of my class. I was too afraid to tell my parents, because they had enough on their minds. And from that point my father didn't fight me as much as my mother, because I was getting way too strong for him. Mom got pregnant again when I was 12, and from that point everything went next level. Like extreme. My grandpa was always there for me. I was his first granddaughter and we were buddies for life. So when my dad locked my mom at our company to work the whole day without food or water, I needed to take care of my baby sister. Mind you, I was 12 and going to school for 36 hours a week. Summer recess 2006. Dad was high on amphetamine for 6 weeks in a row and got a psychosis. One morning he woke me up at 6 AM and he told me to grab his phone from the kitchen in 30 seconds. If I ran out of time, something scary would happen. So I jumped out of bed, jumped from the stairs, grabbed his phone, and gave it to him with 14 seconds left on the timer. Thank God. He forced me to sit down under the attic stairs and look up. He was there sitting with my mom, with a wire on her neck and a knife on her throat, connected to a lamp. He called the police, because she would have her ecstasy lab, and I was forced to look up, and to stay looking at them. He started to burn her with her inspection light, the one they use with cars, in her face and her legs. Then he told her it was her time to go. Mind you, she was stunning to see. He took her beauty away from her and, as if God was helping us at that moment, police knocked on the door and I convinced him to let me open the door. There was SWAT everywhere. Police rapport said there were over 30. When I opened the door, the officer asked where they were and if I can put myself into safety. I could, because I had warned neighbors that this was going to happen. Knocked on the door by my favorite neighbor, called my grandparents, and all I could do was cry. When I saw my grandpa, who took his brother with him, park his car, I ran outside. It took the cops a half an hour to get my father out of our house because of his strength. They put him in the police van with all the drugs still on his chest. My grandpa ran to the van, who was already driving away, started yelling and grabbed me inside where my mom was crying like a baby. He opened his coat and took a gun out of his pocket with the police around us and yelled, "This is going to be his bullet, I promise you, ma'am of mom." Police was just quiet. I never saw my grandpa that angry and never hear his voice like it was at that moment. My grandpa passed away 2 years ago, and I'm still so thankful for all the support he gave me when I needed to act like an adult when I was just a child. Oh, another one by me. Yeah, I know. Anyway, growing up, my 2 youngest siblings, who were 2 years apart and shared a room, used to fight all the time, and I really mean all the time, from dusk till dawn, yelling at each other, yelling at our parents that the other did the thing or won't do the thing, just loud all the time. Mind you, we lived in a not so big apartment. What was even more obnoxious was that my parents did jack shit about it, and if my sister and I, the other 2 kids of the 4, would complain about being woken up in the morning, we would just be told by parents, well, it's 6/7/7.30 over 8 am. You should be waking up anyway, even if it was the weekend. Infuriating to 2 teenagers who would stay up late and hang out with friends at Kanawaj. As it happens, I'm a fairly poor sleeper in my own right, insomnia, so after a couple of years of this, I just kinda got fed up and was thinking of somehow getting back at them. One weekend I wake up around 5 AM or so for no reason, and instead of going back to sleep, after mulling it over a bit, I went into the kitchen, grabbed a metal pot and a spoon, walked into their room, and started banging. Woke up the whole house, got yelled at a bunch by basically everyone, but it was worth it. As I remember it, they calmed down a bit in the mornings after that. Thought that could just be faulty memory. Yup, cause it was me. Only twice it has happened, but when I'm angry, it is full on. Seeing red, do everything in your power to hurt them rage. First time, middle school, bullying sheet, had to be restrained by my friends when they realized I wanted to kill someone, based on the look in my eyes. Girl I was crushing on was there and never got near me after she saw the switch get flipped. She didn't hate me or anything, but straight up told me that was the scariest face and most terrifying eye she had ever seen. After talking to my friends and the way they described what they thought after looking at me, I do not blame her one bit, and that day was the last I really spoke with her. Second time, senior year of high school, different details but same basic bullying sheet. Luckily the switch got flipped when they were barking over the phone on speaker in front of the whole team, and I just lost it. Friend hung up the call before I could lay into her verbally, but from the 5 to 10 minutes of me losing my mind as I vividly described all the ways I would beat her to death if this kept up, the whole team realized the gentle, easygoing, soft-spoken me had a very ugly side when truly angered. Luckily someone informed her of what I said, and she didn't say shit to me for the rest of the year. I know in other responses people are saying it is either stone cold anger or do my god I made real, and well, I'm in the do my god I made real category. Only upside is, since learning that about myself I never place myself in situations that could go that way. Always walk away from a fight/provocation. Never drink. Never start something. Haven't been angry for over a decade now. Plenty of other negative emotions, but never angry. Ex-boss. I worked part-time as a pot washer when I was 16 in a busy kitchen filled with characters. The pub was run by a guy called John and his 2 sons Stuart and David, who were both in their 40s. They were all good guys, but mainly it was Stuart running things on the floor each night. He was well mannered and spoke in a really polite tone, but would occasionally come out of nowhere to dip into the kitchen staff's utterly brutal banter with a comment that made everybody else's comments pale considering how politely he spoke. When he did it, it only made things even funnier. He never had a dig at me and was always super nice, probably because I was on minimum wage, only 16 and generally kept myself to myself. One night after shift there was some discussion going on between the dessert sous chefs about shifts. I didn't really catch on to the details, but things had suddenly become tense out of nowhere. I'm doing my thing and Stuart suddenly comes into the kitchen and goes berserk, yelling at them from across the room about talking about him behind his back, which he never did to anybody. Finishes off with pointing at them across the room and shouting back quote, "If you've got something to say it to my faking face and not my back." He then walks across the kitchen to the restaurant floor as the kitchen is in total silence, pats me on the shoulder without looking at me as he passes by, and says really politely back quote, "Alright STEM 18. Even though I had nothing to do with any of it, then headed to the restaurant floor. I had known nothing but calm from the guy for 12 months, so when he went berserk it was terrifying. I'm that person. I have a lot of patience, but when it's gone, it's gone. Here's my favorite instance of it. Point. After graduating high school, I had a smallish graduation party at the camp/cabin that my great-grandparents built for family gatherings. One of the guys at it was a friend for about 5 years, Phil, but he was that kind of friend that likes to push your buttons. He was never outright mean to me, but he'd do and say shit that annoyed me even if he knew. For example, he was a big Tom Green fan and used to call me Glenn Humplick all the time and try acting the way Tom did with Glenn. It annoyed the hell out of me, and he knew it. Point. For some reason, a bunch of us started tossing around this foam and latex rat Halloween decoration at the party. That led to throwing it at each other. Someone threw it at Phil, missed, and it landed near me. Phil darted over, picked it up, and slapped me right across the face with it. The room went silent. The look on his face completely told me what the look on mine was. He dove over the section couch that had just enough space between it and the wall to walk. I went right over it after him. Now is a good time to point out that I was probably approaching a weight of 300 pounds at that age. I landed on top of him, had my left hand on his jaw pushing the side of his head against the floor, and my right drawn back ready to pound him. Then I snapped out of it, realized I'd likely kill him if I started punching, and let him up. He never did that shit again though. Point edit. Typos and clarification. This one is about me actually. I worked in a job growing weed and the owners were completely taking advantage of us. We worked 14 to 16-hour days with no overtime pay and got constantly demeaned. I tried calling the BBB and they informed me that agriculture jobs don't have to follow regular labor laws. One day during harvest I looked over and one of my friends was crying. He had a wife and a newborn and all the work was really getting to him, but if he said anything he would be fired. I realized how crazy it was and just left. I don't like to make a fuss because I'm really introverted and scared of confrontation. Then a few hours later I get a text from another friend apologizing to me for the rides home I gave him. After texting back and forth a bit, he explained that our manager had told everyone that I quit because he was asking me for rides home and that I was getting sick of everyone. I fucking lost it. I drove right back to work and confronted him on the spot about everything in front of everyone. I blew up and was yelling at him, and I noticed that everyone was on my side and people started to chime in because it was all very built up. We ended up demanding better working conditions, and I got my job back, and we got what we asked for. I quit about a month later because I just didn't want to be there anymore. The conditions remain better to this day though. I'm the normally calm person, and I have 2 examples of what happens when we lose our shit and why. Haha. First time was when I was very ill. I knew I'd be hospitalized soon and didn't know how long I'd be in there, and there was a chance I could die, but I was doing my GCSEs at the time, so I was still going year old school. One boy in my class, who we'll call C, was being a dick as usual in the back of the class, interrupting, mucking about, and just generally being disruptive. All I wanted was to be well enough to stay in school, and here was this guy who was, and he was throwing it all away. I turned around and screamed an entire speech at him about how he was wasting an opportunity not everyone gets, and if he wants to do that then that's up to him, but he needs to stop taking this opportunity away from the rest of us by being so disruptive. The whole class fell silent and stared at me. C then started awkwardly laughing before the teacher cut him off and told him I was right, and then after the teacher set us some work to do, she came and checked I was okay. Hahaha. Second time was when I had an abusive friend and I'd finally had enough of him. I'd been avoiding him, but we attended college together and were in the same department. He came up to me and started this whole manipulative speech about how he's so worried about me and basically thought I was going to off myself if I didn't let him in. So I stood up and yelled at him that I was sick of him being overbearing and manipulative and I need him to leave me alone. I then walked off, but this guy then decided to use that outburst to tell his entire class that that's what I'm really like, and then I spent the rest of the year being bullied by his whole class. I did. I'm a bookkeeper and newest in the company, although I've been there a couple of years, so I have a client that underdeclares. Not by a bit, but at margins that would be obvious to a 6th grader. I went to my boss about this client several times. My boss would talk to her, but next month it's the same thing. So, I worked her books another way around, not going into detail. That is legal. There is no way I'm going to jail for tax fraud for someone else. Point. So this lady goes to a colleague of mine and complains. This lady steals the client's files ECT. Point from my office and does an investigation. Point. She then goes to my boss that I'm a liability to the company because she's done this investigation and I had the client pay more than our $140,000 in extra taxes. So my boss tells her to bring in her proof on the Monday. She, the boss, comes to me and asks me to prepare my side of the story and interpretation of this client's taxes. I do this, feeling quite bit scared, as this other woman came up with very exact numbers. Lo and behold, I come up with the exact number. Only difference is, I calculated the tax according to the income, sales, on their bank statement, and the other woman worked from the actual invoices the client would send a spreadsheet of. So, I've got my ducks in a row, but I'm quite upset, as this colleague used words like integrity, accountability and trustworthy towards my boss. Now think about it clearly. How on earth would it benefit me if I make a customer overpay? Is the revenue service going to give me a sticker, or what? So, she's mailed her report to the boss, and on Monday morning, she posts a voice note that she really doesn't care to attend the meeting, as the writing's on the wall for me, and her report is submitted. So, this bitch questions my work integrity towards my boss, but doesn't have the guts to face me. I'll let rip on the office group, with voice notes about how she must have the bloody guts to come face me. This is on my way to work. Point. My boss phones me and says she thinks I must take a week's leave. She'll sort this out and wants to know where she can get my report. Point. On Thursday, she says I must come in for a hearing, and I go. I got written up for threatening a colleague. Luckily wasn't required to apologize. Okay, so I signed the write-up because I was in fact threatening her. She's looked at both reports, and the client was marginally underdeclaring. due to a family member ending up in jail because of playing around with revenue. She knows that I feel very strong about it. I'll do my best for a client within the law. We all get notified on Friday afternoon that there will be a meeting on Monday morning. So, at Monday's meeting, the boss moves the client over to the colleague and makes her sign a form that she takes full liability for this account. Also, the colleague is forbidden to speak to any of my clients or touch any documents not pertaining directly to her own client's final nail in the coffin. On Thursday last week, this colleague comes to my offices and says that she is struggling with this account as nothing balances. I laughed in her face and told her that she is this wonderful accountant that could figure out this whole scam, so I'm sure she'll be able to figure out this account. I also made it definitely clear that I will not as much as look at anything about this account. If she can't balance it, she must go to the boss for assistance. Lol. Couldn't wait to send my boss a private message about it. We had a good laugh. We'll see what happens with this account next week. In my high school, we have the same biology teacher for all 3 grades. Our biology teacher is a very calm and funny person, always making jokes and most of the time doing big discussions regarding the lesson with the whole class. His philosophy is that you should never try to make students obey you with a loud voice or by being extremely strict. Sadly, this is also the main factor some of the students in my class and the other classes exploit to do whatever the hell they want in his class. So we fast forward to this year, second year of high school, where students are separated into 3 classes. Theoretical class, in Greek, everything that has to do with becoming a philologist, historian, English teacher, translator, lawyer/judge etc. and more. We have the class of positive sciences as we call it, or simply as we call it, where scientists, doctors, architects and more go, and we also have computers/economics or simply economics, where everyone who wants to be an economologist, who wants to go to a business school, become a software developer, or game developer in my case, or simply want to graduate from high school. My class, economics, contains some of the most problematic students, who always try to find a way to turn classes of the least, I'd say strict teachers into free periods, either by doing whatever the fuck they want during lessons, or being super loud and speaking behind the teacher's back. During that day, it was a rather casual day. The biology teacher decided not to do a lesson and rather speak with us calmly about a certain topic. Some students begin to chat with others, while most of us simply speak with him. The one curses. He doesn't really do anything about it and goes on. Then another one curses. He tells him not to do that, because it's not nice. Then the previous one does. Well, same thing goes on again and again. I can tell that internally he is getting angry, but doesn't show it, and I hope that the others would stop. Fast forward again 5 minutes later, when he tells that one dude who always causes trouble not to curse for the last time. He goes into his classic I'm cool tone and says a line in Greek kinda similar to screw you. Well, needless to say, my teacher was so fed up from the previous times that he grabs the empty desk in front of him, slightly side lifts it, and slams it back down again, while screaming furious. I had never even seen him angry, let alone mad, and this scene made me a little bit scared. As soon as he realized how angry he was, he rushed out of the class. I'm going to assume to calm down and send another teacher to take care of us for the rest of the class. Story time. Back in 2014, I was doing my mandatory military service. For those who don't know, being a computer guy is really hard when you are in the military, especially when you are the kind of guy who never complains or raises his voice and does what he is told every time without a hint of resentment. Even though I'm technically a software engineer, every officer would get me their personal laptop to fix. I would go around different units and fix CD-ROM drives, floppy disk drives. Yes, floppy disks were still a thing in 2014. Replace hard disks, and in general, tend to any device that operates with electricity, including being a freaking photographer for the unit's events. I would do everything that was asked of me with the most professional military attitude. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. I was also permanently assigned to the first office, which is the military equivalent of the hour plus supplies department. which meant that I had to handle everything related to personnel and the unit's mail. If you are thinking, well, that's not that bad, you just have to answer some emails, that couldn't be further from the truth. We are talking about actual paper mail that had to be read, signed, stamped, then taken to the commander to be co-signed, distributed to the rest of the units, and then at 1 PM I would gather our outgoing mail and walk about 1 kilometer to the brigade and deliver them. Since I was in charge of all the slips for the soldiers to take a day/night off in their schedules, I did my best to secure some extra days out for anyone who privately requested them. You would imagine that all these kinds of duties would allow me to be cut some slack from the normal military duties, like staying guard for 4 hours, but that was definitely not the case. In fact, I was always assigned to the sheetist schedules, because I had to be in the first office at 6:30 AM. So my nightly guard schedule was usually for the 2 to 4 AM or 4 to 6 AM slots. Needless to say, that the whole ordeal was pretty brutal. For context, I entered the military weighing 80 kilograms, 176 pounds, and was discharged weighing 67 kilograms, 148 pounds. One of the worst days that I had was when all the stars aligned for everything to go wrong. I had to clean some gutters the previous evening. Then I had to go do my 4-hour guard duty. Then I couldn't sleep till 1 AM. Had to wake up at 4 AM and do guard duty till 6. Then I had to rush to the first office. Was super busy the entire morning with mail and running around fixing computers. And to top it off, the commander did not sign the mail to be sent till 2:30 PM. This meant that I had to literally run to the brigade because I needed to be ready at 3 PM. To be transported with other soldiers to an outpost outside of the military camp for the next day's guard duty. I was basically running all day, with 3 hours of sleep. I hadn't had the time to eat anything for 24 hours, and I was like 10 minutes late to the small military van that would transport us to the outpost point. So here I was, in the back of the military van, a soldier driver, an accompanying officer sitting next to the driver, and 7 soldiers sitting with me in the back. I was hungry, tired out of my mind, and already boiling inside from all the bad luck, mad at the commander for not signing on the mail earlier, mad at the first officer's officer, and mad at the entire world. And that's when it happened. A couple of the soldiers started bitching about me being late. I snapped. I don't remember much after that, but I remember that I had offended pretty much every soldier that was sitting around me, their mothers, and their girlfriends, even the ones who were not bitching. I cursed at almost every divine being across all religions, and it was bad enough that the officer had to stop the van and come back around and ask me if everything was okay. I went on a 5-minute rant on him, not insulting him, but insulting all the soldiers that were still sitting next to me, calling them lazy little fucks who have the audacity to talk. I asked him if he has a problem with me being late, and I challenged him to go together and talk to the commander right now and see who is right and what those little beaches will have to say. Then in the end, he managed to calm me down, and we kept on driving to the outpost. As you can imagine, the rest of the ride and the entire guard duty, especially with my guard partner, was really awkward as there were 7 guys with fully loaded guns and knives, fearful that a crazy dude might snap again and kill them. Aftermath. When we reached the outpost, the officer asked me if I had eaten, which I hadn't. He actually called the restaurant in the camp to open up again specifically for me, and he had me transported there in the military van to eat. One thing that is never allowed to happen in the military is for a soldier to not be fed. I appreciated that move deeply. There wasn't any permanent grudge after that incident between me and the other soldiers, but I was talking to one of these guys a few months later about what officer we are most afraid of in the entire camp. He said, "Dude, I'm not afraid of any officer as much as I'm afraid of you." After that sheet in the van, for a couple of weeks, I was scared that you could wake up in the middle of the night and cut all our throats. TLDR, calm and collected soldier turns full on psycho on fellow soldiers. Edit, grammar, some context, TLDR. I was at my friend's wedding, which was at his house. One of the bride's cousins was causing minor issues with several different people throughout the night. Then a yelling match with the groom ensued. I stepped in and started handling the situation, and everyone was saying good. Ledrens_Malinix handle it mostly, because I'm known to be calm and rational, while other guests are quite well known to be hotheads. I thought that I was able to talk some sense into this punk, but an hour later the bride chased him out of the house screaming at him. Apparently he had snuck in and was snooping around. I decided that's it, he has to leave. He ended up at the end of the driveway and I simply stood there and told him that he wasn't coming back and explained that he needed to find a way home. Eventually he tried to make a move past me and I instinctively chokeslammed him on the gravel driveway. I only know that it was a chokeslam because I was suddenly on top of him and holding him down by his throat and ready to thump the shit out of him for trying to ruin my friend's wedding. Fortunately I realized what I was doing was unnecessary and slid my hand down to his chest to hold him and yelled at him with an anger that I have never heard come out of me before, that he was a piece of shit, as the groom pulled me off of him after my wife failed to. While everyone assured me that I did nothing wrong, I was embarrassed and disappointed in myself. No one has ever pushed me to that breaking point in over 40 years of my life. We didn't see the douche for the rest of the night, but apparently he stole his father's truck overnight and got into an accident on the highway and broke his leg. I was a little worried for a while that there might be some legal consequences blowing back on the groom and myself, since the douche got drunk at the wedding and I forced him to leave, but it has been a year and we haven't heard anything. I used to work with a Canadian gentleman who was a picture of calmness and civility. I'd worked with him through several significant catastrophes and high-pressure business situations, and he was unflappable. A different colleague and I had traveled to the Canada office for some run-of-the-mill project work and were sitting in a conference room early in the morning with several Canadians. During a lull in the conversation, my American colleague confessed that his knowledge of Canadian geography was practically non-existent. This prompted our calm friend to put a map of Canada up in the projector, and he gave us a brief summary of each of Canada's provinces, including points of interest and a little history. It was like watching Mr. Rogers when he'd finished. My American colleague pointed out Quebec and said, "Aren't they the ones that want to leave Canada to start their own country?" The calm Canadian hand waved that suggestion away as just the loud ravings of extremists. The American persisted, "But how would that work if they voted to leave Canada?" This prompted a 10-minute long tirade from the previously placid Canadian, featuring statements like, "I hope they plan to take their goddamn debt with them. A lot of shitty politicians will have to decide which country they want to screw, and my wife studied French in Paris for 4 years, and she can't even understand them. I don't know what that garbage talk is, but it isn't French." After his lengthy loud tirade completed, we all sat in stunned silence for a moment until he noticed that my mug was empty and promptly made me a cup of tea. Lol. Math teacher, normally a quiet and reserved teacher, she didn't raise her voice when teaching. We were the morning class, and it was end of term, when we had to apply for university, back in the day, when it was just a pile of paperwork. Naturally we were talking about university/college/post-secondary choices. We didn't shut up, and she was ready to start classes. I was sitting in the front. I saw her expression cloud over, and she picked up a wooden meter stick and contemplated it for 2 seconds. She smashed the meter stick so hard into the desk that the first stroke splintered the thing into pieces. I still remember the sheer noise of the wooden meter stick hitting the wooden desk and just exploding into pieces. She continued to do so while ugly sobbing. Everyone didn't know how to act, but she got it out of her system and left a note on the chalkboard to do certain pages and she waked out. We found out later that the poor soul had a cancer DX, mid-90s, so the tech wasn't as good, and the stress broke her. Teacher salary versus medical sheet. Even with Canadian healthcare? Yeah, I would be stressed too. I wish I gave her a hug or a calming word, because poor lady lost it. Same high school, different class. My friend witnessed our outgoing biology teacher throw a full-sized grade 13 hardcore textbook at a student. Funny thing was the teacher in question was a petite lady with like zero muscle tone, so that was another meltdown from hell. Here's a story from high school. I was sitting in the computer lab next to my friend during a lesson. I picked up a stapler and, succumbing to the call of the void, pressed it into his arm, ejecting a stapler into his skin. You'd be mad, right? He wasn't. He was totally calm, utterly bewildered, laughing, and said, "What the hell? Why did you do that? Ow." To which I replied, "Honestly, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I have no idea why I did that." I watched, feeling surreal, as my friend removed the staple from his arm and looked at the 2 tiny holes it had left, still laughing. Now, this conversation drew the attention of our teacher. When my friend explained why we were talking during his lesson, the teacher, who had never so much as raised his voice, slammed his fist into the whiteboard, knocking it off the wall. We were all terrified. He immediately seemed to feel bad. Ultimately, I was not punished because my friend was not even mad, just very confused. We still play online games together almost 20 years later, and occasionally tell that story to people. Love you, Ian. I leave you with a quote. There are 3 things all wise men fear: the sea in a storm, a night with no moon, and the anger of a gentleman. My dad and I are both accomplished skiers, and we used to go on big trips where we'd have to camp out, etc. He's in his 70s now and still fighting fit, but this would have been 20 or so years ago when we were both in our prime or close to it. We knew the potential risks and were prepared for them, but the mountain does what the mountain does, and on that day it decided that what it was going to do was fuck us up. My dad never loses his temper, but that was the day where I discovered that I don't take after him as much as I'd like to. I lost my own sheet, hard, and badly. Proper tantrum level stuff. To be honest, I expected to die in the blizzard and the avalanche risk. After a while the old man came over from digging a snow shelter, grabbed me by the shoulders, and went off like a claymore mine. He called me weak, and I was, in fact, weak. I dragged myself together, and we made the shelter, and then made it back to base the next day. I learned a lot from that experience. One lesson was definitely to fear everything when a calm person becomes scared. He literally needed me, and all I was doing was sheeting myself like a fool. My dad is already my hero, but his cold rage in that moment just solidified it for me. I'm generally calm, but aside from losing my sheet often with my parents or a few times with my sociopath coworker, I can think of one other time when I went to get my car inspected at a Pep Boys. I used to go to this Pep Boys regularly just for tires, oil changes and inspections, no serious work. I had a Mini at the time. I was very happy with what they did and their turnaround time. I hung around the shopping center this time while I waited for inspection. But also it was summer. I had grown a lot of vegetables in my garden, including fennel. If you've ever seen that, it's tall and has very fine frilly leaves at the top. I was carrying them around in bags because I did not want to leave them in the hot car. When they call me for my car, I go to pick it up. Everything is fine. Get to my car, settle in, and my hood release latch is sticking straight out. So I go to push it in, and it's just totally loose, like it's broken. So I'm like, this was definitely not like that when I left it here. So I go back in, but I take my bags of produce because I don't want them to wilt in the car. So I ask about the hood latch. First they deny they know anything. Then they said, yeah, it was hard to open the hood and the way it is now is your problem. Basically, I was talking to the manager and he was so smug. I just flipped out, and I'm going on about how they were so rough with car and how come they don't even know how to fix that, and he is just looking at me stone-faced. Meanwhile, as I'm flipping out, I'm wildly gesticulating with these 2 bags of produce in my hands, leaves flying everywhere, and the guy's eyes keep going to the bags, and I know he sees the bags, and that's annoying me too. Anyway, they didn't do anything for me. I blasted them on Twitter. I made a Twitter account specifically for this. This was 10 years ago. Corporate called me and had me go back there. They reimbursed me for the hood latch repair, which I had done at the dealer already, and the manager came out and apologized to me, and I never went to a Pep Boys again. I was young and had just gotten my first job. I worked in a cleaning company, the same one, 4 years after. Our company does contractual cleaning services as well. My boss was the nicest lady I have ever met. Gave a fledgling like me a good job and salary as well. One day our company had signed a contract with a food company. They didn't deal with food directly but they are more of the papers people. I was new and had to clean 5 stories worth of toilets, offices and the boss level 6th patio. Everything was written in black and white. And I didn't complain because the contract paid quite well. First few days was chill. After the first week, shit went downhill. Literal shit in the toilet, on sides of walls etc. Men had not been taught by their mama how to pee and respect the toilet. Holy hell. But the worst was in the women's toilet. See, I'm a male and I can only clean when the office closes, which is at 5:30 p.m. 6 p.m. So I had to wait till after office hours. And the horror. The blood-curdling horror. At first I had thought it was normal, I was new, but it evolved and got out of hand. I told the supervisor, who was tied in with the contract. He was my direct superior, if in case things happen, only in that company. It's like a in charge rather more than the typical supervisor. Did nothing. Told me to suck it up and not bitch to him about useless gibberish. One day the pipings in one of the ladies' toilet broke and literally sheet fest. Called him during office hours. He didn't pick up. Did not come to office for 2 days. 2 days later he returned and told me it's just sheet. I should be able to handle it. That day when it happened, I had to stay till after midnight to clean the toilet. And stayed the night in my cleaning office because I had missed the last train and bus, all because the idiot didn't answer my calls and texts. I couldn't claim until I get a yes from him. Things descaled from there. I have had enough. Not only was I the only person and new, hence no talking power, but I didn't know how else to clean because they kept complaining I was slow, inefficient, etc. and so called my boss. Sudden meeting with the heads and the head of that company. My boss went apeshit. Like she was so scary. That sweet, kind and soft lady became a faking bloodthirsty monster everyone had tried to refute, but she was not having it. Literally. She said towards the end I didn't serve the country to let you fakers destroy it. And took me off from there, annulled the contract, and sued their company for all the damages they had caused to our company and me. After that, she told every other companies after that incident nicely, if anybody fucks with my employees, like ever, they are in for a treat. Yeah, me. I'm very easygoing. Nothing much bothers me. But, I was 21, fresh out of the military, no combat. I was at a pool hall with my 20-year-old wife. We were playing pool and some drunk guy, 30-year-old guy, was hitting on my wife. I always took it as a compliment and had no issue with that sort of thing. We used to have a look that would tell the other that they've had enough with the situation. So, about 20 minutes in, she gave me the look, so I stepped in, explained I was her husband and he apologized, and backed off. About 30 minutes later, he gained some liquid courage, and walked back up to her, while she was waiting on her shot to play, and grabbed her tigs. I lost my sheet. Now, before I go any further, I was 5 feet 10 and 150 pounds. Soaking wet. He was 6 feet 2, 200. I briskly walked over there, grabbed a pool stick, and proceeded to beat the life out of him with it. He fell to the ground and I grabbed his legs, spread them open, and stomped his balls with the heel of my foot 3 times now. The latter was explained by witnesses. I black out when I grabbed the pool stick. He lost a testicle and his ego. He pressed charged, but then my wife pressed sexual harassment and sexual assault charges against him. Since he had previous assault charges, non-sexual, he dropped the charges. State never picked up the charges on me either, due to multiple witnesses stating he sexually assaulted her. This was 23 years ago. I've never had it happen again. Still the even-keeled guy who is just chill. Wish I remember all of it though. I'm that guy. I'm usually apathetic to most things. I hate conflict and arguments, so I never get into any. When I was 16 or 17, I really hated school and I used anything that made it more bearable, like a lot of caffeine for example, because I was depressed and sleep deprived and kept falling asleep in class. One time a classmate brought in Ritalin, saying it makes classes easier to sit through. So I took some, and then we had a math class. I despised my math teacher as did the rest of the class. She was kind, but always found a way to make us mad. I could go deeper into it, but basically as she made everyone frustrated, they started acting out, and it was such a loud and chaotic environment. I was already on edge. Then I wanted to ask her a question about the subject. She had told us before that we may only ask questions if we raise our hand and she lets us speak. So I did that, and she ignored me for about 15 minutes while actually answering questions that others just shouted at her. Turns out that, for me, Ritalin has a weird side effect. When I really want to say something and can't get the opportunity to, I get extremely frustrated, but I didn't let it out this time. Finally, as my hand is hurting pretty bad from holding it up for so long, she lets me speak. Before I even get my full question out, she interrupts me saying, "If you were paying attention, you would have known that." Which pissed me off so much, because she never explained anything, and I was clearly paying attention the whole time, and I just exploded with anger, shouted at her as loud as I could, basically telling her all my frustrations, and why she is so bad at her job. I've never seen my class so quiet. I got in a bit of trouble afterwards because of it. Luckily our class teacher knew that the math teacher was shitty, and after the rest of the class defended what I said, she shrugged it off. I never took Ritalin again, and I apologized to the math teacher for shouting at her, but I told her I'm not apologizing for what I said, because I stand by it. Some people just should not teach. Me, myself and I. I'm a totally chill person who in most instances ends up laying on my back for others' wants and needs over my own point. Earlier this month I experienced the most agonizing loss of my lifetime. My baby that I had tried to conceive with my fiancé for over 4 years. I've never been in more mental pain before in my life. My closest friends. Yeah, I know, the ones you drop everything to help them move. You share your darkest secrets with them. etc. All couldn't care less about my loss. I was not once messaged how ya doing, are you okay, do you wanna talk, etc. by any of them. I suffered through the biggest loss all by myself. When I never left my friends to go through loss by themselves. I lost my shit on them after I realized that they didn't give a shit about my sorrows. I told them they were worthless. I told them I hope they're happy staying with men they bitch about every single day online. I told them to go fuck themselves, and I may have gone a bit far. I told them to lines themselves. I was, and still am, full of anger and rage towards them with the scenario. I was there for them when their snake and frog died, but they couldn't even message me when my baby died. After over 4 years was put in the making of that baby. Now wholeheartedly, that beach got added to my on-site list. To top that off, my childhood best friend, 14 years, that I cut off last summer, started talking shit about me on TikTok after she learned of my baby dying. She had her other friend's husband stalking my social media. He told her my baby died and I was suffering. They probably laughed about that alone. Then she decided it was prime time to start talking shit about me for views and clout. I wouldn't care if she was talking on it months ago, but you're gonna hold your breath from last summer to now after my baby died? I messaged her calling her out for waiting to talk shit until my baby died, then blocked her on all social media. She decided to text me. I didn't remember her number to block it, to tell me that she's not sorry. I deserved it. Nobody loves me. Nobody supports me. She even had the nerve to say that she didn't care about the timing and that it was not an issue for her to deal with. All of the beaches involved in this got added to my on-site list. Who would have thought losing my pregnancy also would have meant adding about 5 beaches that I was closest to in my lifetime to my on-site list. Me, I never ever lose my temper. Sure, I can get a little frustrated, but I always try to put humor into my frustration so people don't get too negatively affected by my complaining. And mostly I just don't let negative feelings get to fester. And since I was a kid I've learned to postpone any reaction apart from survival instincts. But I completely lost my shit earlier this year at Ups for never making my home delivery. They just send it to some boutique where I can pick it up. And I hate that. I pay extra to get my items to my doorstep. So, I've used Ups 8 times that I had receipts and history on, every single one with home delivery, and 0 of them actually getting here. And the same happened this time, with an excuse of me not being available or at home to receive the parcel. But this time, I worked from home and saw the driveway from my home office the entire time. I get my notifications that I can track and see when it arrives and the time window of delivery. So I'm literally sitting there watching for them to come, so I could see why there's always an issue. I suspected a routine of very unprofessional laziness, but I won't call it out unless I can substantiate such a claim. Every job can be rough and time is often a complete mystery to planning staff, it seems. So time goes on and the delivery time window just passes. Get a message from Ups that I wasn't available for the delivery, and I just snapped. I messaged them on Messenger, called the local Ups office, and told them all of my experiences with them, and the poor bloke stopped trying to defuse the situation pretty quickly as I just shot down the script he's been spoon-fed by Ups, and I could hear that he was really ashamed of the situation and going for the script. It pained him to try to do the scripted replies and arguments. So he offered me a refund of the shipping, and I said no. That's not going to help the problem that they're obviously having with their staff. So I told him as clearly and directly I could without being a complete anus to the poor guy that you are going to call your driver, you are going to tell him that I know that they've been bullshitting on their delivery tactics, and that he's going to turn back, get my item, and deliver it to my door as I paid for. Is that understood? Yup, I went full on dad anger on him, and the guy I talked with apologized profusely and told me that he genuinely is on my side on this. So I apologize too for being so angry about it, and that I know that he's not the problem here, and that he seems like a good guy. A courtesy I felt I owed him points. So after 20 minutes I get a message on my phone again saying that my parcel will arrive later that day. Fine, good. The dude I talked with helped me out, so I shot an email with all this info to our National Ups HQ telling them that the guy I talked to was great, but there is a big problem with their deliveries. An hour goes past. I get a phone call from Ups, a very affable professional man asking me a lot of questions about my previous deliveries from them, and I dug out all my emails after the stories got told and emailed them to him. Another hour and a half goes by. I get another phone call, this time from a clearly angry but professional man, asking about all of this again, from the day to all the previous encounters with Ups I've had, and he apologized. Told me that he'd get my package delivered as soon as he could, and asked if he could use my emails, phone call with the support guy and receipts that I sent for their teams to see and discuss. So I agreed and told him that the support guy did the best he could, and he seemed genuinely sorry about this, so to not give him any stick over this. He did everything right in my eyes. I just got fed up with the script, and that his personal touch and input helped way more than any script ever could point. And then it got quiet, I got my parcel, and I was happy again. Kinda point I did it over a pair of replacement over-ear muffs for my headphones. They cost a total of $15, 159 of my national currency. I did all that for some ear muffs, and not wanting to walk 1 kilometer to the pickup place, onward a week. Thought a lot about the support guy I talked to and just had to call back to make sure he didn't get any flack from what happened, because it seemed like I made some waves with my interaction with them. So I get a hold of him, and we talk for a bit, and I apologize again, and he did too, and he didn't get any stick. What happened? Quite the opposite, he even got a small bonus, so that was cool. But apparently my only angry unhinged outburst that I can remember got taken really seriously, and they made a national thing out of it, and we are going to put up 2 more lines of defense against lazy work routines for drivers and time management for the schedulers/routers/planners. The guy also told me that there were rumors of 3 people being fired over it. I don't ever want to lose my temper, even if I can control myself and keep being communicative when I do, but it felt really good to just go ham and just let that stuff happen, and that it actually made a difference. But the leading up to it is horrible. Anger is useless to me, and I'm so happy that I can control it and myself the way I do, because I genuinely don't let myself get to that point generally. I identify my frustrations as early as I can, and I diffuse them in what healthy way I can. It's taken years. I was an angry kid, very angry kid, but I learned to deal in my middle teens. And now, this is the only time I can remember from my adult life that I've let anger run over. And I'm 37. Me, I'm the level-headed, laid-back, never angry quiet person. While in the military I had a behavioral health appointment scheduled 3 weeks out. It was the earliest appointment I could get. Well, the only issue was that it was at 6:30 AM. This is the time for PT, physical training, in the military. A new policy was put out that no soldier could have an appointment during that time unless approved by their commander and first sergeant, 1SG. Well, I told my team chief the day I made the appointment about it, and he put it to his boss. Day of said appointment, I asked my platoon sergeant if I'm good to go, since I haven't heard anything for 3 weeks about rescheduling. Apparently communication failed to reach my 1SG or commander. In fact, my platoon sergeant didn't even know I had an appointment. Anyway, he tells me he has to ask my 1SG about it and will get back to me. Long story short, my 1SG said I couldn't go to said appointment. If it would have ended at a simple no and I had to reschedule, I would have been fine. But it was a payday activities day. This is normally a half day on the first Friday of every month. We do a battalion run, have an inspection wearing our dress uniform, sit through a couple classes, and we are off by lunch. Well, this 1SG had just taken responsibility of the company a couple of weeks ago, so when he found out the day of I had an appointment, he wanted to show he meant business. So at the end of the day he calls me, my team chief, and my platoon sergeant in his office. He then asks me for my appointment slip, which I showed him. Then proceeded to say, well, if it's my policy, it's also your policy. I don't care what kind of appointment it is, no one can go. Then turns to my platoon sergeant and tells him to cancel. Basically a write-up in a civilian job, me for missing an appointment. So basically it was I disobey a direct order from a superior and go to my appointment, or obey said order and still get screwed for not going. Also to mention that missing an appointment is Article 15 worthy. They can take your rank, pay, and confine you to the base for up to 45 days, depending on the level of the Article 15. When he said this, I instantly blew up. I started cussing my 1SG out. All kind of "this is bullshit, fuck youse, you have to be faking kidding me" came out before I even thought about it. My team chief instantly picked me up by my armpits and took me out of his office. All while I was trying to crawl over him and continue cussing this man out. So, my platoon sergeant gives me the counseling, tells me it won't go in my packet because he knew I wasn't in the wrong, that it was only to appease my 1SG. Well, I cannot stand injustices, and that's the one thing that makes me instantly furious. So he gave me my copy of the counseling, and as soon as that paper touched my fingertips, I said I'd like to use Command Sergeant Major's CSM open door policy. A Command Sergeant Major is the boss to a 1SG. Has the highest enlisted in a battalion. Well, this wasn't good for my 1SG because I had a really good rapport with my CSM, as we just got back from a 9-month deployment where I would regularly have dinner with said CSM. On top of that, said CSM is also a huge advocate for mental health and regularly told everyone that if they had any problems to seek help. He even gave the entire battalion his personal cell number to be able to call him if they were ever struggling. So, that Monday I had an appointment with said CSM to say my piece about the situation. Told him what happened, to which I was told that I'm not to worry about the counseling and that he would personally reschedule an appointment for me that I wouldn't have to wait 3 more weeks for. Then he immediately went and had a very strong talk with my 1SG. A couple days later my CSM personally delivered an appointment slip to me for another appointment that same week. My 1SG didn't say a single word to me for about 3 weeks after this incident, but we came to a professional understanding that if he can call me out for messing up, that I can call him out for messing up as well. Turned out pretty well, since I, as a lower enlisted in my company, could regularly walk into my 1SG's office when he was screwing soldiers over and tell him he was messing up in not so professional words, and it would get handled. TLDR, cussed out my first sergeant when in the army for telling me I couldn't go to a behavioral health appointment due to a new policy, and then tried to cancel me for missing said appointment. That and my ex-wife being narcissistic, cheating, lying, and abusing me made me lose it a couple times. Then dating another narcissist a year after my divorce, after learning she was cheating and lying the entire time, after telling her what I went through in my marriage. Begging for your humanity really brings out the crazy in you. Maintenance weekend at work where everyone basically worked for 48 hours straight catching up on everything that was fallen behind on during the last quarter. Naturally everyone is tired, cranky, and not in the mood to take anyone else's crap, but we always powered through it. Someone had music playing, a mix of a little of everything, and an ACK/DC song came on. For whatever reason this song in particular triggered the usually quiet and calm, ultra-religious member of our team. He yells over, "Please, turn that off," or something. Seconds later, a slight louder "Please, turn that off," followed quickly by a screaming "Please turn that off," and sheet starts flying off his desk at anyone within throwing distance. More screaming ensues, and he storms out of our office, out of the building, and leaves the facility without saying a word to anyone. All this happened in a span of a few seconds and we just sat there in a haze trying to process what the hell just happened. Dude was a little mentally unstable to begin with, but this was so out of character. Fun side note, he had an arsenal of weapons including a few fully auto submachine guns that he had no problem sharing videos of him shooting. Everyone was talking about him coming back and shooting up the place, and I think most of us were only half kidding about it. Monday rolls around and he comes back to work like nothing ever happened. We just stayed clear of him from then on out. This was over a decade ago and the majority of us no longer work there, but this comes up every time we run into each other. This was me at my last job as an assistant manager at a winery. I absolutely loved the job, loved my employees, and loved my boss. It truly was a family, and 4 years on we still all gather for days and holidays. But there was this manager in a completely different department who decided one day she was going to micromanage our department, and despite constant complaining to the owner basically took over our department. My boss would give me more leeway and responsibilities, and mean boss would take them away. Good boss put me in charge of a subdept and Megabyte would revoke my computer privileges. I'd ask my employees to do something, and she'd make them do something else I didn't need done. One day I simply had it. She had raised her voice at some of my employees about breaks in front of customers on a relatively busy day. I walked back into the closed off office space and let Megabyte have it. She threatened to fire me, and I busted out laughing because I knew she couldn't. Just full on scream laughing directly in her face. It was an unexpected way for me to lose it because I'm a very calm, easygoing, tolerant person. She couldn't fire me, but she made the owner fire me. It was so absolutely worth it, and I've become somewhat of a legend at the place. Whenever I meet new employees they go, "Oh yeah, her." Husband and I were traveling to visit his family in Spain the day before Christmas and had a layover in New York City from Chicago. We booked both our flights on the same credit card through American Airlines, and the second leg was through Iberia. We both go to the different terminal with our boarding passes and are sent through security. Get to our gate and realize somehow my husband's ticket is for a completely different flight on American that left an hour before we landed. Hadn't bothered looking at his ticket, we just looked at mine because they were stacked on top of each other. Get to the gate and finally look, and we realize that doesn't make sense. We go to the American Airlines desk and wait politely, even though the flight I'm on, that we are both supposed to be on, is leaving in about 45 minutes. People in line hear us talking and let us cut in front because they feel bad. My husband is an extremely calm person, like rarely gets super mad at anything. He starts talking to the desk person and explains the situation and asks what he can do because there's no possible way we could somehow have booked 2 different flights under the same order. Our seats had even been next to each other. Desk person is extremely rude and eventually just says back quote, "Can you even read?" That was basically it. My husband starts losing it and I end up stepping in before he can literally yell at her. I ask what options we have, and she tells us he can either sit in the very last seat they have available on my flight for $2K, or he can stay in New York City for the next available flight 2 days after. Completely rude the entire time. Husband is pacing back and forth away from the desk swearing. We buy the ticket on a credit card figuring $2K is cheaper than waiting for yet another flight and staying in a hotel in New York City for 2 days and then trying to figure out getting him on a train from Madrid to Malaga the day after Christmas and then getting him a ride from Malaga to Nerja. Ends up sitting in a middle seat between a family with young kids. I offer to trade my seat. Nope, they don't want to. We end up sitting separately the whole time. Husband's bag also gets lost, so he has to borrow his uncle's clothes. When we are returning home we have to go to a different desk because he missed the flight they erroneously booked him on. Explaining that in Spanish was fun. He speaks it, but not super well. In the end the desk person in Madrid sees the error on their computer, but says they can't do anything about the extra money we had to spend, because we agreed to it. I called the American Airlines hotline when we got home and basically same thing. This is a long time ago, so I'm probably forgetting some details, but after that we both agreed we would pay extra for direct flights on Iberia and we were never flying American again. I've never seen my husband lose his shit as much as he did, and I still can't believe that desk attendant was as rude as they were. Lol, I was the calm one. This happened recently actually. I was working at this particular app store for almost a year. It was all okay, super easy work up until a few months ago when boss decided to hire a 48-year-old man-child who has issues with authority and being told he's wrong. This is not a hard job. I tell people all the time that the only requirement is being able to read and follow simple directions. It doesn't take a doctor's brain to look at a shipping label and determine what to do with it. It also doesn't take an engineer to understand that you stack smaller boxes on top of the larger ones. It doesn't require you to have a college degree to scan a quarter code off someone's phone. It doesn't take a lot of effort to remember to charge customers for services or products multiple times every week. We would have to bring it up to this man-child that he isn't doing what he's supposed to. He actually throws a tantrum one day, throws his name tag on the ground and walks out saying I'm done being told what to do by 12-year-olds, me being the 12-year-old. Even though I'm 30 years old as of today. Lol. Anyway, he ended up keeping his job somehow despite all this. My boss telling me I basically need to get over his fuck ups and work around them / continue to fix them myself. Because that's why he pays me $6 more an hour than him. My boss said he picks his battles. Months continue on. Man-child is still faking up every day and not caring. I point something out like Amazon returns, hey this actually has to be packaged in a box. Or this is a next day error. You can't just toss it in with the stuff going ground. Dude would never care and say oh I forgot or something like that. For nearly 5 months I kept to my lane about it all and never fought uppity about it. Until 2 weeks ago. I don't know why, but for some reason on this day, I just wasn't having anything. I see an Arbogast faked up Jenga looking stack of boxes, a small item with a label just wrapped around it. It's not boxed or anything, just the item itself with a label wrapped on it. The epitome of faking lazy and not caring. So, I chose my battle point. I grabbed it, took the label off, and sat it on our packing table, waiting for this guy to walk back and see me with it. He needs me to sign some papers for him, so as I'm here looks at the item and says what's wrong with this. I respond that it's an Amazon return that needs to be packaged but wasn't. Motherfaker just says oh and tosses it back on the table, making zero effort to rectify the error. I'm still calm at this point and just say look chat, I totally understand forgetting every once in a while, but this has been an every day thing. I'm really going to need you to care enough to pay a little more attention to this sort of stuff. We already got one coworker who has to pay out of pocket for the errors. This absolute faking adult of a child says well I don't care, you can't tell me what to do, and then walks away from me. I don't know why but this just flipped my switch. I grabbed my keys and said I'm done with him constantly speaking to me like that. I'm trying to walk out the door and another coworker is blocking my path. I try to get around, but this guy's actively stopping me and trying to push me back towards the customers. My brain is done at this point, and to just get past this guy I actually have to hurl my phone at the wall behind him just to make the room. Everyone was witness to my blow up. Customer, our pickup driver. It was an absolute embarrassing mess. I'm in my car, absolutely furious while explaining the situation to our boss over the phone, telling him that this is the final straw, and this motherfaking basically tells me that he isn't going to do anything about it. Makes another comment about how I'm paid so much more than him. 2 days later I tell him I'm quitting, and sure I'll do a 2 weeks notice and work it. I'm not a total asshole despite what just happened. It's been about a week now. I got a text from a coworker the other day saying how badly I scared the driver and how one of our regulars who I get on very well with was also too scared to even ask me what happened. Never have I ever in my 15 years of working a job with different people reacted this way. Never have I ever felt the need to throw something out of anger. It wasn't a fun feeling. I never have been so angry that I was physically shaking. Sorry for the long one to whomever decides to read this. My high school chemistry teacher, Mr. L, the most upbeat chill person you could ever meet, had a genuine love for teaching and watching people learn. If he had an issue with certain behaviors or kids not taking chemicals seriously, he'd give us a firm but quiet talk about it. He even managed to stay calm and make slightly nervous jokes as he threw open windows and turned on the fume hood after a couple boys in my class were messing around with chemicals and unintentionally made mustard gas. He was inflappable. Except once point, when the following happened. I was actually down the hall in biology, but my now husband that at the time was barely an acquaintance was an eyewitness. A girl raised her hand, and Mr. L jovially made his way down to help her out. But just as he reached her, she turned rowdy to talk to her friend about something decidedly not chemical related. Something, and Mr. L snapped. I will never know what or why, and nothing like it happened again so far as I know. But he slammed his hands down on her desk with a huge bang that we heard all the way down in BO. He started screaming, going on about how tired he was of kids not taking his class seriously. It was silent in the science hall and my teacher even leaned out in the hallway, flabbergasted. Class ended soon after. There was talk about it, but Mr. L was well liked and no one blamed him whatsoever. The next day everything went basically back to normal, except for kids in his class being extra retentive and well behaved for a while after. It all happened in my last year of high school. We had this teacher, while stern on requirements and attendance, was mostly calm and rarely raised her voice. Keep in mind that this class I'm in had some trouble with certain teachers. Mostly it's because of people who have a long streak in coming to morning class late, and we all suffer. We had a small group of troublemakers and class clowns that would piss any teacher off from how they seemed to go to school to fuck around. In a usual class she would teach in, that time was just a few months before graduation. We'd be expected to be quiet and most of the recitation depended on where you sat. When it happened, some of the troublemakers were doing side comments, something that annoys her. So she asks to cut it out, and we continue on. Then it happened again. She repeated the same thing. But the troublemakers we had were basically little sheets, and it got persistent until she finally says, "If I was your class advisor, some of you won't graduate and be learning in this school anymore." Unfortunately, our class advisor at the time defended the troublemakers and we all graduated, save for one person who got expelled early before we had a damned reputation. She seemed to just wonder why the troublemakers made it up to the stage on graduation. I missed that teacher. I wished her none but the best. Old AF Medicare, Vietnam era. I was doing rotation in the neonatal unit. We had a baby born in distress. The OB doctor had the nurse call in the pediatrician. It was midnight. He finally came 45 minutes later, drunk. We had put the newborn in an incubator with oxygen. The OB doctor was tending to the baby. The pediatrician looked at its vitals and was indifferent. The OB demanded he start in fourth and give it something. The pediatrician couldn't make a decision. The OB grabbed him by his shirt and slammed him into the wall, screaming at him. His head hit so hard it seemed to bring him out of his stupor. With the help of a civilian experienced neonatal nurse they got its fourth started. The baby stabilized, later recovered. The OB was still yelling, pacing. He promised he would report him through channels and the medical board in his state of residence. The whole brouhaha lasted a couple hours. FYI, we had a lot of brilliant doctors who enlisted or were drafted to fulfill their military service. The pediatrician was angry because he could have practiced privately making the big bucks. Too many soldiers figured if they messed up bad enough the AF would discharge them. This large modern hospital, ortho/psyche, at Feet. Walton Beach, Florida had beaches just minutes away. It served returning soldiers from Vietnam cross services. Medical doctors were critical, even outside their specialty. I found out months later that OB doctor did exactly what he threatened. The pediatrician was demoted and transferred to the worst possible base in the AF at the time, a minor clinic in Manuscript. I was that guy. Worked at a kennel for a few years when the owner sold to a corporation. Instead of bringing in people who knew animal hospitality or even liked animals, they brought in a team that transitioned to CVS to a Walgreens. Stupid suggestion after stupid suggestion. It only got worse. Little dogs were let out into a play area without notifying other people who had dangerous dogs right next to them. We were told to move dogs in a certain way that involved them being out in the heat for a long time and a lot of other really horrible things. I was told I'd go to another kennel the corporation owned, all expenses paid, to get a feel for how things could possibly work, to take notes and bring back good ideas. They delayed my trip for 4 months, and when I asked the final time, I was told that was no longer a thing that was happening. Literally the next week, they sent someone from the new team to do the exact same thing. I used my sick time, came back after a week for a day, and then never went back. In the midst of all this, I was verbally disagreeing with a new team manager about a really stupid choice that put dogs in danger, when a very sweet coworker of mine happened in at the wrong time. A lot of facts and bullshits were thrown around by myself before she, visibly upset, asked if everything was okay. Not as good as the others here, but yeah, I guess I needed to write it out. Motherfuck you in the earhole, Louis. Glad you got fired for pretending to cough COVID on someone when the pandemic first started. And fuck NVA. Back in high school, one of my best friends. He's the nicest, calmest guy. I've seen him mad literally once in my life. We were hanging out at his house, and his mom and his mom's boyfriend came in. Her boyfriend went by Mr. Name to my friend and his brother. Not sure why. Guess they weren't super comfortable with him yet. His last name starts with an S, and my friend accidentally mixed up the first letters when he said hi, so Sister M. He chuckled a little, but more as a whoops, my bad kind of reaction. Well, he was standing by the stove, and next thing he knew the boyfriend had shoved him back first onto it, holding him by the throat, screaming him not to disrespect him. My friend's mom tried to pry him off, yelling the whole time. My friend was trying to fight back. I was paralyzed at the table until I heard his brother, who is a year or two younger than me, coming downstairs. So I intercepted him and rushed back upstairs. A minute later my friend came barging in, tearing through everything in the room, screaming how he was going to kill the guy. He tried his damnedest to break everything he could find, including his drumsticks. I don't know why, but the image of him trying to snap them in half is seared into my brain, like a symbol of how mad he was. I wasn't completely sure he would haul off and hit me or his brother if we said anything. He was out of school a couple days, I think because of bruises on his neck. As far as I know they never told anyone, so I might be the only friend of his who knows it happened. Annoyingly his mom stayed with the guy. I think they are still together now, like 15 or 20 years later. Not my place, but boy I hope there were a lot of apologies from him. In high school our civics teacher, who was also our football coach, was a pretty large guy. He was probably 6'3" and every bit of 300 pounds, but not in a fat way, just a large man who looks like he lives in the woods and built his house by hand kind of way. He was always the nicest guy on the planet. He had like 4 or 5 kids, 2 of which were adopted and all but 1 were girls. Whenever his little girls would come in you would just see him melt apart. His oldest son was in like 7th grade and none of the other kids were in school yet. He was such a loving and gentle person to everybody. During class he would always be joking and do everything he could to make the classes as enjoyable as possible. Well, there was this one time we were sitting in class and it had been about 10 to 15 minutes after class started and he was telling us a story about something in the lecture and somebody starts knocking on the classroom door, but they're knocking pretty hard, and instead of just knocking a couple times and waiting they kept knocking and kept knocking. He was telling this story from the lecture and chuckling while telling the story as he's walking to the door, and it was like a night and day difference, because as soon as he grabbed the door handle he went from happy and cheerful to the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. He whipped the door open and the loudest I've ever heard him screams what There were like 4 kids who were late coming to class, and he spent like 2 minutes just tearing into these kids for not only being late to class, but disrupting the class for everybody else by being rude and banging on the door. This entire time he's just yelling so loud, and he's right in their faces. When he finished he told them to get in there and sit down, and then slammed the door so hard the walls shook. Normally you could hear other classrooms talking faintly and stuff, but after that the entire school was just silent. He walked to his desk to a second to get a breather, and then went right back to teaching how he was before. Still to this day the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed in person. This incident happened when I was in class 10th and the practice exams for boards were going on. For people outside India, consider it the final year of middle school. There was a professor, call him Mr. R, whom we had trolled for the entire year. I agree it's very disrespectful, but you can't expect better from bunch of village kids. He had remained quite patient throughout the year. I suspect if he even understood that we were mocking him. So that day was mathematics exam. As it was a practice test, no one gave a sheet and full-fledged cheating happened throughout the test. In the middle of it, about 1.5 hours had passed, and Mr. R came in as a replacement of the current invigilator. But he really did give a sheet about the exams. He tried to stop the quite open cheating that was going on. A student, let's call him M, mocked Mr. R. For the first time in his career, he probably understood he was being mocked. He turned around and found H, not M, still laughing while the others abruptly stopped. That was when he unleashed his wrath. Slap, 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 probably 10 to 12 times, turned his right cheek red. H was about to cry, but Mr. R showed no remorse, dragged him into the principal's office. We didn't hear about the case for the rest of the exam. However, the principal, a rational man, and also knowing that H's father was an influential man, resolved the issue then and there, without any punishment for H, and not any known punishment for Mr. R for hitting the kids. We still talk about it sometimes, and if M is there, he'll do impressions. He probably enjoyed it the most as H took the hit for his mocking. My English teacher had someone read a paragraph about a slave, then asked questions to another kid about how the slave was feeling. Kid was playing games on his phone, couldn't really answer, and asked how he was supposed to know how the slave was feeling. My teacher walked up to his seat and calmly asked him to give her the phone. He, slightly confused, answered why. And she went, give me your phone, in the loudest voice I had ever heard. Instinctively he reached into his pocket, reaching for his phone, not only confused, but scared shitless. After handing her the phone, he started I want to play a game. Unlock it. Everyone in the classroom was hiding in their seat, shocked to the bone. As he was done unlocking the phone he handed it back, shrieking away from her, like he was expecting a punch, even though her movements were really calm, and she hadn't even raised her hand. Stand up. I'm going to sit here. He stands up, go into the corner, hesitation, now pointing to the corner. Go into the corner. He goes into the corner and looks back. Turn around, turn around. Student is now facing the corner with hands next to his head. Do you understand how slaves feel? It takes almost 2 seconds before everyone realized what the fuck just happened. The teacher gets up, gives the student his phone, and tells him he may sit down. Everyone was dumbfounded for the remaining 10 minutes of the lesson. This was our English lesson in 9th grade in Germany, and it was the most godlike performance of a teacher I ever witnessed. She was usually a calm person, even in our class, that was usually more difficult than others. This was me. I used to work at Fruit named company in their retail stores. I was a technician, so I was in the back room a lot fixing phones, computers, etc. Occasionally you have to call other stores to check if they have parts for a certain repair. Unfortunately we didn't have a special number to get their back room and had to call the main store number like everyone else and sit through the automated phone menu to wait in a queue to get to a human who could direct your call. It was a really annoying part of the job because you were trying to get things fixed as fast as possible and waiting on a phone line to talk to a human slowed your numbers down. So I was the super chill tech, always listening to reggae and never ever raised my voice. I also had the best customer satisfaction scores because I could handle the stress of the job with a smile, no matter how busy we got. One day a buddy at another store told me that our phone systems prioritized callers who sounded irate and cursed when the automated system asked them what their call was regarding. So I decided to try sounding angry the next time I called another store. I didn't think about how other techs would react when I tried it. There were 4 to 5 other techs in the room, some chilled up jam band music was playing, and all of a sudden I scream into the phone, I want to speak to a faking manager. I have no idea if it worked, but after I said it, I sat there facing my screen for a couple seconds before I realized someone had turned the music off. I turned around and everyone in the room had a horrified look on their face, like I had just slapped someone. I started laughing and had to hang up the phone before explaining to everyone the advice my buddy had given me about how to skip the queue. I genuinely think I terrified some of them that day, lol. He wasn't a normally calm person. He definitely had some mental issues, but one time he just freaked out so much it scared the class basically. One time my teacher was explaining the subject of the day and the guy kept falling asleep and snoring loudly. It really disturbed the class. The teacher told us that the next time the guy fell asleep we had his permission to paint a mustache on his face. Well, later another teacher took over the class and the first teacher told the other teacher about the mustache thing. Not long after the switch the guy fell asleep again, and the class clown asked me for a marker. I gave it to him, and the class clown went over and drew a mustache on the guy's face. We thought this would be a harmless prank, but eventually he woke up, saw the mustache on his face in his phone camera, and started yelling, "Who drew this on me?" Nobody said a word. To be honest, we were very scared. This guy was almost 400 pounds, 180 kilograms, and if he'd attack someone he'd definitely have the upper hand. Since nobody told him, he got angrier and grabbed the chair and threw it on the ground. The chair broke into multiple pieces that shot across the classroom. At this point the teacher jumped in and told him to go home. The guy stormed out of the classroom and the teacher was very chill about it. There was some nervous laughter among the class before we went back to studying. The next year the guy dropped out of school and I don't know what happened to him after that. He was always very strange. He was very offensive, jokingly said the N-word while we had a bunch of POC in our class and randomly played air guitar during class sometimes. Be more scared of the ones that go quiet. I'll gladly lose my sheet if I think you'll back off of my friends and family. When I go silent, worlds burn. I don't often lose my sheet other than as a performance or to possibly keep myself for concocting a plan. Plans I've concocted after a bully wouldn't leave me alone and we had both gotten in trouble for fighting multiple times in school. I know enough to win against untrained people, but someone with 2 years of martial arts classes would kick my ass. I started noting where the cameras were in the school and where his locker was. He spent a week in the hospital and another 2 weeks before he came back to school. The worst part is when a group of revenge-thirsty kids are after you. She was only 15. Kids will be kids, drinking at a party. She passed out. Useless waste of flesh. Figured she was an easy screw. That ended badly, but he who doesn't deserve a name got away. Fast forward a few months. She's pregnant and her parents won't let her have an abortion. She took her only out. I found her body. This guy was tracked by 5 meddling kids over 1400 miles, including one going to college in the area, just to fuck with his life. Complained calls to managers, possibly stealing mail, so bills wouldn't be paid, or services would be cancelled. Dude had a string of bad luck. His tires just couldn't keep the proper air pressure, or stay attached to the vehicle. Craziest would have been an older brother of one of the kids went on vacation with their kid. It takes a lot of effort to find someone willing to make a fake ID, to show someone being under 18, and then have a father show up asking why his 16-year-old son was just sold cigarettes. By now you're probably asking why we didn't go to the cops. We absolutely did. We were given the impression that a handful of kids who had been drinking wouldn't be adequate evidence after any chance of genetic matching had been removed. The final end result, an apparent suicide with a very detailed letter that was printed from his own computer. Now, I'll have to plead the fifth on details. I was the head butcher and trainer for a small company I was with for 6 years. At the start of the pandemic, one of the managers had gone out of state, contracted COVID-19, was told to quarantine for traveling to NC. I come into work, and said manager is there hacking and coughing. I have immunocompromised family and friends. So I turn around, get back in my truck, to drive back. Next day I go to work, said manager is doing the same thing without a mask. Call the owner to let him know what's going on. Maybe 2 minutes passed, and find out I'm suspended without pay for 2 weeks. I'm normal, pretty soft spoken and humble. Easygoing, likes coming into work, rarely unprofessional. However, my whole family has a pretty short fuse. We keep it at check very well, but shit happens. I was overdue for to deliver a reckoning of biblical proportions. Overdue by about 15 years. I was a chef and later a butcher, with a little naval service between the two to help deal with the temper. It worked great till that day. They messed with Ferdinand. I lost it, completely off the hook. Pretty sure I smacked someone in the face with a pork tenderloin I was in the process of pulling out. Then I dropped the boning knife. And distinctly remember smacking someone with it, while yelling just about every vulgarity I'd ever heard between kitchen and the USN. Directed at this tubby Napoleon Bonaparte sized guy. Then dropped the pork and my apron, and walked out. As I was driving home, kind of in shock from how bad the episode was, I got a phone call about 10 minutes into the drive. It turned out to be a future employer. They spotted a old resume I had posted several years ago, and informed me, if I was available, I could work for them. Had a new better paying job offer in 20 minutes of walking out. Why not? I got $5/HRAs, full benefits, 401k, etc. Which caused them to kick themselves in the ass. Because a signed executive order carries the weight of law. So moral of the story is, sometimes you fall in the sheet, but get up and smell like a rose. This did happen. I studied in the same school for 10 years, and we were about to graduate in about a month, so it was our last days in school. Even though in our school there were many groups of students who used to fight each other for dominance, I never got involved even in any quarrel. I was really active in sports, and had athletic body. So few of the groups wanted me to take their side, I never did. I used to sit with nerd group, to keep me out of any fights, even though I had good talk with almost every Dominion groups, and on the last days, we didn't have any class so everyone was chilling, and having fun. But this group decided to mock the nerds group. Thing is, they started to throw trash and stuff, and were mocking them. I was sitting with them, tried to stop them, but realized they will not stop, until they will have their fun, so I sat to a distant place. They didn't come after me, but I heard one of their guys saying here's a coward like his scientist dad. That released my adrenaline so bad, that I don't even realize, when I grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. He was choking, and literally 5 other guys were pulling me, but couldn't move me. I was keep shouting, what did you say? What did you say? Why did you brought my dad into this? The whole class was trying to calm me down, and they were all shocked to see this side of me. Even I can't believe that was me. In the end, teachers heard the noise and came there. They saw nothing. Students spoke nothing. And the guy who was shocked just told teachers that we had a quarrel. Nothing serious because of my calm and good impression. Teachers assumed it was his fault. He tried to take revenge with his group, but as aforementioned, I had good talk with every group, so other 3 groups stood in my defense. He only got a chance to slap me, but his hands only reached my chest. I had a laugh. His group laughed and called it a square. I have a mixed feeling of being proud and regret this incident. But it is unique experience. I've never been offensive ever, since. Sorry for my bad England and long Wales. Apparently, it's common in my family. My grandpa was probably the nicest person I've known. Until he puts on a surgical mask. Any mess ups in the operating room will get you shouted at the very least. Things will get thrown. The person will get suspended. You might end up so scared you pee in your pants. Those were the stories of other doctors about my grandpa. My dad was the epitome of calm until someone insulted my mom. Well, he calmly picked up a chair and beat someone with it. Maybe not too calm, because he also likes to joke around. His best friend, my godfather, told me this story during dad's wake. I even have a few, maybe more than. I'm not calm by any means, more talkative and happy in my demeanor, and I'm told I have an unusual temper. I was looking for my dad, and I saw someone who may have assaulted my dad and the poor idiot went after me with a knife. I popped his arm so hard the bone came out. Point officer vent. Someone grabbed the breasts of an officer mate. From happily laughing and drinking beer to throwing said person across the table, breaking said beer bottle, and walking towards him. My friend said my face looked dead, and it took 3 guys to pull me backwards and another friend had to stand in front of the guy. She told me I looked prepared to run him through with the bottle. Apparently, a close buddy also joined me with another bottle. I don't remember that part. We got called to ours, but weren't punished. Point great aunt was a psychiatrist, and she said I had a mild schizophrenia. Senior year high school, my best friend, a calm, collected and easygoing guy, went full on Hulk mode. Point to set the scene. In winter we would spend recess in the hallways near our main classrooms, and everything was fun and normal as usual. His girlfriend that day wasn't feeling too good, and one of her friends was picking on her and just being annoying, to which she told him to stop, she's not in the mood today. He persisted, so my friend very politely asked him to just let it go today, and she isn't feeling it, and we get back to hanging out. When my friend came back to join us, not 10 feet away from his girlfriend, and said annoying friend of hers, he went back to annoying her, and she eventually starts crying, and her friend then leaves, and enters a classroom, to join another group of friends. It took my friend a moment to notice she was crying, so the friend was already in the classroom. What happened next instilled terror into everyone. He went blank, rushed towards the closed door and blows through it, shocked it didn't break, and grabs the guy from his collar and lifts him a foot off the ground, and slams him into the wall while deafeningly shouting. The guy looked like he saw his life flashing before him, went paler than Snow White. My friend was around 170 centimeters, and it took no less than 5 of the biggest guys to even move him an inch off the other guy. Point until this day, 14 years later, demeanors change when he's present. Oh, I'm usually a very calm person. Avoid all confrontations, and I'm shy around people, unless I know them really good. Point I was once chilling with my friend during lunch break at school under a tree. We were in same class, but different grades. We were just chit-chatting and catching up till kid starts walking towards us. Turns out, one of the kid bullies my friend a lot. At some distance, they started throwing little rocks at us all while walking towards the tree. We ignore them, and I just tell him we can run away right now, but the moment we got up, it was too late. The bully reached us and blocked us. While they are verbally abusing my friend, they suddenly start bullying me. He tried to rough me up as well. First it was verbal. I ignored and looked around for some teacher or students to come and help us. No one seemed to pay attention. We kept quiet until one of the kid pushed me and kicked me. That's when I broke my silence and said that don't kick me or else I retaliate. Happened another 2 times and warned them every single time. The 4th time, when the guy threw a punch, that's when I reacted and the guy was on the floor. The bully friend tried to break the fight. I planted his face in the freaking tree. Both kids had bruises on the face. Suddenly we see students gathering around us, and they were shocked. I see a teacher as she's making her way towards us. The teacher quickly breaks up the group and takes 4 of us to the principal office. We give our side of the story and we were let go for the time being. Point no one expected this from me. My home teacher was shocked. My friend was shocked. My classmates were in disbelief that I would take down 2 people. Another time I was singled out. Kept ignoring the bully until he started physically bully me. This happened in grade 11. Don't know why, but Jay always give 3 warnings. The 4th time I react. Did exactly that. Warned the kid and didn't listen. The next thing I punch him. Then pick a chair and hurl at him. Hit him on his head, and he's out. Point this was the last time I hit anyone. Ted was a cuddly bear of a guy, always dependable, always pleasant, minded his own business. He and I were transferred from Department A to Department B. Dept B had a girl we'll call Karen, always finding fault with people. That girl who was just in here, she never washes her hands in the washrooms. She was a young woman in her late 20s with a rock and roll dress code. One day Karen decided she was super grossed out by seeing Jess's thong. Ted and I worked with Jessie in Dept A, cancer survivor, tough girl exterior with heart of gold. She and her teammates often used the picnic table by our windows, and yeah, you could see the top of her thong point. Karen couldn't do her job. She'd go to the window and express disgust and walk around, putting on a show. According to Dr. Google, she borderline personality disorder. We finally got so sick of her histrionics that she was told to call Jess's manager if she was that upset. When Karen got upset, everyone in the room knew about it, whether they wanted to or not. So she called Jess's manager and left a voicemail. And that's when Ted lost it. Gone was the teddy bear. Here was a grizzly bear defending his friend. He stood up and yelled at Karen to mind her own business, called her a bitch, and just screamed at her until Jess's manager walked in and defused the situation. Ted got her talking to. I almost got Karen fired months later when she decided to tell everyone how her friend found a dead body. She did this 3 weeks after my father died. I was so angry that I was sent home for the rest of the day. If I had confronted her face to face when I lost my sheet, I would have been fired. When I was about 6 months pregnant, I had started a new serving job at my favorite breakfast restaurant in town. The place had a lot of regulars. It had a regular dining room as well as a bar type area with about 12 seats surrounding the area around the kitchen that you would pick up the food to take to the tables. One set of regulars, an older couple from New England, had really taken to me. My daughter that I was pregnant with's father was also from New England, so naturally we bonded over that. They were just the sweetest couple. In fact, I adopted them as my grandparents. There was another regular, a brash older man from New York. He was a retired firefighter with FDNY, and he was really your typical New Yorker. He was very used to the servers knowing his orders to a T, even when he would change it up. He was sitting on the far left end of the bar, and my adopted grandparents were sitting in the middle. It was my first time taking his order, because I was still fairly new. He got loud, angry, and mean with me when I didn't know his exact order. And remember, I was 6 to 7 months pregnant at this point, so my hormones were running wild. I tried to understand what he wanted for a minute or two. I tried to keep my composure. But he kept yelling, and between that and my hormones I burst out in tears and ran into the kitchen sobbing. That couple that I adopted as my grandparents, the husband specifically, who was normally the sweetest, kindest man, tore into that mire. I had never heard him raise his voice before this moment, and he was yelling at and telling this man about himself along with a few choice words and profanities. Once I pulled myself together and came back out, the couple hugged me, apologized for getting loud, and for the other guy's behavior. That made me cry. And that brash, typical New Yorker eventually became another favorite regular of mine and never rose his voice at me again after that day. Rest in peace, Jack, you crazy old man. I hope you're watching over me and all of New York peacefully and happily. And I hope heaven never has to ask how you want your breakfast. I've got a good one for this. My older brother is a guy with a very short fuse, but no matter how far you pushed him, when he got angry he would remove himself from the situation and go be alone for a few minutes. Normally this works fine, and he comes back like nothing is wrong. This happened while he was a senior in high school and my friends and I were sophomores. My parents was having a party and the parents had brought their kids over, most of which were my friends from school. My brother hated people going into his room, but because he was the one that had the PS4 and the Wii, our mom made him let us play. Once again he accepted and just told us not to touch anything but the controllers and drove off to the gas station to get some drinks. Now, the important part of this story is that my brother collects old Transformers and he's very protective of his collection. We were playing games, and some of the guys that weren't on a controller at the time we are looking at my brother's stuff, and one of them grabbed a box and pulled the toy out. I don't know what it was called, but it was some old purple space gun. When my brother got home from the gas station and saw the toy laying on his table beside the box, he snapped. He quietly asked who had opened it, and as soon as my friend had said it was him, my brother lunged across the room and egged him. We were all shocked. My brother had never raised his fist against anything. I think it was a good thing the rest of us were there to pull my brother off of him, because my brother didn't look like he was going to stop with one punch. The most extreme of example of a calm person flipping the switch was set by my mother. She was raised a southern lady in a family of modest means. My father had married a woman he called my Georgia Peach and brought her down from Augusta to his hometown of Miami. Every Sunday after church, Dad's large family, 8 brothers and sisters, would gather at his parents' home. As usual, the men would drift back into a citrus grove where my grandfather held court and the women would sit facing each other around the large front porch in chairs, or on a 3 feet high retaining wall bordering the porch. The only exception to this was the blowhard, Uncle Johnny, who had married my dad's sister. He always chose to get drunk and tease and bother the women as they would try to ignore him and have a conversation. Mom was new to the group and I guess Johnny didn't know her very well. He walked up and started flirting, and when she didn't respond, he tweaked her nose. She said loud enough for all to hear, "If you ever do that again, I will make you regret it." Johnny backed away for a moment, got further into his bottle, and decided to test her. Mom had moved to a spot along the wall that offered a good tactical advantage as she watched the embarrassed Johnny working himself into a red-faced lather. He walked up to her and said something rude and then reached out and gave her nose a painful pinch. She immediately grabbed the 2x4 board leaning against the wall and slammed him against the side of the head with the hefty board. He hit the ground with a large gash in his head from a nail sticking out of the end of the board. Mom swore she never saw the nail in the board, but in retrospect, she didn't regret anything about laying him out. Her stock with the family went up dramatically from that day forward. She was no longer the out-of-towner who had stolen away the favored son of the family. Even Johnny's wife wanted to be her friend. The only downside of this story was that after hearing my relatives all recount this favorite family lore almost every time they gathered, I was so proud of my otherwise dignified mother that I had to be repeatedly admonished for telling all my friends and half of hers about this embarrassing family incident. Johnny never bothered my mother again and stopped hanging out with the women after his embarrassment. My grandfather told him he was lucky that my mother laid him out because my father, known for his temper and background as a prize fighter, would have done far worse. Twice, one violently, one cold. First was one that seems to be a theme here. I went to school with someone who was very bright, tall, posh, and very popular with us girls. So he was a target for the scum in the school, but he was also very gentle. I never heard him shout, swear, and never saw him hit anyone, even in retaliation. Anyway, we sometimes walked home together, and one day this ghastly boy called Tom wouldn't leave us alone. Standard bully behavior. It must have just been too much. My friend turns around, grabs him by the throat, slams him into a tree and looks Tom straight in the eye as he struggles. Memory plays tricks and I can't imagine it is true, but in my head he was almost blue when he was released. He runs off, and my friend just says I'm very sorry about that, and we keep walking. It was the first time I realized just how physically imposing he was. Plays rugby now, not top flight stuff though. The second was at my first job. Standard low-resourced small business, and we had a very clever guy working there who management really took advantage of because he could do anything that was thrown at him. There was one project I remember where the company was out of its depth, and he just went away and planned it all out. Last thing on a Thursday, my boss came out of his office and told us it would be all hands on deck the next day. Our biggest, by far the biggest, client needed something done by the end of the day, so we would need to be in early and would be expected to work until it was done. Clever guy reminded boss he wasn't in tomorrow, and boss flipped and started shouting and shouting and shouting. Clever guy leaned back in his chair and calm as anything stated that he knew that 3 bits of the work couldn't be done by anyone but him, so good luck, and that he wasn't going to work his notice. Boss called his bluff, but was offering him the world by the time he walked out of the door. 5 minutes later we failed to deliver on the project, lost the contract on Monday, and were being taken to court by the end of the week. I've got 2 kid stories. When my nephew was younger, he was the sweetest kid you could ever meet. Polite, quiet, never got in trouble in school. He was in maybe the 1st or 2nd grade, and there were some 6th graders on the bus that were bullying him, calling him names, pushing him, not quite enough to get the full attention of the bus driver, but enough to be annoying. One day, one of the bullies tried to grab his backpack. Something snapped. He stood up, pulled it back, and then starting swinging with it. knocked all 4 bullets to the floor of the bus, and then pummeled the one who started it. Never said a word, and then sat back down. Bus driver pulled over when the commotion started, stood there and watched, kicked the 4 bullies off the bus, and then continued his route. No one messed with him after that. Second one was my daughter. Well liked, got along with everyone. Her dad passed away before Christmas one year, and it came out he was an alcoholic. We lived out in the country and this one kid turned around on the bus one day and started teasing her about bet you are glad your dad is dead. Kept going on about how bad her late father was. I found out later he had been doing this for a few days, but she had been ignoring him because she didn't want to get in trouble. This day, she had had enough. She got up and just nailed him with one solid punch to the face, then hit him with her backpack so he would stay down. He got kicked off the bus at the next house. This was in South Dakota in the winter, so he couldn't put him out without a way to call his dad. Found out later the kid was the son of the school custodian and thought he could get away with picking on younger/smaller kids. Driver was looking for an excuse to kick him off. Driver called his dad. The neighbor, who happened to be my kid's sitter, called his dad, and a couple of days later we went down to the school where his dad marched him out to my daughter and made him apologize. He wasn't allowed back on the bus for a month. He also stopped bullying the other kids. You don't mess with the kids in my family. They have long tempers. A long time ago I was working in a far northern town for several months and staying in the local "old hotel," the town's only accommodation. That included a restaurant and water. Point the night clerk was an old fellow, a refined and learned gentleman and former dentist who, due to alcohol, physical infirmity and serious deafness, had ended up in his current position. Outside of dealing with a rare check-in or check-out, he spent his nights reading and doing crossword puzzles. I liked him and often exchanged pleasantries and bits of news as I came and went. Late one night I entered the lobby to see a drunk native harassing my old friend, swearing and demanding something, probably money for more beer, while the night clerk was simply trying to read his newspaper and doing his best to ignore the fellow. I stood by watching in case things got out of hand. After a few minutes of this, with the drunk guy leaning over the desk and being ever more obnoxious, the clerk quietly folded his newspaper and took off his glasses. He reached under the desk and brought out a lengthy piece of wood that I recognized as the hardwood handle of an old-fashioned post-hole auger, about a meter long and 6 or 8 centimeters thick. Without a word or change of expression, he stood and simply two-handed the drunk guy over the head as hard as he could. The drunk dropped like a stone and lay on the floor bleeding and twitching, while the old clerk simply sat down, put his glasses back on, unfolded his newspaper, and continued reading, as if nothing had happened. He never spoke a word, or showed a hint of emotion throughout. It was absolutely surreal. I simply bade him good night. He offered his usual dismissive wave, and I suppose life resumed as was normal for that time and place. I never heard of any deaths, so I presume the drunk woke up and staggered off, never knowing what caused the lump on his head or the blood on his clothes. I'm the normally calm person, at least that is what people think. In reality I'm actually a naturally violent person, so much so that my G/F is unable to sleep in the same bed as me and has to stand across the room to wake me up. It is basically a problem when I'm not yet conscious enough to control. But this is a problem that I have worked on for decades, and so many people see me as a normally calm person to the point that when someone I didn't even know recently falsely claimed that I threatened violence, which I didn't do, no one I know believed her, and the only reason she got away with it was her witness, who I did barely know, was friends with the judge. Long story, because I work on not using violence, I rarely use it, but one time I did resort to it. Was about 20 years ago. Was shortly after I got out of the military, so still a little skittish, and was working for a telemarketing company. We were working at these long tables with computers on them, packed like sardines. We had this supervisor who liked to go around poking employees in the back as encouragement. It was really annoying if you were already on a call, and I had told him multiple times to not do it. I had also complained to ours about it. One day I'm on a call and he pokes me in the back. I decide I have just had enough of it. I push back my chair, grab him by the throat, and hold him against the wall. Point. The woman sitting next to me gets all wild-eyed looking, because I do this without even changing the tone of my voice, and I end up finishing the call. I was on point. Then I give him a dressing down about having told him to not do that, and go outside for a smoke. Point. When I get done, and go back inside, end up going 2 hours. Since I was their bestseller, they didn't fire me, but they do move me into the other room, so that I wasn't with the other telemarketers. Instead I get a nice high wild cubicle to use. Pretty much an upgrade. Point. Edit. My current G/F has been with me 15 years, and has only seen me get semi-violent once, outside of waking up, and that was when we had a home invader. That was partially controlled violence since was someone we knew, and I was trying to not kill him. There was blood, but none of it was mine. Took culinary classes in college. The college had 3 kitchens, so they always had 2 to 3 classes going at a time. We were in the front kitchen, and I needed to go into the pantry towards the back of the building, so I had to cut through the back kitchen to get there where another class was in session. One of the girls in the back kitchen class, we'll call her Abby, was very quiet and fairly nice to everyone. Her boyfriend was in the class with her. Apparently that day they're falling out, or took a break from each other, etc. etc. Early college relationship drama. You could tell she was a little off that day. We had a chef who took care of stocking everything, taught 1 or 2 classes, but was mainly there to order things for the kitchen. We will call her Chef Mary. Abby was in the pantry picking things out she needed for that day, and her boyfriend was in there with her, staying away but still talking to her, arguing and commenting on what she was doing. I was in the back corner picking out seasonings when Chef Mary came in. Abby is now scooping flour out of a big industrial storage bin. The boyfriend will not leave her alone, keeps pestering her and nitpicking. Abby is getting more and more red in the face and scrunching her eyes up while shaking her head. Chef Mary comes up and puts a hand on Abby's back and asks her if she needs any help. Abby absolutely explodes, starts screaming and throwing flour everywhere, and then she turns, pushes her boyfriend back, and rakes everything off of the shelf he was standing in front of on the floor. Oil and cocoa powder and big bags of chocolate chips spill out on the floor, and Abby runs out and darts out the back door of the kitchen. Huge mess. Everyone's in shock and Abby gone. She was back in class the next week. Other people cleaned up the pantry mess, and I think her and the boyfriend were split for good. Crazy day. I had a teacher in high school who was a coach. He taught basic economics classes for freshmen and sophomore. This was the nicest, coolest dude in the school, and would stay after class to talk to you, would offer to let you come to his class to sit at lunch, and would ask you how you were doing at home, and if everything was alright, and if you needed extra help. However, do not touch his sheet. Do not touch his computer or his radio. One time we were sitting in class and coach has his radio on. He was one of the few teachers who would play a radio during class, or have music playing during downtime in class, when we were sitting in groups. Since the class is so casual and coach is so calm and cool, one of the students got up and went up to the radio and was like, "Hey coach, check this song out." And he changed the radio to just a normal song, nothing vulgar or wrong, but changed it and turned the music up a bit. Coach, without missing a single beat, ran over to the radio and turned the music off and started smashing and breaking the thing 0 to 100 in an instant, and berated the fuck out of the kid who did it. I mean, full on screaming and "get out of my classroom" intense. I had never seen something like that happen, and all the kids were dead ass quiet and worried for the rest of the day and even week. I had heard stories of this, but had never seen it before. There were rumors of more instances throughout high school. I did see another one, which was a kid went and sat at his desk and started messing around on his laptop. Again, coach got up and ran over and smashed the laptop almost instantly, banging it and beating on it. Again, disciplined the kid and screamed and yelled, and it was just jarring. I have absolutely no idea why or what triggered this behavior, but if you touched coach's stuff it got insane for an otherwise really chill guy. Ages ago I worked briefly in school on the side in a small manufacturing place, helping on the warehouse. Nothing fancy, pulling parts. This was during the Odge trial, the original. I was easily youngest by 20 to 30 years there. Two co-workers were a white and black man of similar age and education. I'd say early mid-50s at the time, so figure they were born during WW2. They were great friends normally, including hanging out outside of work for bowling and movies, but that day they were both on edge. Both normally ultra chill, no matter what was happening. So, everyone wheeled around these carts to pull orders. When it was that time of day, I see them down the far end doing this and chatting. Suddenly I can hear both yelling at each other, just insult after insult, in each other's faces, chests touching, furious. They both knock over their carts and the rest of us are like, what? The whole thing was 20-30 seconds. They both storm off to different parking lots. I see my black co-worker 20 minutes later in the restroom. I have no idea what to say. I'm a kid at this point. So I ask, are you okay? He just kinda smiles a little, says odd stuff, and goes home for the day. Other guy already left. Point next day I see them in the lot, having a heated chat in the morning that ends in laughter, handshake and hug. Ours came down that day, but they both refused to go, saying it's settled. That day they come back from lunch, their eyes red as stoplights. They smoked a stupid amount of marijuana together for lunch. Point never came up again. Zero to earthquake to zen rapid fire, all over odd stuff.